The hospital system was so afraid they wouldn't even let me have the meeting there. But that rural hospital is going to close. And they are looking for where those folks are going to go. I mean, you're supposed to be doing health care policy, not being the doctor in residence for all of America. I hope I can just say, hey, I'm still going to trust my doctor rather than your health advice.
That's the problem with our thing.
And obviously, Tom Cotton's going to, who knows who he's going to trust. But let me go back to policy for a couple, so maybe we can lower the temperature a little bit. I got a bipartisan bill that would be a systemic fix, not a vote-buying mechanism when Medicaid's getting cut, what was put in on the rural hospitals. One of the things we could do, Mr. Secretary, is make sure that the folks who work in rural hospitals get an 80% reimbursement of what folks get in more urban centers. Would you support that legislation?
Are you talking about the area wage index?
I'm talking about the area wage index and moving that up to 80%, so there is actually ability to get rural providers.
President Trump supports that, and we support.
Do you support? You support? Good. So you will work with us to get that passed.
Yes.
That will increase costs on both Medicaid and Medicare. So you are committed to that. I appreciate that. What about Senator Wyden and I've got a bill because across America.
What about what?
Hospitals are shutting down on their OBGYN services. Try to have a baby. I don't know about all of my other friend states, but in Southside Virginia, you can't find a hospital. Will you work with us to make sure that before OBGYN services are taken out of a rural hospital, there has to be a process and procedure?
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator, meet with you and see if we can work with you on it. I don't know exactly what the issue is.
Well, again, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who has said he doesn't know how many people died from COVID, doesn't know if the vaccine saved lives, doesn't understand the issue that OBGYN doctors are fleeing rural America because they can't afford it. And with the cuts that are coming up, it's going to be exponentially worse. I would invite you, sir, to come with me to a community health center in Virginia and hear what is on people's mind. They want to get healthier, absolutely. But they also don't want their basic health care removed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary, good to see you again. As I traveled around Oklahoma during August, it was great to be able to be home. I had several folks that contacted me. We had some great meetings with some rural hospitals as well. They're looking forward to the $50 billion for the One Big Beautiful Bill that is targeting towards rural hospitals, starting with $10 billion next year. I know you're quickly getting all the instructions out on that. We know that's in process. It was good to be able to visit with them and be able to talk about that. They're very pleased. Thanks for the work you're doing on that. I also met with some of our groups that do incredible medical research on this. I know the NIH grants were held for a while and being studied. Those have been released, and grateful to be able to see that because there's some amazing medical research that's happening, including some longitudinal studies. They need those dollars released, so I appreciate y'all getting those released out there. I did hear from a lot of our folks, and I want to talk about one of these issues. From a lot of our hospitals, they immediately raised the issue of Medicare Advantage plans and how they're withholding payments, they're delaying payments back to hospitals, and a problem that's been for rural hospitals. I know y'all are working on that as well. We want to work with you on that. But you and I have spoken on the second issue on that, and it's the pharmacy benefit managers. During the confirmation process, it was interesting when you and I met in my office, you said every single senator brought up PBMs to you. And you made the statement during the confirmation process, this is an area that President Trump wants to take on, is the pharmacy benefit managers. This is unfinished business in this committee, but I wanted to just know what is HHS doing at this point on the PBM issue in particular to make sure we're not driving out rural pharmacies and what we can do to be able to make sure that's fair.
I mean, it's a priority for the president. He talks to me about it, I would say, at least once a week. Sometimes at 11 o'clock at night, and we've met with the PBMs, and we are in talks with them. We're also in MFN talks with the pharmaceutical companies, who are also very interested in reducing the cut and getting transparency among the PBMs. And the PBMs have committed to us to transparency, to some protocol that will guarantee transparency. And then the part of the MFN negotiations would include direct-to-consumer marketing, which would eliminate the middleman. So I think we're doing a lot on PBMs.
Okay, that'd be very helpful to be able to see. It'd be very helpful for consumers across the country on this. You and I spoke as well, and you've made public statements on this, and the FDA commissioners made public statements on the issue of reviewing the safety issues of mifepristone. Your comments early on were every drug needs to be treated the same, needs to look at it the same, and not have political biases and how things are actually examined. There were a lot of changes on the allocation of mifepristone for elective abortions under the Biden administration. It's now open to anyone without a prescription on it. You don't have to go through a doctor on it. There's all kinds of issues that are happening now on it. So the question was, you said that there would be a review on that just to be able to look at it, make sure we're following all safety protocols. Do you know a timing on that review?
I can't give you the exact timing. I talked to Marty McCary about it yesterday, and he said it is progressing apace. We're getting data in all the time, new data that we're reviewing. And we know that during the Biden administration, they actually twisted the data to bury one of the safety signals with a very high safety signal, around 11%. So we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. We're producing honest science and gold standard science on that. I'll keep you abreast of where we are.
Thank you. Just go where the science leads on that. During the Biden administration, the Title X regulation that requires Title X family planning programs recipients to physically and financially separate from abortion activities, their Title X activities, and eliminate them promoting or providing abortion with those funds. That was flipped from the original Trump rule that was done on the first presidency. During your confirmation, you had committed to go back and look at that again and to be able to see. My question is, do you know the timeline for agency action for when that rule on Title X and the separation payments rule will be either reviewed or will actually be reinstated to the original Trump rule under his first presidency?
I don't know if they're I just don't know the answer to your question, whether they're actually reviewing the rule right now. I can tell you that the NGOs that have that issue, that refuse to separate their payments streams and separate their operations, are not getting funded.
Okay, well, that was an issue under the law when it first came out to be able to keep those things separate on it. So
Yeah.
Look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hassan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Secretary Kennedy. Just before I ask a question, I did want to note, in response to the Secretary's statement that the Trump administration wants to lower the cost of health insurance, that across the country right now, the median increase for commercial insurers that we're seeing this fall is 18%, just as families are struggling to make ends meet. Now, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Senator Cassidy began. Mr. Secretary, President Trump said that the COVID-19 vaccine produced by Operation Warp Speed was, and these are the President's words, a monumental national achievement. Although I have strongly opposed many of President Trump's actions, I agree with him that Operation Warp Speed in 2020 was a monumental achievement. Unfortunately, you are undermining one of the President's biggest achievements, which, as the President said, saved millions of American lives. You even went as far as to call President Trump weak for this life-saving accomplishment. Last year, you tweeted that President Trump has a weakness for swamp creatures, and that Operation Warp Speed was among, here's your quote again, the most devastating impact of President Trump's weakness. So, Mr. Secretary, was Operation Warp Speed a monumental national achievement, as President Trump said?
For the reason that I already said, and I assume you won't let me repeat, but I'm happy to if you want, yes, it was.
Good. Assuming it is a monumental achievement, you've said it was, is it true that, as President Trump has said, he saved millions of American lives with the COVID-19 vaccine? Because you've just expressed great confusion about that to Senator Warner.
The only confusion I expressed is exactly how many lives were saved. I don't think anybody knows that because of the data chaos.
So multiple studies have shown that the vaccine reduced infections and severe diseases and saved at least 3 million lives in the United States and millions more abroad in the first 2 years of the pandemic.
It's possible those are modeling studies.
I will also note, just as you've been talking about data and you're concerned about it, the process for COVID vaccine approval was public, it was live streamed, and it was out in the open. Manufacturers and experts have publicly submitted data analysis, and when the FDA has asked for more, they've submitted more. They've done that for years, and the evidence is clear and supports what President Trump has said. The vaccine works, and it has saved millions of lives. Your own process, on the other hand, has not been transparent. You repeatedly choose to ignore data because it doesn't match your preconceived notions and lies. So you have said that the vaccine did save lives. You've said it was a monumental achievement. And given that, if you agree with President Trump that the vaccine saved millions of lives, why have you acted behind closed doors to overrule scientists and limit the freedom of parents to choose the COVID vaccine for their children? Why have you done that?
For the COVID vaccine, I was removed by FDA because there was the industry.
No, it was behind closed doors.
No, it's not
and scientists who said they wanted to brief you on the science, scientists who wanted to understand why the FDA, why you unilaterally changed the parameters for giving vaccines, making it possible now, to Senator Cassidy's colleagues' points, that they're going to have to go off-label.
This is crazy talk. You're just making stuff up.
To prescribe a vaccine for children. I'm not making things up. Do you know how the FDA approval process works and what happens?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Do you know what an off-label prescription is?
I know exactly how it works. I know exactly how it works.
So why behind closed doors?
It's not behind closed doors. The industry makes the studies, and they could not provide a study that said that it is effective for healthy kids.
So when have you produced the data that you relied on and that this FDA relied on to change those parameters? You did it behind closed doors.
No, the data is all public.
Now parents who decide that they do want their children to have
You're just
COVID
making
vaccine
stuff up, Senator.
I'm not
You're
making
just
stuff
making stuff up.
You know, sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy. So let's just settle with this. So here's what's going to happen. To Senator Warner's point, to the parents who are concerned all around the country, to people who want to get the COVID vaccine this fall, even if they're under 65, because the boosters have worked, there's been much less serious disease, people do not have the same level of threat and risk from COVID that they used to because of these vaccines. People who want to exercise their freedom of choice are being denied that.
No, they aren't. Everybody can get the vaccine.
Because you are citing data that you won't produce to the public.
You're just
and you
making things up. You're making things up to scare people, and it's a lie.
With respect, I do not think I'm the one making these.
You are lying right now, Senator.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us today. I believe one of President Trump's greatest achievements was his bold and successful actions on COVID. When faced with a global pandemic, he didn't back down. He was determined to find a cure, and through Operation Warp Speed, a vaccine was developed that distributed quickly, safely, effectively, and I believe it saved many, many lives. I think it's a model of American ingenuity and public-private partnership. But this wasn't the first time an American president acted boldly to address disease and vaccines. There's a great book that's out, it's a prize-winning book called The Fate of the Day by Rick Atkinson, and he talks about the courageous efforts by George Washington. During the Revolutionary War, George Washington reversed his opposition to the smallpox vaccine, and he ordered that all the soldiers be vaccinated. It was among the most consequential decisions Washington would ever make. By protecting his troops from smallpox, Washington preserved the Continental Army, which allowed our nation to continue to fight for our independence. And like President Trump, I believe President Washington acted decisively to protect Americans' lives at a time of great national peril. So over the last 50 years, vaccines are estimated to have saved 154 million lives worldwide. I support vaccines. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership of the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on. You know, recent polls said 89% of voters, 81% of Trump voters agree vaccine recommendations should come from trained physicians, scientists, public health experts. So, you know, they believe, you know, Senator Marshall, Senator Cassidy, they believe me when it comes to vaccines. If we're going to make America healthy again, we can't allow public health to be undermined. So could you explain what steps you're going to be taking to ensure vaccine guidance is clear, evidence-based, and trustworthy?
We're going to make it clear, evidence-based, and trustworthy for the first time in history. For most, right now, you know, when I was a kid, I got 3 vaccines, I was fully compliant. Today's children have to get between 69 and 92 vaccines in order to be fully compliant, between maternity and 18 years. Only one of those 19 vaccines, 92 doses, only one of those vaccines has ever been tested against an inert placebo. And what we're doing now is any new vaccine that before it's approved and licensed will have to demonstrate safety against an inert placebo. And we're going to go back and do observational studies on the existing vaccines to see if they're linked to any of these chronic disease epidemics so that people can understand the risk profile of those products and make good assessments for their own health.
So in 2 weeks, vaccine experts at the CDC are going to meet to discuss childhood vaccine recommendations. Parents and physicians depend upon this guidance to make decisions and to keep kids safe. And as I said, I support vaccines. I've been hearing from many of my medical colleagues, people I've known from medical school, residency, and when I practiced medicine in Wyoming, and there are real concerns that safe, proven vaccines like measles, like hepatitis B and others could be in jeopardy. And that would put Americans at risk and reverse decades of progress. As we've seen over the last 4 years, the previous administration 4 years, when recommendations became politicized or were swayed by bias, that the public trust can be lost. So what safeguards are in place to ensure decisions are based solely on science and not politics? And how are you going to make sure doctors and parents can count on CDC guidance?
I mean, Senator, I would point this out. Right now, there's only 10% of children are complying with the CDC's recommendation on COVID boosters. Only 15% of healthcare workers. So Americans have lost faith in CDC, and we need to restore that faith. And we're going to do that by telling the truth and not through propaganda, by making them understand that everything that we say is true, that we're going to tell them what we know, we're going to tell them what we don't know, and we're going to tell them what we're researching and how we're doing it, and we're going to be transparent. It's the only way to restore trust in the agency, by making it trustworthy.
Finally, with chronic diseases like you, I'm committed to addressing our nation's growing rate of chronic diseases. I think if we're going to make America healthy again, we need to support rural primary care providers that play a role. As a rural physician, I want to make sure we can prevent and manage chronic diseases in their communities, and I ask for you to continue to work with us specifically with regard to rural health.
Thank you, Congressman.
Senator Daines.
Chairman Crapo, thank you. Secretary Kennedy, welcome. It's good to see you here again. I want to begin my time by talking about the issue of federal deregulation of chemical abortion drugs. Since mifepristone was approved in 2000, 25 years ago, the FDA has steadily stripped away safeguards related to this drug, no longer requiring a doctor's prescription, no follow-up visits, no adverse event reporting, and now allowing it to be sent through the mail. Earlier this year, there was a new study that analyzed 865,000 real-world insurance claims, and it found that nearly 11% of women experienced a serious adverse event within 45 days of taking mifepristone. To put that in perspective, that is 22 times higher than the FDA's long-standing estimate of less than 0.5%. While these findings alone are shocking, my conversations with those in the medical profession, credible medical professionals, lead me to believe that even this study may indeed underrepresent the scale of the problem. For years, we've heard the misleading and frankly very harmful lie that's being sold to women that this drug is, and I quote, safe as Tylenol. These lies sadly have real-world consequences. Just last year, 2 women died as a result of taking chemical abortion pills because they were able to access them without appropriate medical oversight. And by the way, that's all allowed by the FDA. Mr. Secretary, I am grateful that you and FDA Commissioner McCary have already begun the process of reviewing this new data on the safety of mifepristone. We talked about this during your confirmation hearing. My question is, could you provide any updates on the status and the scope of that review and whether the FDA intends to replicate studies like the one that I referenced?
I think those are, I don't know if they're going to do an insurance claim study. That's one way to do it. I don't know exactly whether they're doing epidemiological studies or observational studies. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I know I talked to Marty McCary about it yesterday, and he said those studies are progressing and that they're ongoing. So I will keep your office informed at every stage.
Thank you. And I've had a really constructive conversation with the FDA Commissioner as well, McCary, and I mean, here's a very smart, data-focused, sincere type of leader. And we had a really good conversation. I want to encourage those conversations with you, Mr. Secretary, and that there's a follow-up here to make sure that the data that we now have exposed will be studied by the FDA and the appropriate actions considered. Given the legitimate safety concerns surrounding mifepristone and your actions to roll back other COVID emergency measures, will you repeal the COVID-era telemedicine allowance, given that we're repealing these COVID-era regulations and emergency measures? Would you repeal the COVID-era telemedicine allowance for chemical abortion drugs and restore the requirement for an in-person doctor visit?
Senator, I need to get back to you on that. I don't know if the White House has yet taken a position on that. We will get back to you this week about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I want to close with a quick Montana question. Earlier this week, the state of Montana submitted a Medicaid demonstration waiver application to CMS to strengthen the state's Medicaid expansion program. This waiver seeks to require community engagement and enhance cost sharing for working-age, able-bodied adults enrolled in the program. I applaud our governor, Gianforte, and Director Brereton for their proactive leadership in this space. My question is, Mr. Secretary, could you commit that CMS will work quickly in its consideration of Montana's waiver application?
Absolutely. It sounds like the kind of waiver that we're looking for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, first of all, thank you for your willingness to serve and for putting up with this abuse. 5 minutes is even close to refute all the falsehoods that have been confidently spewed during this hearing. We'll talk about real data here, okay? Well, first of all, thank you for breaking the logjam of information of HHS. My committee's got now over 8 million pages of information. Just in the first tranche, by the way, what we discovered is that the CDC, somebody in the federal health agencies, this interagency communication, hid the signal. They admitted there was a signal on myocarditis, and they hid it. They didn't warn the public. They didn't warn doctors. So that's just one instance of corruption and lies told by the CDC. We've got a lot of others we'll be rolling out, okay? So we held our first hearing and permanent subcommittee investigation on that hiding of the signal myocarditis. We've heard a lot of studies, okay? As I've looked into science, it's been thoroughly corrupted. Here's data, and I'd like to enter this sheet into the record. I've been publishing this chart for, since really early 2021, when I'm on, for example, talk radio shows and they talk about this, they get deplatformed, or they were, because of all the censorship during the Biden administration. Here's the facts. The VAERS system that was touted in October of 2020, this great safety surveillance system on COVID, a few months later, when they didn't like the results, they started denigrating their own system. But VAERS shows that there have been 38,742 deaths reported on VAERS worldwide associated with the COVID vaccine. 38,742. 9,252 of those deaths occurred on the day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. Again, I agree with you. Nobody knows how many COVID deaths were because the information was completely corrupted. Nobody knows how many lives were saved by the COVID. Again, I think most people, okay, if you're vulnerable, raise your antibodies, reverse severity, fine. There's not any good study on that. There's just information out there, just claims being made. This is hard evidence. And certainly what I've been advocating for are the injection injured, the childhood vaccine injured. We're going to be holding a hearing next Tuesday on a study done by a high-integrity healthcare facility that shows, that actually looked at vaccinated versus unvaccinated, very high-quality study. I'm not going to steal the thunder of Aaron Seary, who's going to be testifying on this. I think you're aware of this study that shows the vaccinated population far more prone to chronic illness than people completely unexposed to vaccines. That is just one example of how science has been corrupted by the way, the study was conducted, and when they conducted this, oh no matter what the results are, we're going to release this. They got the results in 2000. It is yet to be released. We're going to enter that in the record on Tuesday. Do you want to just talk about what you've witnessed in terms of the capture of the agencies that you're now in charge of, the corruption of science, which I believe you just said, that is almost your number one goal, right, is try to bring integrity and credibility back to science, which has been corrupted by the people who pay for it, by federal health agencies being captured by pharmaceutical industries, by big pharma, by big food. I want to give you, I'm sorry, just the last minute to, first of all, defend yourself, but talk about the corruption of science that you're having to deal with and trying to correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you one example, and I could sit here and give you thousands. But in 2002, CDC did an internal study of Atlanta and Fulton County, Georgia children, and looked at children who got the MMR vaccine on time and compared those to kids who got them later. So in other words, kids who got them before 36 months and kids who got them afterward. The data from that study showed that black boys who got the vaccine on time had a 260% greater chance of getting an autism diagnosis than children who waited. The chief scientist on that, Dr. William Thompson, the senior vaccine safety scientist at CDC, was ordered to come into a room with 4 other co-authors by his boss, Frank DiStefano, who's the head of the immunization safety branch, and ordered to destroy that data. And then they published it without that fact. So you know that story, I know that story, and you know of hundreds of stories like that. It happens all the time. We are being lied to by these agencies, and we're going to change that right now.
The letter I received from the Oshkosh business, it would be out of business because of the 50 employee mandate. It's going to be out of business. I just want to enter that in the record as well.
Without objection. The committee will take a 5-minute quick break here just to allow just a moment of reset here, and then we'll start right back up again in about 5 minutes. Thank you to everyone. Committee is returning back from recess on this. Senator Whitehouse is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to talk to you about Rhode Island. When you were last sitting there, here's what I said to you. I want to read it back to you because I want it to sink in. CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers, a difference of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act that CMS took on this issue years ago was to make it worse. I raised that with you then. I've raised it since with Dr. Oz. I've raised it with CMMI Director Sutton. I would like to get action from CMS on that. One partial avenue of relief for Rhode Island is the AHEAD program. Rhode Island is a willing voluntary participant in the AHEAD program. Coming behind Rhode Island is Connecticut. What remains to be seen is whether the payment rates agreed to for Rhode Island will suffer the same discriminatory discount with respect to the AHEAD rates for Connecticut as Connecticut comes through. I've been able to get no assurances from CMS that they care one whit about this payment differential or that they see AHEAD as a means of resolving this injustice. Mr. Kennedy, our healthcare system is teetering as a result of this. This is not a casual matter, and I would really like to see you and Dr. Oz and Mr. Dutton put your attention onto this Rhode Island problem. There is no conceivable justification for paying a hospital in Fall River 23% more than Rhode Island Hospital when Rhode Island Hospital provides more and better services, as recognized by the Secret Service, which will take an injured president from Martha's Vineyard to the Rhode Island Hospital Trauma Center, flying right over St. Anne's Hospital in Fall River, yet Fall River gets paid more. It makes no sense, and it has to be resolved. The other problem that I mentioned to you is that I'm now in my 4th round of CMMI directors. It's bloody Groundhog Day, trying to get something done about how end-of-life patients are treated. I'm offering Rhode Island as a willing example of how we can do it better. It is idiotic and cruel to force a family to put their dying loved one through 3 days and 2 nights of a hospital before they can put them in a nursing home. It is equally ridiculous to not allow palliative and curative care to happen together. Providing home care when someone is dying, even if they can still get out of the house or into the yard, is a basic thing to ask. And to have respite care be that somebody comes to the house instead of taking a dying family member to a hospital, that's not even respite. Every single one, Mr. Kennedy, of these waivers has been granted in the past by CMMS and other circumstances. All I want is for somebody to come and work out how we do this in Rhode Island. What is our patient base that we'll do this in, how we put the waivers together. To quote your CMS director, Mr. Oz, he said, as we discussed in your office, we must re-examine how end-of-life care is addressed in this country. I'm offering Rhode Island as an example of how to make it better. I hope you will concede that right now it is not good. So
Senator,
I need you to respond to me. You guys know where to find me. I'm up in the Hart Building.
Yeah.
We've reached out, we've tried for meetings, and the progress in all 3 of those areas, fixing the payment gap, getting ahead balanced regionally, and following through on our desire to do good things, improving end-of-life care with waivers you guys have already granted, has gotten me so far
No place. And forgive my impatience, a lot of it predates you. I put a hold on Biden nominees because I was getting jerked around by your bureaucracy. I'd like it to end and get some progress.
Yeah, you know, Senator, you raised this during my confirmation hearing, and I said to you then, and you were very civil. You raised something that makes a lot of sense to the extent that we have the power to fix it at CMS. I'd like to do it. We've had the same kind of complaints from Vermont. But I said to you at that time, call me and let's come talk about this. You have my cell phone. You can call me anytime. I've never heard from you in 7 months. Call me up. I'd love to meet with you. I'll get Oz in the meeting, and what you're saying, particularly about at the end of life, it may be something we can do something about. I want to help, and let me know.
We'll try. Forgive my frustration. You've got 30,000 employees. They could have reached out to me. They know where I live.
Yes. Senator Cortez Masto.
Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. In May, you said, and I quote, "I stand with President Trump to say, no more middlemen, no more foreign freeloaders, no more skyrocketing drug prices. We're putting American patients first and taking on big pharma to make America healthy again." Yet your record tells a different story. In July, Republicans handed big pharma a massive win. Their big, beautiful bill that they just passed shields billion-dollar drugs like Keytruda, the world's top-selling cancer drug, from Medicare negotiation. Keytruda has been on the market since 2014. It pulled in nearly $18 billion last year in the United States alone. It costs patients up to $175,000 a year, draining Medicare of billions and forcing families into crushing debt or to forego life-saving care. And yet you support the big, beautiful bill. So despite the hype with executive orders and Washington Republicans' only drug pricing law days relief for Medicare patients relying on high-cost cancer drugs, meanwhile, Democrats finally have allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices. I will say that Keytruda, along with Opdivo and Darzalex, the 3 top-selling cancer drugs, were widely expected to be selected for Part B negotiation in 2026 for 2028 implementation. They are now, because of the actions of this administration, exempt from negotiation for at least several additional years, if not permanently. So my question to you, Mr. Secretary, is how do you justify claiming to take on big pharma while supporting a bill that shields drugs like Keytruda and other cancer drugs from Medicare negotiation, costing seniors and taxpayers billions, and risking the lives of cancer patients who cannot afford their necessary medication?
Yeah, Senator, I appreciate the question. The Medicare drug negotiations in the IRA were very well intentioned, but they were poorly structured. And what we found is that there are actually, the negotiations that have occurred actually have ended up raising the costs for Medicare. We are right now in negotiations.
The CBO has not agreed to that. The CBO doesn't say that. It's just the opposite. So you're saying the CBO and independent agencies that validate the costs are wrong?
Well, that is CMS data.
Okay, so let's just focus on the cancer drugs. Why aren't we negotiating those and bringing those down for families? Why does the bill exempt those?
It's part of the MFN negotiations. I'm not sure of that provision in the bill, of the one beautiful bill, but
You're not sure of the provision, the negotiation provision, and how exempted
for Keytruda?
Your agency is responsible for that negotiation, and you don't know about it?
I know that we're negotiating in the MFN
Let me ask you this, Mr. Secretary. Let me ask you another question. How much are Medicare Part D enrollees expected to pay for prescription drug coverage next year?
I think that is in debate right now.
Let me tell you.
Are you talking about the rate?
They are going to pay $15 more than last year, up to $50 a month. Now, let me have a question for you on Part B. How much are Medicare Part B premiums expected to increase next year?
I don't know. I talked to
So
Dr. Oz
that is about,
yesterday. I think
they're
it's
supposed to increase about 11.6% or $21.50 more each month. And again, last time we were before me, you couldn't answer the questions of the very agency and the authority that you have to address these issues. You know, next year, seniors and families are facing higher health care costs across the board. 23 million people on Medicare with a standalone Part D drug plan could see their premiums rise to $50 a month, up from $35, because the Trump administration is cutting the federal subsidy that has been keeping costs down. Part B premiums will jump 11.6% to $206 a month in 2026, one of the largest single-year increases in decades. And so for an administration that claims it is lowering costs, my question to you is, what are you going to do to keep costs down for seniors?
I mean, I'm already doing what I'm already keeping costs down.
What are you doing to keep costs down for seniors, knowing that these costs are going to be increasing?
I mean, the program integrity bill, that is the first action that I did when I got in. It's one of the earliest actions in history of a complex regulation by an HHS secretary. A Congressional Budget Office has said that that's brought premiums down by 5%. That is the Congressional Budget Office, which does not like to acknowledge anything that we do.
And does that impact seniors?
Excuse me?
Does that impact seniors? And I know my time is running out. Does that impact seniors? What you just talked about, you're lowering costs. I'm asking you specifically.
We're lowering costs.
Helping seniors. Does it impact seniors?
Does it impact?
Come on. Let me just stop here.
I didn't
My
hear
time is
what
running
you
out,
said.
so I appreciate the chairman's indulgence here. My concern is you can't answer the questions. The very agency has oversight over these issues and controls the levers to lower costs for seniors. And you can't answer that simple question.
I didn't hear your question.
Okay, let's go.
We'll just proceed. And Senator Tillis has yielded his position to Senator Blackburn, so she'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate the comments you've made about the Rural Health Transformation Program. That is something many of us worked on, and we were pleased to push that out of this committee, and I know Dr. Oz is moving forward with implementing that. I appreciate your comments to Senator Warner on the area wage index. He and I have worked on fixing that, and we appreciate your attention. I am delighted to know that you're going to end the revolving door and the conflicts of interest. I have found it so unseemly that people who work with a pharmaceutical or with a big food company then go back over into CDC or NIH or FDA, and then they're signing off on regulation for their former employer and many times their future employer. So we appreciate that. Senator Langford went to you on the PBMs, and as you are aware, my PBM Act that Senator Wyden worked with me on, that made it out of this committee last cycle. And making certain that we keep these rural pharmacies open, making certain that PBMs do not profit above what is their standard service fee, and that they have to disclose all their pricing. That is going to be an imperative. So will you work with us to get that PBM legislation across the finish line and to the president's desk?
Yes, Senator, absolutely.
Thank you. Interoperability is something that you have announced, a new interoperability framework to better align data sharing principles. And this is important to digital health. And as you're aware, when we passed 21st Century Cures in 2018, the Software Act and that health IT definition is something that I worked tirelessly on to get implemented. So what I want to hear from you is, how does CMS plan to align this new framework with the existing federal framework, and how are we going to be able to move forward with one national policy on interoperability?
Well, I don't know if we What we have right now is concrete commitments from the 60 top tech companies who we were able to convene to do data sharing, to do patient accessibility, and to do interoperability. But I can't tell you how that's going to mesh.
Then if you will have someone submit to me in writing what that pathway is, this is something that is essential if we're going to be able to benefit from that data. So having some specificity on the pathway will be helpful. I did want to talk with you. Last time you were here, I talked about the concerns on overprescribing prescription stimulant drugs for children. And there are ways that HHS can work collaboratively with state agencies on this and to actually promote more community-based intervention to combat overprescribing. And we all have seen the harmful side effects. And there's a lot of reporting out there on this and tremendous concern for grandmamas like me who see children and friends of our grandchildren who suffer with this. So I know your team is working on solutions, so you're going to have your Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy that you're going to release, but talk for a moment. We've got left. Talk for a moment on how you can better arm parents with information on the harmful side effects of overprescribing these stimulant drugs.
I mean, one of the problems, Senator, is that, we now have 1 out of every 5 kids on these drugs and the antidepressants, even more. And we know very little about the long-term impacts because NIH and CDC have been asleep at the wheel. Right now, we are doing those studies. We're doing extensive studies so that we can warn parents and so that we can force the companies to put labels on their products. And, we'll do whatever we can to show that, just to get data out to the public. That's really what our function is. And to show what the long-term impact of some of these drugs is. Are we actually preventing suicide or are we creating more suicide? And that's something that we don't know the answer to, which is, how did these drugs become so common in our society without us even knowing the answer to those questions? That is malpractice at these agencies, and that is the malpractice that I am going to fix.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last November, while you were under consideration to become Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy, you said, quote, if vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. No exceptions, no ifs, ands, or buts. You would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. Then last week, you announced that the COVID-19 vaccine is no longer approved for healthy people under the age of 65. In announcing the change, you said the vaccine will be available for anyone who wants it. Now, obviously, both things cannot be true at the same moment. So let's clear this up right now, Secretary Kennedy. Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy today?
Anybody can get the booster.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it, Senator.
Anybody. So you're saying that is now the official rule of HHS. Anybody is eligible to get a booster by just walking into the pharmacy.
It's not recommended for healthy people.
No. If you don't recommend, then the consequence of that in many states is that you can't walk into a pharmacy and get one. It means insurance companies don't have to cover the $200 or so cost. As Senator Dr. Cassidy said, you are effectively denying people vaccines.
We're not going to recommend a product for which there's no clinical data for that indication. Is that what I should be doing?
What you should be doing is honoring your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job.
You're going like this.
And that is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free. Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is everyone who wants it. That was your promise.
I know I didn't. I never promised that I was going to recommend products for which there is no indication.
When you said,
and I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
Did you hold up a big sign saying that you were lying when you said that? Because you are the one who said you would not take them away. Now, Senator Kennedy,
I'm not taking them away from anybody.
Secretary, you
want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data?
Senator,
is that what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't, and now you did.
I'm not taking them away. Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access.
It depends on the state. It depends on the states.
A year ago,
but they can still get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it, Senator.
So look, let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with me?
You want me to recommend every product in the world?
No,
so that without any clinical trial data.
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can still get COVID vaccines, Senator.
You are taking that away.
No, you are you can still get the COVID vaccines, and Medicare will still pay for them, and Medicaid will still pay for them.
Tell the head of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign.
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee who told you they weren't trustworthy, would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So I'm sorry, but this is not what she has said publicly. She has said
I'm not surprised about that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there were witnesses.
Let me get this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable, and you had full confidence in her, and that you had full confidence in her scientific credentials. And in a month, she became a liar?
Yeah, you should ask her what changed. And by the way, a month ago, you were voting against her. Oh, because you thought she was either incompetent, ineligible, or unsuited to the task.
I voted against her because I was afraid she was going to bend the knee to you and Donald Trump. And it looks like she didn't bend the knee, so you fired her. Look, you're putting America's babies' health at risk, America's seniors' health at risk, all Americans' health at risk, and you should resign.
Senator Sanders.
Just want to pick up on Senator Warren's point. Are you telling us that the former head of CDC went to you, you asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said, no, I am not a trustworthy person?
She didn't say, no, I'm not a trustworthy person. She said, no.
Wow.
Giving a quote. And I asked her twice.
No, 1 second. And you're also repeating now that she is a liar, correct? What you wrote in the Wall Street Journal.
If she wrote that I fired her because she refused to sign on in advance for the ACIP committee, no, that's not accurate.
All right, so you're calling her a liar, and I look forward to her coming before the Help Committee, maybe this committee as well. All right, Mr. Secretary, I've got a bunch of questions. Appreciate brevity in answering it. So-called beautiful bill threw 15 million Americans off of health care, substantially raised premiums, and is going to have a terrible impact on nursing homes, community health centers, rural hospitals all over America. Very briefly, is that really making America healthy again?
It's going to have it's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion for rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back. That's not an infusion. That's a loss of $100 billion. All right, next question. President Trump, who I don't usually agree with, called COVID vaccines, quote, one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern-day medicine that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. Scientific community agrees with Trump. Lancet study found that it prevented almost 20 million deaths during their first year of use. Secretary Kennedy, are President Trump and the medical community right, or do you still believe that the COVID vaccine was, quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made?
No, first of all, I didn't say that. Oh, I said that in terms of affairs reports a while ago. I said today, I think that President Trump should get the Nobel Prize.
So who's right? Is Trump in the medical community right, or are you right?
President Trump did an extraordinary piece of leadership.
Is he right or wrong? Did COVID save millions of lives?
As I said, he got Americans back to work. At that time, that particular vaccine was perfectly matched to the virus that was circulating then. And I have no idea how many lives it saved, but it saved quite a few.
You know, what I find a little bit weird in this discussion, I'm hearing it over and over again this morning, Mr. Chairman, is we've got the entire medical community on one side. You got the AMA representing hundreds of thousands of doctors, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association. All of these organizations are telling us that COVID vaccine and vaccines in general are safe and effective. You are casting doubt on that. Who are your who are the organizations that are agreeing with you and casting aspersions on vaccines?
The primary advisors are Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Vinay Prasad.
So you got a few doctors who agree with you, and I'm giving you the
Not a few doctors. What you're talking about is there's a big difference, Senator, between established science and the scientific establishment, which has been co-opted by the pharmaceutical industry.
So you're telling the American people that the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted and that they should not trust their doctors. And the American Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody
industry.
but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, you know, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president, you got $1.5 billion behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
No, I'm saying...
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the American people.
Listen, people disagree with me all the time. I have arguments in my agency, heated arguments every day with Jay Bhattacharya, with Marty McCary, with Dr. Oz.
You have given the names of a few people. I have given you the names of organizations representing hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists. I yield, Mr. President.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. A couple of times you asked people if they were making a statement or a question. What I think I may do, just to give you a breather, is to make a statement with a lot of questions. And just for the record, I'd like for you to have the opportunity to have your staff respond. I can't conclude from the discussion today where you are on warp speed. So I would like the definitive statement on exactly where you are. Was it good? Was it bad? Were there things that worked? Were there things that didn't work? I can't discern that from what you said here. I, for one, think that it was a signature accomplishment of President Trump, and the mRNA platform is something.
I agree with that.
I look forward to you giving us a detailed statement on exactly where you are with warp speed. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a trial lawyer. I'm a boring management consultant. Another question that we'll submit in the record, I'll give you directionally where we're going. I don't see how you go over 4 weeks from a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials, a longtime champion of MAHA values, caring and compassionate and brilliant microbiologist, and 4 weeks later fire her because, at least the public reports say, because she refused to fire people that worked for her. So as somebody who advised executives on hiring strategies, number one, I would suggest in the interview you ask them if they're truthful rather than 4 weeks after we took the time of the U.S. Senate to confirm the person, just for the future nominee that we're going to have to consider. But I do also believe that some of your statements seem to contradict what you said in the prior hearing. You said you're going to empower the scientists at HHS to do their job. I'd just like to see evidence where you've done that, and I'm sure that you will have some. You will do nothing that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking vaccines. There seem to be several reports that would seem to refute that, but I'd rather you just respond to it. I'm not going to come here and impose my belief over any of yours. That, again, seems to be contradictory to the firing of a CDC director, the canceling of mRNA research contracts, firing advisory board members, attempting to stall NIH funding, eliminating funding for the I think $500 million for further mRNA research, and just want an answer for it. On H.R. 1, I believe you know my concerns about H.R. 1. I've had several meetings with, and H.R. 1 is the big, beautiful bill. But I'm still, I've got an office with 60 staff, including half of them in state office. I've had 3 different estimates of the economic impact on the state of North Carolina. Can I get your commitment? And I have been looking for somebody that's far more resourced than an office of 30 people up in here in D.C. to disprove my estimates with respect to the impact on North Carolina, period. And I've yet to have anybody. I would love to be embarrassed and be wrong, but I would like to get your commitment for people to tease through the numbers that I provided before the vote on H.R. 1 that says that if you normalize 3 independent estimates across a broad spectrum, $25 billion over 10 years. I don't need your response now. I want somebody to destroy my estimates, because to this point, the most resourced health agency in the world has only given me word salad responses, and I need that so that we can prepare for the response. $25 billion over 10 years is half of the rural relief fund over 5 years. And so we just need to have that fact as a matter of policy so that we can go in North Carolina and absorb it. And I know every state's different, and I'm assuming every one of my colleagues here have done the math for their states, not focused on that. But I want you to destroy my estimates if they're in fact wrong, and I want you to acknowledge them if in fact they're right. That will come into question as well. Mr. Kennedy, you've stated multiple times in response to other members' questions that scientists were lying. We'll go back to the record in cases where you've said that. I'd just like to see the scientific evidence to substantiate that. I'm going to stipulate that you were honest and you had research behind it. We'll go back and figure out what scientific studies you believe are founded on lies and not scientifically viable. And then finally, I just want to give you an opportunity. Apparently in the exchange with Senator Bennett, you said you agreed with Dr. Levy's statements, who said that the mRNA vaccine causes serious cause serious harm, including death, particularly in young people. They said you agreed with that comment. Did you agree with that comment or not?
I think that's true, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tillis. We now have Senator Smith. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, I have sat here for the last many minutes and listened carefully to your testimony. And I think actually Senator Tillis laid out so many of the ways that what you have said has contradicted yourself and others. It's, I mean, I don't even know where to start. So I'm going to start here. Over the last 8 months, you have claimed to make America healthy again. But in actual fact, you have led the charge in the Trump administration to destroy what is best in our healthcare system. And your denials and your evasion and your lies here do not change that. You are the Secretary of the Health and Human Services, yet you're trafficking in these fringe idea and discredited theories that are completely out of step with the scientific consensus. And you seem to be willing to say anything in the moment, even if it's untrue. So last time you were before Congress, Secretary Kennedy, you claimed, and I quote, "I have never been anti-vax. I have never told the public to avoid a vaccination." But in a podcast, you said the opposite. You said there's no vaccine that is safe and effective. So that sure sounds anti-vax to me, Secretary Kennedy. So let me ask you, when were you lying, sir? When you told this committee that you were not anti-vax, or when you told Americans that there's no safe and effective vaccine?
Both things are true.
Oh, so more denial, more back and forth. I mean, here's what I know. Here's what I know.
You want me to explain why, Senator? You just
No,
want to...
actually, I want you to listen to me.
Okay, go ahead.
I want you to listen to me, because I've been listening to you. You said that ACIP is an independent panel after you stocked it with your picks. You said that you want evidence-based science, but it seems that what you mean is evidence that supports your view, not the scientific consensus. I mean, you dared to sit there and call my colleague from New Hampshire a liar when she presented you with facts that don't support your view of the world. It's incredible. But let me move on. Just last week, in the days after the tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in my home state of Minnesota, you went on Fox News blaming school shootings on antidepressants. You have no evidence of that because you have no evidence of a connection. And you want to talk about...
You're just saying something. You're just making stuff up.
You know, this is what you say, right? Secretary Kennedy, when someone presents you with information that does not fit...
I did not blame that shooting. I have no idea whether... I have no idea, and I never said that. You're making it up. You're twisting. Yeah, you are.
Secretary
you are being
Kennedy,
dishonest right now.
If you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country... If you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, we should be talking about that, because that's what the parents of Annunciation School
You don't want to talk. You want to harangue, and you want to politically. You want to have partisan politics.
That is
I want to actually solve these problems.
Secretary Kennedy, what the Trump administration is doing right now is making it harder for people in this country to get access to mental health care. So don't talk to me about solving the mental health care crisis when you are making it harder. You cut Medicaid, which is the #1 payer for mental health care services in this country. You decimated the agency at Health and Human Services that focuses on mental health and substance abuse. That's what states count on. They're cutting their services to schools as a result of that. Several years ago, in a bipartisan way, Congress came together and passed the Safer Communities Act, which made important investments in mental health care and did some important, though small things, to reduce access to guns. What do? You propose cutting that funding. This is what we're talking about in your leadership in the Department of Health and Human Services. If you want radical transparency, as you talk about, I mean, take a look at what you are doing. And, you know, I've heard a lot about MAHA today while we've been here. There's a lot of Americans, Secretary Kennedy, who trust you, who believe what you say, especially when you say you're standing up to corruption. And I think that they need to know, you apparently have a lot of influence with President Trump. Did you ask him not to roll back these regulations that are stopping the big corporations from dumping heavy metals and endocrine disruptors into our soil and water? I mean, there's no evidence that you have been even opposing that. Did you do anything to stop the Trump administration from rolling back this handout to Big Pharma that makes it easier for the big drug companies to charge more for cancer drugs? No, you presided over that. I mean, it's stunning, really, what's happened over the last 8 months. It's stunning to me. And I just hope that in this moment, our colleagues, there's hardly anybody left in this room, are going to think about what it is that you've done, what your legacy is going to be at the Health and Human Services Agency, and pay attention to the damage that is being done here.
Senator Marshall.
All right. Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. One of your themes for the CDC is transparency. And I think when I hear you talk about transparency, I think part of that is sharing what you know, what the CDC knows with parents so that they can make decisions. Behind me, yeah, I know it's going to be hard to see from there. I can barely read it. This is the current CDC recommendations for vaccines for children. On day number 1, they get their first jab, a hepatitis vaccine. By the time they're 18 months, they've had 18 jabs. By the time they get to be old enough to vote, they have 76 jabs. Now, when I listen, what I hear you say is that, look, vaccines are drugs. We need a measured response and a measured, when do we use this? It's interesting that the United States has put age 65 and older for COVID vaccine. UK has chosen 75 and France 80. Obviously, scientists disagree exactly when that should or shouldn't be. You know, hepatitis B vaccine, it makes no sense to me. I've only delivered 5,000 babies, but we do a hepatitis test on every mom. By the time she delivers that baby, I know her pretty well. And if she doesn't have any risk factors, if she's not an IV drug abuser, if she's in a stable monogamous relationship, nobody at home has hepatitis, I don't know, I don't see the benefit myself in that hepatitis vaccine. Everyone's eligible for it, everyone can get it, and my pediatricians always agree with me. And no, I'm not saying if you don't know the hepatitis status of that patient, they shouldn't get it. I'm not saying if this person's had no prenatal care, that puts them at risk for hepatitis. Can you just speak a little bit, when you talk about transparency, and trying to empower and make vaccines available, these should be treated just like a medication?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I say I'm not anti-vaccine. Saying I'm anti-vaccine is like saying I'm anti-medicine. Well, I'm pro-medicine, but I understand some medicines harm people. Some of them have risks. Some of them have benefits that outweigh those risks for certain populations, and the same is true with vaccines. And we don't understand the risk profile because vaccines are the only medical intervention, medical device, or pharmaceutical drug that are exempt from pre-licensing safety studies. And so there are 2 hepatitis vaccines, and one of them had a safety study that lasted for 4 days on 143 kids for a product that's going to be given to 76 million kids. Yeah. The risk profile prior to the introduction of the vaccine, the risk of a baby dying from hepatitis B was 1 in 7 million. That means you need to give 7 million hepatitis B vaccines to prevent 1 death if you're going to give 7 million.
So, Mr. Secretary, and I guess before the press labels me wrong, I'm not anti-vax either. I think MMR has been a great vaccine. The DPT's been a great vaccine. Polio's been a great vaccine. Smallpox. So there are great, but it's the measured approach that we're after, the transparency. You're trying to empower parents here. What I feel the difference is, sometimes my friends across the aisle feel like there's a one-size-fits-all, that they should be telling parents what to do. And what you and I are fighting for is we want to empower parents to make these decisions. I want to talk about morbidity and mortality of COVID for just a second. It is so true that 2 things can be true, and I don't understand why, just the rabbit hole some of my colleagues are going down. There's a big difference. When I was out there practicing, doing volunteer work, I was so confused myself on the numbers. People dying with COVID versus from COVID. And we still don't have that message, and I think that's what I hear you saying as well. How many people died from COVID versus with COVID is a different answer. The situation today is so different when this monster virus was made in a laboratory in Wuhan, China, and none of us had ever seen this virus, and we had no immunity to it. But today, every American's had COVID a dozen times probably, and we built up immunity. I think that's why that both things are true. It was a miracle. Warp speed was a miracle, what President Trump and his team did, and it saved millions of lives most likely. But it's also true that it probably killed some people. Like most vaccines do, there is a death rate associated. So both things are true. Anything else you want to clear up on the morbidity, mortality of COVID and COVID vaccines?
Well, I think you just cleared it up. The COVID vaccine was critical. President Trump's leadership got it to us when our society was locked down. It allowed us to open up. It was, as I said, perfectly matched to a virus that was new in the experience of humanity. And so it was a miracle. Right now, we're dealing with completely different circumstances, where the virus has mutated, where it's much less dangerous, where there's a lot of natural immunity and herd immunity. And so the calculus is different, and it's complicated. And, if you just want to turn everything into a soundbite, it makes it, you can't have a grown-up conversation. But, there were more reports to VAERS, which is the only surveillance system that we have, of injuries and deaths from that vaccine that all vaccines put together in history. So we have to acknowledge that there was a cause. We acknowledge that there was a benefit. We can't quantify either one because of the data chaos at CDC, and that's all I'm saying. And they think I'm being evasive because I won't make a kind of a statement that's almost religious in nature. Did it save 1 million lives? Well, there's no data to support that. There may be data, there's no study, there's modeling studies, there's faulty data. I'm not going to sign on to something if I can't do it to a scientific certainty. It doesn't mean that I'm, anti-vax. It just means I'm pro-science.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Daskalakis, who recently resigned as director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, his resignation letter stated he and his team were never allowed to brief you. I'm curious who you're listening to, since it's clear you're not listening to qualified experts like Dr. Daskalakis. Can you give the committee the name of the person?
I don't consider Dr. Daskalakis.
Mr. Secretary, the question that I have for you is, can you give the committee a name of who you're getting briefed by?
I'm getting briefed all the time by CDC.
Just a name.
Dr. William Thompson's one name.
Thank you very much, sir. Now,
but I can get you a whole list of others. It's on my schedule.
Mr. Secretary, that's not a hard question. You know a lot of answers.
I'm not being evasive.
Okay, then you answered it. Let's go on. Now, you said that you're soon going to release a study claiming to reveal the cause of autism, timed unsurprisingly with the upcoming ACIP meeting to justify taking vaccines from Americans. Now, as you know, autism affects millions of children. So I guess you'd have the nation's top medical experts working on this. Mr. Kennedy, you hired a man named David Geyer to conduct this study. Is that correct?
No.
Is Mr. David Geyer working for HHS?
He's a contractor, but he's not conducting a study.
He's a contractor?
He's a contractor.
Do you know who works for you, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah.
Do you know that Mr. Geyer is listed as a HHS on the employee directory as a senior data analyst, not a contractor?
He's a contractor. He's not an SGE.
So is your website wrong?
He's not an SGE. I don't know what.
I'm going to pull up the website for you.
He's a contractor.
If the website says he is a senior data analyst, will you at least admit to the committee?
Well, I don't know if
wrong?
a contractor can be classified as a senior data analyst or not.
Is Mr. Geyer a doctor?
No.
Did you know he never went to medical school?
He's not practicing medicine.
Did you know that he got caught in Maryland and was charged for practicing medicine without a medical license?
He was charged by a medical board. He sued the medical board, and the medical board was found to have acted in actual malice and was fined $2.6 million by a judge in Maryland for doing that.
See, so you choose to know a lot when you want to know a lot. It's incredible, Mr. Kennedy.
Senator, you're ridiculous.
So here's the question I have. You brought him in to do this study. I think there's no question about it.
I told you he's not doing a study.
Is he participating in the study?
No. What
Is he
he's
doing any analysis in regards to this study?
No. What he's doing is getting access to the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which is the biggest repository for vaccine information that your friend would not give us for 7 months. For
Mr.
7 months.
Secretary, let me ask you this question, just because you know the answer. What is Mr. Geyer doing?
He is the only one, because Congress ordered CDC to open up the VSD to him in 2002. He's the only outsider who's ever seen it. So because CDC will not give us, they have
Mr. Secretary, is he participating in this then?
No, he is.
You just said he's the only dude that knows what's going on here.
Do you want me to explain it to you, Senator, or do you just want to showboat?
I'll submit
You
this.
just want to showboat for your ads, or do you want to hear a real answer to your question?
Mr. Secretary, you choose to know answers to questions with some colleagues. And
I'm willing to give you the answer. I'm willing to give you the answer.
Mr. Secretary, someone should have asked you, maybe President Trump should have asked you, are you a trustworthy person? And we should have waited for an answer then. Let's move on.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking gibberish.
Mr. Secretary, let me speak slowly and clearly so that you can understand me through my New Mexico accent.
And then give me a chance to answer.
Does this help? Can you understand me?
Yes.
Appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, yes or no, did you hire Mr. Geyer to do this study?
No.
Mr. Chairman, well, let me ask, maybe we'll just get a good answer here. Mr. Secretary, will you commit to sharing the protocols used for the autism study with Congress and to the public?
They're public.
Will you commit to giving it to this committee by the end of the week?
No, not because that's not the way it works.
Will you
don't even know what you're talking about.
Mr. Secretary, will you commit to sharing the protocols for this study by the end of the month?
We already have
You just said it's public.
We put out the notice of funding opportunities, and then the scientists from all over the world.
You're not understanding me. Let me
No,
speak
you're not
again.
understanding how the world works.
Do you understand what the protocols are? Do you understand what they are?
The scientists who are doing the studies submit the protocol.
Okay, so you know
That's
what
not
they
coming
are.
from us.
So will you commit to sharing those protocols with this committee?
Well, anybody can get a hold of the protocol. It's published with the study.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to ask is for your commitment here. I'll send a letter to the Secretary. I'll ask for support from the leadership of this committee to ask for those protocols. If those protocols are not given to this
Anybody
committee,
can get the protocols.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not talking to you. Mr. Chairman, what I'm asking...
If the protocols are public, we can work with you to...
What I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is that if those protocols are not given to this committee, I'm asking for your agreement that we follow through with a subpoena to get them.
No, I will not agree to a subpoena anything. Let's see what happens.
Mr. Chairman, you'll help me get them if they're available publicly?
Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, with all the questions here today, people just want to know the truth.
I don't think so.
Mr. Secretary, you don't think so. Thank you.
I don't think so.
I hope everyone recording that got that, because there explains the Secretary's tenure here. Look, 2 young ladies in Las Cruces, New Mexico at a town hall recently gave me this starfish pin. I was going to give it to you today, but after your questioning today, I don't think you deserve it, because what this represents is to remember that every one of us can make a difference, sir, to something as small as a starfish on a beach that maybe got washed up, you throw it back in the ocean. You might not save them all, but you can save one. I'm sorry that you're not worthy of this nice little pin, sir, as a nice reminder. I'm going to pray for you, Secretary Kennedy. I hope we do better. I want you to do better. But today was a failure for you, man. I yield back.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Less than a month ago, we received the heartbreaking news that a gunman opened fire at the CDC campus in Atlanta, Georgia. This obviously is my neck of the woods. This is heart-wrenching for all Americans, but for those of us especially who live in that area. A DeKalb County police officer, David Rose, was killed. The shots hit buildings on campus in at least 180 places, narrowly missing the CDC's daycare center. Law enforcement recovered nearly 500 shell casings. Clearly, he came to do a lot of damage. It's a miracle, and thanks to the quick action of Metro Atlanta and state law enforcement, more people were not killed. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation announced that prior to the attack, the gunman expressed discontent with the COVID vaccine and, quote, wanted to make the public aware of his distrust of the vaccines. Secretary Kennedy, I assume you are aware of these disturbing reports of the gunman's motives?
Yes.
And, I understand that some people may have concerns about new medical breakthroughs, but those people don't have the world's top medical experts working under them. You've been over HHS for 7 months now. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss your concerns?
And by the way, every member of this panel has criticized President Trump and demonized him.
Have you ever been briefed?
Are you complicit in the assassination attempts on President Trump?
Sir, I'm asking the questions. You are the witness. It's a simple yes or no question. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss their concerns?
Yes, I have.
What was the answer?
Yes.
You have been briefed by CDC officials, the career immunization officials, to express your...
The senior vaccine safety scientist, for example.
Have you ever been to the CDC as secretary before the shooting on August 8th?
Have I ever been there as secretary?
Have you been there as secretary before the shooting?
No.
Okay. Let's return to the shooting and the aftermath. Secretary Kennedy, I'm about to ask you a series of yes or no questions about the events of the past month, and I would appreciate just a yes or no response. You called Dr. Manarez to your office on August 25th for a meeting. Is that correct? Yes or no?
It could be. I just don't know the date. I'd have to check my calendar.
Was Jim O'Neill the man you just appointed as acting director of CDC in the room on whatever date you met with him, since you can't recall? Was he in the room when you met with Dr. Manarez? In that meeting, did you criticize Dr. Manarez for her statements to CDC following the shooting where she said, quote, misinformation can be dangerous?
I don't believe so. I have no recollection.
You don't believe you criticized her?
Oh, I criticized her.
Did you criticize
Not
her?
for that.
Did you criticize her?
I don't even.
Did you criticize her for her statements to CDC workers following the shooting?
Did I what?
Did you demand that she fire career scientists or public experts at the CDC?
Yes.
Did you demand that she accept the recommendations of your hand-picked vaccine advisory panel without further review by career CDC scientists?
No, I did not.
You didn't ask for her commitment ahead of time that she would accept the recommendations from the advisory panel? You're denying that?
What I asked her about is she had made a statement that she was going to not sign on, and I wanted clarification about that.
Did you tell her to accept the advisory panel's recommendations?
I told her I didn't want her to have a rule that she's not going to sign on to it.
Did you say that the CDC was, quote, the most corrupt federal agency in the history of the world?
Not the history of the world, but definitely within HHS.
Did you say that?
I did not say that, but I did say it's the most corrupt agency in HHS, and maybe the government.
So you call the CDC corrupt. Did you say that CDC staff are, quote, horrible people?
Horrible people?
Did you say that they're killing children and they don't care?
No.
Okay, I think that we all have a history of listening to you and these answers, but you're on the record for a number of these statements. Despite your lack of credentials and expertise, clearly you have an agenda. It is a threat to the public health of the American people. It's clear that you are carrying out your extremist beliefs, which is why you attempted to fire Dr.
Senator, we're the sickest people in the world. We're the sickest people on earth.
I'm speaking.
How am I a threat?
Secretary Kennedy, for the first time, we're seeing deaths from children from measles. We haven't seen that in 2 decades. We're seeing that under your watch. You are a hazard to the health of the American people.
Can I respond to that, Senator?
No, I claim back my time.
We need to wrap
You
up.
are a hazard to the health of the American people. I think that you ought to resign. And if you don't resign, the President of the United States, who put forward Operation Warp Speed, which worked, should fire you. Thank you so much.
Senator Welch.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to sum up, and I want to make 3 points. First, we have a health care affordability crisis in this country. And second, Secretary Kennedy's policies is making that affordability crisis worse, not better. And third, Mr. Chairman, the United States Senate is not doing its job. Health care. Citizens of the United States, our employers, our taxpayers, and our families pay the most and get the least. That has been persistent and chronic, and it's not being addressed, it's being aggravated. Let me be specific. In Vermont, a family of 4 that makes $82,000 in income with premium support on Obamacare now pays $6,970 for their health care premium. That is going to increase $23,000 to $30,000. That is unaffordable. It's shocking and it's cruel. The big beautiful bill that we're talking about, Vermonters are going to lose 45,000 families lose health care. That is going to be a hammer blow to our hospitals because those folks who lose health care don't get a guarantee they won't get sick, and they're going to show up at our community hospitals. Our community hospitals are going to treat them, and they aren't going to be compensated. And it's why Vermont community hospitals are on a financial thin ice, and that's true that about 338 hospitals around our country are in danger of closing. Second, Mr. Chairman, I believe the Secretary made assurances to this committee, and he has not kept the promises he made. Prices have not come down, they've gone up. He assured Senator Cassidy that he would not change the standards for vaccine review. Yet since his confirmation, all 17 members of the Vaccine Advisory Board have been fired by him. He has limited the use of COVID-19 vaccine. And he has inexplicably canceled $500 million in vaccine research and funding. So, you know, I'm not surprised. Stephen Miller credited you with being the crown jewel of the cabinet. And my observation about the crown jewel of the cabinet and the policies of folks who get rewarded are the ones who fire those in service that speak truth to power. Susan Menares, we've gone over that, fired because she refused to fire herself, staff without cause, and refused to rubber stamp changes to the vaccine schedule without data. The head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was fired because she gave a report with honest numbers about the job report. CIA Russia expert who'd been there for 30 years, fired after the meeting with Putin. So, Mr. President, that is serious and worrisome. But I want to finally end by challenging us in the United States Senate to do our job. We have a constitutional responsibility to be a check and balance. And the fear of our founders was that there would be a concentration of power in one branch, and that would lead to catastrophic consequences for our country. And what has Congress done? On oversight and advice and consent, we have confirmed a vaccine denier. On tariffs, we've given up our constitutional responsibility. On appropriations, we're bending the knee to an administration that is rescinding and decided what to spend and what not to spend, despite what our law in a bipartisan way was passed. We cannot cede power, and there are consequences. A crumbling healthcare system, a deficit exploding, and our allies losing faith in us. You know, Mr. Secretary, in the past, you have accused some of my colleagues of being in the pocket of pharma shills. You did that with Senator Warren today. You've done it in the past with Senator Bennett and Senator Sanders. You are not a pharma shill. But I believe we have to fight pharma and bring down the prices. And Senator Cortez Masto spoke about the legislation that we now have that would reverse the $5 billion handout to big pharma in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And when I leave today with Senator Wyden, we are going to go to the floor and seek unanimous consent to pass our legislation that would reverse that giveaway. And I ask you to put your policy in your body where your mouth is, and join us in supporting that bill to restore price negotiation power so those pharma prices can come down from being the highest in the world to something within range of reason. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Senator Young.
Welcome to the committee, Mr. Secretary. It's my intention not to raise my voice and to give you an opportunity to respond to an inquiry. I'm going to begin with long COVID. It shouldn't be a surprise to you. During each of our meetings, we've discussed my interest in making sure our government does its part to address this challenge, which afflicts, by most recent estimates, over 20 million Americans. They have been diagnosed. There are a number of others we know that go undiagnosed. Over 400 million people worldwide suffer from this at a cost of $1 trillion a year, which is roughly 1% of global GDP. This, we know, has had impacts on participation in the workforce, therefore our own GDP. So it's serious on a number of fronts. It's my hope we can come up with some therapeutics for this condition. One of the real barriers to that is seeing that we are able to launch more clinical trials. I want to get your update on how the clinical trials are going, what plans you might have in the works to increase the number of clinical trials as it pertains to long COVID.
Yeah, Senator, there was a project funded, a long COVID project at NIH. There was a huge amount of money spent on it. It yielded nothing.
I agree with that.
Right. And I think you know that we are doing now a different approach. We're launching a long COVID consortium. We're bringing together the best doctors in the country who have developed reputations for being able to treat long COVID. And one of them is a doctor that actually...
Dr. Bruce Patterson.
Yeah, Bruce Patterson, and then Dr. Jordan Vaughn, also from Florida. There's a number of them who are doing spectacular things where patients are reporting extraordinary progress. We want to get them all involved, all in one room. We want to identify the protocols that are working. This is something that did not happen during COVID. It was all ivory tower science, and the doctors who are on the ground were ignored. The same thing happened during the HIV crisis.
Yes.
And we're trying to do something different, which
so
is
my
really
time's limited. You mentioned ivory tower. And so that's a segue into a statistic that I've become familiar with over the years. It takes roughly 18 years for proven interventions, pharmacological or other types of medical interventions, to make their way out into the field. If we assume, I think a conservative estimate, 12 to 15 years until we have any really acceptable therapeutics for a long COVID, that's a cheerful estimate. Plus the 18 years until it finds its way into clinical practice, people roughly my age will pass. Actuarially speaking, they will pass before there's any acceptable therapeutics. So we need to accelerate our current activities. Can you give me a couple of things you're going to do to ensure that we accelerate our development of therapeutics?
I mean, the best solution is the same kind of solutions that we should have been pursuing during COVID, which is off-the-shelf approved drugs for that are there already.
Yes.
So you don't have
it was
to go
recently
through
reported that all the major pharma companies, I'm sorry if there's one good student exception, are serving as barriers to clinical trials.
It's
How can they
bizarre.
repurpose?
It is bizarre that that's happening.
Okay,
We
you're
are
the
seeing that
Secretary of
happening.
HHS. Will you be cracking down on this lack of
Yes,
cooperation?
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Will you also be exploring research partnerships with other countries, seeing as I've established this is a global challenge?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what we should have done during HIV. It's what we should have done during COVID.
Yes. Will you also be exploring whether ARPA-H, which has different research protocols than NIH, NIH is very good at what they do, but it takes them a really long time to prove things because of their rigorous process. ARPA is more practical, right? And so one could imagine ARPA-H tackling this challenge. Will you be encouraging?
We're absolutely open to that, Senator.
Okay. Will you be working with me and other members of the committee on your aggressive strategy as it continues?
Yeah, and
the last thing I'd like to briefly touch on with the chairman's indulgence is just recognizing the president's leadership as it relates to the appropriate use of civil commitment to deal with homelessness challenges, mental health challenges, et cetera. He's taking a look at these practices. This can be a difficult conversation for so many of us, but I think it is worth considering whether government can play a more assertive role in helping people off the streets who have serious mental illness get off the streets, receive the sort of treatment they really need to be healthy. Can you provide some very brief thoughts on this topic, and maybe then I could follow up with a phone call?
On the topic of
civil commitment.
Yeah.
We can follow up,
It's
Mr.
mainly
Secretary.
happening in the States, so I want to hear your ideas on it if there's something that you think.
Yeah, I think the president said, you know, we ought to take a look at it. If there's somebody in 20-degree below zero temperatures consistently in Washington, D.C., and they're believed to perhaps have mental health challenges, might we consider how to offer them care in a controlled setting rather than allowing them to freeze to death? Might that be humane as we reconsider application of our laws?
Follow up on that with you.
All right.
And Mr. Secretary, you've been here just like a minute or so under 3 hours. We appreciate that. We're not quite done yet. Senator Wyden has asked for one more round, so I said he, as the ranking member, should have the right to have one more round of 5 minutes for himself. And so, Senator Wyden, why don't you go ahead?
Mr. Secretary, we'll keep this brief. I want to ask about mifepristone. I was the first member of Congress to hold a hearing on this drug, which now has served more than 7.5 million women. And of course, it is used for reproductive health and medication abortion. It has been documented again and again as safe, and people say safer than Tylenol. And the reason that I'm asking the question is that I'm getting reports that you've said you're going to conduct a complete review of mifepristone's safety, and what we're hearing is it's not based on new clinical trials or data from the scientific community, but on one reviewed paper that's not a peer-reviewed paper by a political organization and Project 2025 sponsor whose stated mission is to advance an anti-abortion agenda. So what I'd like to hear today is for you to say that you'll commit that your best scientists, without bias, will be permitted to conduct this entirely unnecessary safety review. I don't see any evidence for it. You've called for it. But what I'd like to do is make sure that it's done right, and I'm very troubled by what I've heard about it. Your thoughts?
You have my commitment.
Okay.
That'll be good science and good scientists.
Okay. We'll get back to you to talk about specifically how that's going to play out, but I appreciate that. Okay, one last point for you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record declaration by these kids, you know, some of them very young, who in the middle of the night we were told by whistleblowers are being whisked away and the like. And what I'd like to enter into the record are statements by these kids that we have learned about, and also a memo prepared by the Guatemalan government outlining the deportation effort into the record. We've been able to obtain that, and I think it's an important part of the debate. And with that, I beat my time of 5 minutes.
All right, without objection. Thank you very much, Senator Wyden. And we are now at the point where I'll just make a couple of very brief personal closing remarks, and then I've decided, Mr. Secretary, I said at the outset of this hearing it was going to be some partisan battling going on. That is something that is very obvious to anybody who's paid any attention to what's happened in the last 3 hours. There were several times that you were cut off, or I had to cut you off because we needed to keep moving along. And I'm not suggesting that you need to or should, but if there's anything that you felt you didn't have a chance to say, if you could briefly say it now, or if you would like, you'll have the opportunity to submit written responses to questions, which I'm going to reference in a minute, and you could make any further statements that you would like to make at that point. But
I think I'll have mercy on everybody here and let us adjourn.
all right, wise choice. Let me just say now that senators will be allowed to submit questions to you for the record by next Thursday, September 11th, by 5 p.m. And I just want to say, Mr. Secretary, during former Secretary Becerra's tenure, responses to these kinds of questions for the record were not delivered in a timely manner. And the example I'm going to give you is that on March 22, 2023, he got questions. He answered in February 22, 2024, 11 months later. A year seems excessive. And I'm going to ask you and your team to not follow the precedent set by Secretary Becerra, and instead to respond as promptly as you can to the questions for the record that you receive. I asked that of every single nominee, and you may or may not recall, you've probably already told me you would do that in your nomination hearing. But with that, once again, to my colleagues, the deadline for submitting these questions for the record is September 11th at 5 p.m. And hearing nothing further, this hearing is adjourned.
Só umas breves declarações aqui, por favor.
Certo. Mas não em cima de ninguém.
Podemos? Estamos todos?
Só um minuto, por favor. Está tudo? Só um bocadinho. Pode ser?
Tempo.
Damião. Não.
Estava aqui na... Ah, não está a Cruz Ferreira, do PCP, eu acho que está.
Ah, tá.
Tenho quase a certeza. Está ali, depois.
Vais fazer direto?
Não, mas já agora, é possível esperar mais 20 minutos?
Estamos na conferência.
Aqui? Não, hã?
Estamos na conferência.
Pois é isso.
Não sabemos se vai demorar
Porque,
minutos.
pois, pode ser mais.
Pois.
Porque eu tenho direito a seguir à conferência. Bom, já falamos, já vemos. Não era agora. Era para depois eu fazer
Ok,
direto. Não
ok.
era agora para... Achas?
Estamos?
Mal era.
Sim.
Esperamos ou...
Como vocês quiserem.
Não percebi, Alison.
É para esperar ou...
É para esperar?
É para esperar, é isso?
É para esperar?
Podemos fazer, então vá, bora lá.
Vai falar, ok?
Bora. Posso arrancar. É impossível ficar indiferente a uma tragédia destas? Sim, é completamente impossível. É impossível porque é impossível emocionalmente e porque não devemos ficar indiferentes a uma tragédia destas. Estamos em luto nacional e estamos num momento em que o que é preciso é deixar uma palavra de solidariedade.
And actually voted for a map much more like this Missouri First map that's being presented here for consideration today. And, I would just ask you to think about it in the normative legislative terms, because this is a piece of legislation. Congressional redistricting is unique in that only congressional redistricting deals with these districts and maps and things. Other legislation deals with policy matters and changing the criminal penalty for this or the fee for that. And so this is somewhat unique in that regard, but it is a law just like any other law. And you look at I knew it was substantial. I didn't know the exact number, but I had my staff look it up. And this regular session we just concluded that between the House and the Senate, there were 2,686 pieces of legislation filed between the two chambers. And you look at those, nearly every last one of them amended a current chapter of statute. And oftentimes when we hear people in committee or on the floor, they talk about this is a reform. This is, a reform. And it's an admission that we didn't get it right the first time, the prior General Assembly. And so, oftentimes we improve upon our work. And I think that'd be the same with this Missouri First map. It is an improvement. It is a reform of our current congressional map, and it's one that will put Missouri first and is a superior map than the one we have today. As the governor made clear, I think everybody probably heard his comments, but he stated that this map was made in Missouri for Missouri, that it meets, I further want to state, and as I've looked at it, I truly believe and am confident that this map as proposed meets every constitutional and legal requirement for redistricting. It maintains, while this is not a legal or constitutional requirement, it does maintain every current member of Congress living in their congressional district, which I think is, again, not necessarily required. That is nice that it does do that. Just simply put, I mean, and I want to be sensitive to your questions and the time. I believe, it is my belief that this is a better map for Missouri and one that I hope the committee will be able to support today. And I again thank you for your consideration. Happy to try to answer any questions that I might be able to today.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any committee members that have questions for the sponsor? Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment and maybe a
your question towards the end.
Go ahead, sir.
So, Representative, good afternoon. So going back to some comments you made earlier, 16 senators in 2022 voted with Democrats to uphold a 6-2 map. 6 of those senators are still current senators. So to say that there were people that were in support of a 7-1 map may be true, but you all were in the minority on that issue in 2022. To say that this map puts Missouri first, I think is misleading. I think this map puts D.C. first. Our own governor on record saying that this map aligns Missouri's values with D.C.'s values, I think is telling. As ranking member, I need to say this plainly. This committee hearing is not about fairness. It's about carving up communities and silencing voters. In my 6 years here, I've seen a lot of changes, but I hardly recognize this body anymore. Since 2020, this body has changed, and not for the better. In 2022, Representative, this plan had no path forward. None. So what has changed? And when did it change? One person changed it, Representative, and not for Missourians, not even for Republicans, but for raw political power. And now here, September 2025, democracy in Missouri is taking a devastating blow, Representative, one it might not recover from. Every Missourian deserves fair representation and not these political tricks, and certainly not dismantling a fair democracy. My city, Representative, Kansas City, hangs in the balance right here, right now. I can't tell you how angry I am. This type of policy is morally corrupt and inexcusable. It will not end well, not for this General Assembly, not for our state, because if we continue down this road, Representative, of dividing communities for partisan gain only, other states will follow. And do you think that's right? Do you?
There's a lot there. I'd like to respond to as much as I can as I recall your questions there, and maybe some or most of them were rhetorical. I would disagree with several things you said. I think it's opinion that you're certainly entitled to. My thought, my opinion on it is a little bit different. Just on the last one there, I do think, well, a lot of this is opinions, and as courts have said about redistricting, it's fundamentally a political question, and we're political actors. You're elected, from one political party, I from another, different parts of the state. We have certain beliefs and values we run on. This is the political branch of government. We understand that. And we're trying to effectuate, whatever the session, whatever the bill, some sort of political change as we do our work up here. But I think just objectively, it is not true to say that this, splits more communities or more counties. In fact, it's less. Now, redistricting is difficult, and as I've looked at this, and you think about changing anything, you change one line, you got to change 6 other lines. We have, or 7. We have 8 congressional districts, and getting equal population, which is one of the constitutional and legal requirements, equal representation, you have to have. That's very difficult to achieve because people don't live just spread out equally across the state, so that's challenging. And so, unfortunately, in some regard, a county or a city might have to be split at some point. You want to minimize that as much as possible. And the great thing about this map is that there is actually fewer county and municipal splits than the current congressional map we're under. Now, I know where you come from, Representative, and I know that now there's maybe a county or a place that would be split that maybe wasn't previously, and I understand how that could be a sensitive matter for those folks, how, some might feel that's as good or better. Others might think that that's, they like the way it currently is, but of course then at the same time you have other counties that now are totally contained. And they probably, and there's more of those, frankly, and they might view that as a superior thing.
I'll respond briefly, Mr. Chair, if I may. I don't want to take up too much time, but there are so many communities that are being divided with this legislation. Why not wait? We have another census coming up in a few years. Why rush it through now? Congressman Cleaver, the person who represents this seat currently, I've been here for 6 years, Mr. Chair, in the super minority. I thought that we appreciated members who were good statesmen and worked across the aisle. I think our current representative in Congress has done that, has done just that. Why not? Why try to put him into an early retirement when we have somebody who has been doing the work? I just don't understand your legislation. It's clearly coming from one direction. And I really wish that we were here talking about something different on our second special session, other legislation that would be really impactful to the state of Missouri. Thank you.
Representative Ani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to sit in today. To inquire. All right, gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about the demographics behind the map that you're proposing, because I have yet to see any data from these maps. Do you have the data breakdown for these districts, the information to provide to this committee who's here to debate this?
What data specifically do you seek?
Any data would be great. So far, I have a map and it says 0% on all of these. So I'm curious, how do we know that you're telling us that these are compact and contiguous? How do we know? How can we verify that? Do we have the data? Do we know the demographic breakdown of each district? Do we understand how communities are being split up? Do we have that information? Do you have that information?
Yes, happy to provide that to the committee.
I would, honestly, I'm so glad to hear you say that, gentlemen. I recommend we sit in recess until we have a moment to review that information. I don't know how we can proceed.
I can tell you what it says.
Okay, well, we can take your word for it, or we can have the entire committee who you are presenting this to. I mean, would you ever expect someone to present a bill to you without the actual information and the information that we need to debate the merits of this map?
Yeah, well, that's certainly what we're here to talk about.
Well,
we're talking about this map, and I think we have, the necessary information. I mean, this map is what the governor put out in his call. I know there's been the
right, and we've been asking for information from the governor since Friday. Nothing. Radio
expanded
silence.
views, and of course the legislation is several hundred pages, and it's been public since yesterday. And for anybody to see, it's obviously somewhat challenging to to understand. I think that's why it's more helpful to look at the maps. But this has as precise as possible population. I got from drafting that, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but in their memo that, as they understood it, it appeared to meet the requirements, put forth. I know this came from the governor's office, and their staff drafted this, which is, I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said publicly. That's what the governor said. And, they have some very sharp legal minds in that office and in the executive branch, and so I'm confident in everything I've looked at and seen that, again, it meets every constitutional and legal requirement that's set forth. And so with that,
I'm grateful for your confidence, but I wish that you would provide that information to this committee. I mean, it's our job to vet the information. It's a job of the sitting members of this committee to take a vote on it today. They will be asked to vote on it today without that information. The public is here. They are here to give their opinions. In fact, we were told by the chair that the purpose of being here today is to receive public testimony. On what, gentlemen? On what?
On the Missouri First map.
On just this graphic that we have in front of us, and we're just supposed to trust you and the governor that the best minds are on it and the data's all correct?
Well, actually, it's on House Bill 1, which, again, is several hundred pages. And I mean,
okay, then I would very much ask that we start going through district by district and you going through that bill to edify this group. Go through the bill for us. Outline the bill. Outline those numbers so the folks in here know what they're voting on.
I'm happy to recite the legislation for you.
I don't need you to read the legislation, gentlemen. I just need you to give us the top line demographic information. I want you to go through district by district and tell us exactly what we are looking at. Because frankly, there are a lot of members of the public here, and you can say that this bill was filed more than 24 hours in advance. Congratulations. But it's several hundred pages long. And as you know, as the person who filed it, it looks like a bunch of gobbledygook to the general public. It's hard to understand what's in it. So could you please give us those top line demographic
I just disagree.
information?
I think think that it's actually, this is easier on the eyes than the current map, and I would suggest, and I think if I take this map down to the 10th grade government class at McDonald County High School, you look, and I know we can't have props. I have both maps in front of me. I'm sure most committee members do as well. You take our current map, and you take the new Missouri First map, you put them side by side, and say, hey, which one is more compact? Which one looks better?
That doesn't give us a demographic breakdown, gentlemen. That's not what I'm asking. A visual, an ocular pat down of this map is not what I'm asking for. I can tell you what the squiggly lines look like. What I can't tell you is how the demographics change between your map and the current map. That's what I don't know.
I know. I mean, it meets every legal and constitutional requirement. So, like, what more are you looking for?
I'm asking for information for the public and for this committee. We are in the people's house. We deserve to have that information. And if you're not willing to provide it, what are you hiding?
I'm not hiding everything. Everything I have is you're available. But again, this is you're looking for how many of a certain group are in a district, or what information do you seek specifically?
Prove to me that this is compact and contiguous. I can't just take your word for it, gentlemen.
Yeah, there is a model that the software that generates the maps the software that we procured, same software that produced the current map.
And do you know how long we've had a subscription to that?
I have no information or knowledge about that.
My understanding is that we subscribed to that officially on Friday when the governor made the call. So we've had less than a week to use that software. And I want to remind the body and folks in the public who don't know maybe that in 2022 when we went through this redistricting process, it took months to get staff trained on this software.
It's the same process and software that was used in 2022.
Correct.
But there's a report that's generated that shows that this is, by any model, it's a very compact map. And again, it is more compact.
Do you have that to provide?
Yes, I have it. I will provide it, and happy to.
Will you provide it before we have to debate this and take a vote on it? Can we pause before we go on so we can have that information in front of us?
It's kind of hard for me to produce this as I'm sitting here in front of you.
Sure, you've got staff. They're listening. They're here.
I'm happy to produce it. It's these things, much like the legislation, I had to have staff sit down and kind of walk me through how to interpret it and understand it, because I'm not used to looking at those sorts of things. So I'll warn you on that. But it's again more compact than the current map, which is what the data shows, and you can see that just by your own eyes by looking, and I hope you have taken the current map and the new map and looked at them side by side. And I would think any person would say, yeah, it makes more sense that Congressman Onder wouldn't have to drive through Congressman Wagner's district to get to the southern part of his district.
Well, to that
So
point, do you think it makes sense
compact.
that Sam Graves represents Kansas City and Hannibal, Missouri, gentlemen? I mean,
sure,
you can make that
North
argument.
Missouri is very rural.
Okay,
And
you
so
can make that.
you have to have the
my
same-
district is not very rural, gentlemen, and I'm still in that district.
So I have to do it you have to do it to meet the constitutional requirements because.
But how do we know you've met the constitutional requirements? You have not given us anything to prove that. You are sitting up here telling us that.
What are the constitutional requirements?
I am asking you to.
What are the constitutional requirements?
Gentlemen, you do not get to ask me questions. I get to ask you questions.
I mean, you're asking me if they meet the constitutional requirements or not. I need to know what the constitutional
You're
requirements are.
presenting the bill,
to tell
gentlemen. You tell us what the constitutional requirements are and how you've met them.
So the constitutional requirements.
Please refrain from clapping in the audience or you'll be asked to leave.
The constitutional requirements, as maybe you know or maybe you don't, is that it be equal population, which is why as precisely as possible, which unfortunately our state's population is not divisible by 8. So that's
Do you
very
even know what it
challenging.
is right now?
But
I mean, we haven't had a recent census.
So it has to be done based on the U.S. and Missouri Constitution by the decennial census. And, of course, even on the 2022 map, it's a legal fiction that it was equal population on the current map. And, I mean, population has changed since then, since we enacted that. But even in 2022, it was based off the 2021 census. And when that map was put into place, it was after the census. I'm sure some people had already moved around. So that's what the Constitution prescribes. We have to use the census that happens every 10 years, which is what we did. So you got to have equal population, and there's also, the Voting Rights Act. There's other considerations as far as you have majority districts that has to be taken into consideration.
Right, and how do we know that has? We don't have that information in front of us, gentlemen, and that's what I'm asking for. And I'm going to move on because it's clear that you're not going to provide us this information today.
So it is precisely equal in population as possible, and it doesn't violate the Voting Rights Act.
Well, I guess we can all just take his word for it and go home, shall we? Okay, final question for you is, who specifically drew this map?
The governor's office.
The governor's office, okay. Now, why is it that this map was presented by the President of the United States before it was ever... It wasn't, okay.
It wasn't first, it was first presented by the Governor Kehoe.
And who asked him to do that?
Who asked him to do it?
Yeah.
I don't know what conversations the governor's had or hasn't. You'd have to ask him. I mean, he came
so
out.
you haven't been reading the news or anything? Because my understanding is that President Trump is
I
the
asked
one
him to
who
do
decided.
it.
Oh, yeah.
There were others. I mean,
Does Trump know that you had the idea first? Have you
I
told
don't
him?
know if you've followed, I don't presume you follow my social media, but I mean, several weeks before the extraordinary session was called, I made reference that in 2022, I was advocating for
Listen, gentlemen, I know you were itching to carry this bill. I know you're running for the Senate. I know why you wanted to be a part of this conversation.
That's actually
I'm
not
asking
true,
you,
but-
who drew this map? Who drew it? Someone in the governor's office? Do we have a name? Do we know? Do we know where they got the information?
The governor
Who gave them their marching
directed
orders?
his staff to, draw a map. It would appear to me they drew a map, and he said, I like that map, and he came out and presented it. And only after that did anyone else say, hey, this is a great map. I mean, I, like you, lady, know some number of people that work in the governor's office. I'm not going to name particular people so they can be doxxed. They're public servants. They didn't put their name on a ballot. If you want to start naming everybody that works in the governor's office, you go right ahead.
I'm not interested in that. I just want to name. I want the name of the person who drew these maps. If it's someone in the governor's office, great. But I think that everyone watching actually understands that the people who drew these maps are sitting in D.C. And I know they're watching right now. Hey guys. It's ridiculous.
I believe
absolutely
Mike Kehoe
ridiculous
is a man
that
of
this
his
is
word,
being
and he
considered a
said
Missouri first map.
it was drawn in
in
Missouri.
D.C. It was handed down by the federal government, and y'all are going to do the bidding of the federal government. Go ahead, abandon your conservative ideals.
So Governor
We love
Kehoe
it.
said
Thank you.
that he drew the map, that it was made in Missouri, and Governor Kehoe has never lied to me, and I take him at his word.
All right. We'll move on to Representative Mayhew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Proceed.
Yes, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. It was fairly clear to me. Of those things, I probably can't remember the entire list. I was trying to go through to see if I could get the whole list, but right off the top is population, correct, when we're drawing districts. Then compact and contiguous. Are those terms that depend on demographics, compact and contiguous?
No, gentlemen, I don't believe that they do necessarily.
They're strictly mapping terms. Is that your understanding of what they are? Compact meaning that it is as close to being a square as possible, for instance.
That's right.
Contiguous meaning all parts of it touch.
That's right, and I think you're referencing specifically Section 45 of the Missouri Constitution, which says the General Assembly shall, by law, divide the state into districts corresponding with the number of representatives to which is entitled, which district shall be composed of contiguous territory as compact and as nearly equal in population as may
And
be.
so on those two issues, Missouri is not a square. It's not a perfect square, is it?
It's not.
Nor does it have a homogeneous population as far as density is concerned. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And so drawing a map and trying to meet all of those, at least those first three conditions that are right at the top of the list, correct, can be challenging, but the goal here is to try to get it as close to those conditions as possible. Is that not correct?
Yes, which I think everybody understands can be very challenging, but yes, you have to.
And I don't want to put words in the lady's mouth, but I think I understood what she was saying, was that she was trying to figure out how many Democrats and how many Republicans are in each one of these districts. Was that your understanding of where she was going with that?
I wasn't exactly sure. I mean, I don't know if that's I necessarily demographic information.
But is that, well, my question to you, is that a condition anywhere in the list?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, and so are there occasions where Republicans are represented by Democrats and vice versa in the state of Missouri? And do you think that they have fair representation in the United States Congress or in the House, the House of Representatives or the state Senate?
Well, fair is a very subjective term, obviously, and fairness also is not a criteria, obviously, either. But I suppose if somebody is of one party and they have somebody of another party representing them, they'd probably desire that it be somebody else.
But that would be a personal preference, correct? It doesn't mean that they're any less represented in Congress. Is that correct?
No, in fact, I hope everybody in this, body, although, in my last election, I was fortunate to get to 100% of the vote, and, that happens from time to time, and didn't have anybody running against me in that instance. But, I've had, contested elections. I'm sure everybody in here has. And you, like I, have probably gotten the phone calls that people calling and saying, hey, I just wanted you to know I voted for you, and then they need help with a department or agency. And I say, hey, I'll help everybody the same. And so hopefully, you have a representative or a senator or whatever they might be that represents all of their constituents. And even if your elected official doesn't always agree with you, I believe they can and still do obviously represent you.
But with the United States Congress, as we do here in the House, sets for election every 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so all of the current members of Congress are going to have to face an election in the next cycle, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything about your map that would prevent current members of Congress from running for the United States Congress once again?
No, and no member of Congress, existing incumbent, would have to run against another incumbent. This map doesn't draw anybody into the same district. They can all run for their own congressional districts. And you asked about what the partisan breakdown of districts are, and if that's what somebody's looking for, I don't have that information. I don't know if that's obtainable or not.
But that would be difficult to achieve, correct?
We don't have party registration in this Missouri. I don't even know how you'd figure or compute that. And what, as people want to talk about polls, as I always say, the only election that matters is the only poll that matters is the election, right? Because people get to vote, and that's that's where we see who is elected and who isn't, and only then will even under the current map, no one can say we might have 8 new members of Congress come next year. The voters haven't voted. Nobody's filed for. We don't even know who's running.
But even voting data changes, at least in my part of the state, fairly dramatically from one election to another. There is, so even trying to put a number on that, since we don't register by party in the state. But if you try to analyze voting data, you see that it's pretty much all over the place. And so I don't even know how you would get that except by trying to use some historical data to try to predict it, which I think is what has been done in the past, and not very accurately, I might add. So with that, gentlemen, I appreciate the opportunity to inquire. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Before we move on, the committee was just issued the Measure of Compactness report, and there will be a guide forthcoming shortly on how to read this. With that, I'll move on to Representative Steinhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Proceed, lady.
That last exchange was interesting to me, to say that you don't have the demographics politically driving these new districts, which I just find impossible to believe, because I don't know how we would achieve what our president has asked this state to do if we didn't know how the demographics are politically aligned in those areas. I would imagine when you're running campaigns, don't you have information about how voters in certain areas have voted?
Well, I've never run a campaign other than I've been a candidate, but I've never run campaigns. I mean,
But don't you have an idea when you knock doors if somebody's leaning Democrat or leaning Republican behind that door?
You know, there seems to be algorithms and data. I don't understand how that process comes to be because, again, we don't have party registration in Missouri until very recently. We haven't even had it where you could, affiliate. So how does and just because someone voted a particular way in the past, isn't indicative or requires them to vote that way in the future. So I've never put a lot of stock into that, and I agree that there's people that claim there's information out there.
So let me back up to something you said earlier then.
Sure.
I know the ranking minority member was asking about why don't we just wait? So what is pushing us to do this right now?
Well, I mean, most specifically, I think it kind of, in a way, goes without saying, but I'll say it, is that the governor called us here, and it's his prerogative under the Missouri Constitution to call for extraordinary sessions, and so...
So why is he doing this? I would imagine you've asked him about it if you're carrying the bill.
Well, I think he made very clearly in his comments that he thinks this is a better map for Missouri, will help more accurately reflect Missouri values in Washington, D.C., that it's more compact.
How does it change the values reflected in Washington, D.C. if it isn't changing seats from Democrat to Republican?
Well, I certainly hope. My hope would be...
And let me back up. I didn't support what I just said. I just mean that how is it changing the values when it really is clearly just changing the parties represented?
My hope would be that next year, and I doubt this comes as a surprise to anybody in this room if they know anything about me, is that, and if only they know my party affiliation, I hope that Missouri sends 8 Republicans to Congress next year. I don't know, I don't think that's...
Because we voted 100% Republican? Is that what you're saying?
That's not how it works.
Because I believe we're about 40% Democrat, 60% Republican over the last several years.
Yeah, so in Congress, there's no constitutional requirement that it just be apportioned by population, that there be proportional political party representation in Congress. And so I think if we had more Republicans, now I don't know if this is going to happen or not under our current map or under a new map, but yes, if there were more Republicans in Congress, then I think that would be on the whole a good thing.
So you're doing this to get more Republicans in Congress from Missouri?
That's not necessarily why I'm doing this. Now, I don't want to speak for Governor Kehoe. He might well believe and have information to believe that this makes that more likely. I do think if you look at this map, it does, it gives, rural Missouri, suburban Missouri, urban Missouri, I think, an equal voice, a more equal voice, which I think is a good thing.
Well, I'm going to change a little bit of what I'm asking about. You earlier said that you felt like everything that we're doing here with your bill was constitutional and legal. And you referred to Section 45. So I want to kind of drill in because I think there's a lot of people, myself included, that don't think it is. The Section 45 starts off by saying, when the census is certified by the governor, then the General Assembly. I left some of it out so I wasn't having to read so much, but basically the census being certified is what triggers the General Assembly to create these districts. How do you think that means that we should be doing this mid-cycle?
The original, so you have to do it at least every 10 years, but we can do it more often than that if we so choose, and that's been done in the past, and other states.
When has it been done in our state?
I think it was last done in the 1960s, actually several times in that decade, and there was litigation around that.
I was going to say, wasn't it based on litigation?
But I don't know if it was based on redistricting as far as doing it again.
The only time it's happened
but there was
is
litigation when it was redistricted, and even the redistricting was challenged and I think overturned in some cases. But the question, as I understand it, was not, well, you can't do it because you're doing it more than once every 10 years. It was a different challenge and some potential issues. And there are other states across the country.
Well, I'm not so much concerned about the other states because we're using the Missouri Constitution here.
Well, I don't know. So Article 1, Section 4 of the federal Constitution leaves redistricting, congressional redistricting, to the legislature. It says to the legislature.
I guess I'm thinking that if this was such a possibility to do, wouldn't our great political minds for the last however many years be doing this all the time? There was a time that Democrats were the supermajority in this state. I don't think they did this.
Well, it has been done before, again, in Missouri and across the country.
Because of a constitutional challenge, or because of a court challenge.
I would have to go back and look specifically as to what the situation in the 60s were. I don't want to say, but across the country, it has been done. And in the case of Georgia, and I know there was a case in Texas, and it was a federal court challenge, it was specifically challenged that, hey, you know, one of the claims was you can't do this mid-decade. And the Supreme Court said very clearly
Well,
that in fact there is no prohibition.
I think we're going to find out
in the federal
whether
Constitution.
it is. Now, another part of
Why
the
is that?
Constitution, I'm just guessing that this could be challenged. There's looking at the fact that how many people want to come here and testify. I think there's other people that are going to disagree with you.
I think a little disingenuous if someone should state that this is anti-democratic, what we're doing here, that the people's elected representatives are potentially coming forward to pass a bill.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Constitution, the Constitution.
What Constitution?
The Missouri Constitution, that it being unconstitutional. But let me move on, because I know these people want to speak. The other part in this section, says that when this redistricting is done, it needs to be nearly equal in population as may be. Now, keep in mind, this was triggered by a census. So my question, and I know others have asked you this before, what data are you using? Are you using the last census?
Yeah, it's the decennial census, the same census by which the current map is
So, I don't know if you. I'm from Boone County. I think, don't you represent Newton and McDonald?
That's
Is
right.
that right? I don't know if you know there's something that our counties have in common. We're some of the fastest growing counties in the state.
That's great.
Boone's grown by 6%, McDonald's grown by 5%, Newton's grown by 4% since those census numbers came out. So if we're following the Constitution, it feels as though we should be reflecting those growths in census.
Well, but you see in what
growth
you
in
said
population. Growth in
following the
population.
Constitution, and we have to use the decennial census to follow the federal and state Constitution because Section 10 of the Missouri Constitution says the last decennial census of the United States shall be used in apportioning representatives and determining the population of senatorial and representative districts. And I think
But
this
it
last
also
sentence is
says
really
to do
key.
it following the certification of the census. And we have already done that.
It says that, and then in Section 10 it says, and thank you, it's a great segue, such districts may be altered from time to time as public convenience may require. It's time, and I think it's required. And
But
so
our
it's the prerogative of the
population is no
legislature.
longer represented by that census. And so then somebody might think, well, what data would we use? And we have data on our state website prepared by the Office of Administration that shows where these trends are, which is in fact how I got the 4%,
So you want us to
5%,
violate the
and
Constitution
6%.
and drawing new
I
districts?
want us to draw lines that represent our population. And our population right now is no longer reflected by that same census.
To draw lines
So if we're
in
going to
any other
redo
way-
lines, we need to use actual correct data on that.
To draw lines in any other way than using the decennial census would be unconstitutional.
I think it's unconstitutional that we're doing this right now in Midway. So trying to make sense for how we're doing it.
But the
basic
Constitution
what-
says that such districts may be altered from time to time as public convenience may require.
What is convenient about this? This is costing our state money. You're trying to pretend it's a better map, but it doesn't secure more Republican seats than Democratic seats. What's convenient?
Public convenience is, I think,
We're called a
pretty clearly
special session
a
to do
subjective
this.
term in this regard, which certainly makes it clear that it can be done more than one time in a decade, which I think is was your challenge.
When
and your
we
claim that it's
when we talk
unconstitutional.
about the contiguous territories and the ideas of Missourians, you mentioned something like this map represents urban, it represents rural, it represents everyone. But what we are doing is we're taking large populations that are like-minded in our state, and we are dividing them up.
I don't know if that's entirely true. I mean, I think what the current map does is tries to pack a very urban population all into one district. You still can't do it, and you got to go split Clay County to do it, which I don't know if they like that or not. This new map wouldn't split Clay County, a smaller county. Again, unfortunately, some places do have to be, that maybe all things equal, you wouldn't split a city or a county, but because of where people live and you know, that you have to draw these districts, at some point it becomes necessary. I do think that splitting larger areas probably makes more sense than splitting smaller areas, because it's, and so like in the sense of, I think it's great that Clay County will be held together. You know, I think that's a good thing. It seems to me. My county,
I know that
my
we've got
State House district is currently split, and it doesn't need
I know
to
we
be,
have
and I
some
think
reps from the
that's
Kansas City
unfortunate.
area that would probably disagree with you, and I think they're going to speak about that today. When you redrew Boone County, which had been split in the last map, and it's split in the current map, obviously I'm paying attention to that because I'm from Boone County. One of the things that you did is, the previous map, we drew a line right through Columbia. This map at least somewhat keeps Columbia together, but it looks as though there's an area of about 6,000 people in Columbia that are now in a different congressional district. So I know one of the goals was to keep municipalities together. Do you know if Columbia is the only municipality that's being cut in this map?
No, I can't. I mean, I don't know all the list of them that are, but it can't. I doubt that it's the only one. I mean, there were, you know, unfortunately, they're just due to where people live and having to draw like congressional districts, and it is so challenging. Again, because even I've had people come up to me and say, "Well, you know, what if this was changed or this?"
Right.
And, you know, something that's so difficult about if you change one line, again, you have to change 7 other lines because it does have to be equal in
Right,
population.
but
That's
noticing that
very difficult.
Boone County is already split, you probably have a little bit of flexibility in there, but I find it interesting that this one area of Columbia that is drawn out is about 6,000 residents. That's not that many. And when it goes back to the questions earlier about who drew this map, one of the questions asked was, is it somebody in the governor's office? I can't help but wonder if there's somebody in the governor's office that lives in Columbia that for whatever reason wanted to be in a different congressional seat. I think that is one of the reasons why we want to know who had their hands in drawing this map. Now, that is just one little piece of this huge puzzle here. Any thoughts on who could have drawn it and why they would have chosen 6,000 to be drawn in a different district?
All I know is what has been said publicly, that the governor asked his staff to draw this map, and I don't know how, you know, they drew us a map and he looked at it or he had them change, you know, but ultimately Governor Kehoe said, this is my map. I like this map. And this is the one we're putting out there. I'd like to call for this map to be enacted into law. I saw him call for that. I looked at that map and I said, hey, I like that map. I like it better than the one we have right now. And here we are.
Okay. And I have a few more questions. I know I'm all over the place, but you are the bill handler and I want to make sure I understand these things. I'm on the Property Tax Reform Committee. We've gone all around the state. We've heard from county officials say, please don't do bills without involving us because it impacts us so much. Have you worked with the county clerks about how this will impact their offices?
I've talked to the county clerks directly. I know there's been, I've heard some conversation coming from them. I know they get sensitive about, you know, they need to make changes to district lines in advance of elections. You know, the great thing about the timing here of this extraordinary session is that we had to be here anyway for our constitutionally mandated veto session. And due to the, if we are able to enact this in this extraordinary session, I'm confident there will be extensive time, plenty of time for the local election authorities to make any changes to their software.
And what
to
about
the voting
the
districts.
expense? Did you ask them how much? I know that the fiscal impact said it would cost nothing to do this. I would imagine that's not true in our local offices.
I haven't had any correspondence or any communication as it relates to if there's any expense. Again, like you saw the fiscal note.
Hopefully, maybe somebody will testify and we can ask that. Do you feel like the move to redraw these lines is related to the IP bill that's being heard today as well? Initiative petition bill?
I mean, we're hearing them in the same extraordinary sessions. I mean, in that sense, they're related, I suppose. But I'm sorry.
Well,
maybe I misunderstand the question.
if both of these bills pass, then any initiative petition going forward has to pass by the majority of each of the congressional districts. Isn't that correct? Have you looked at that bill?
I haven't looked at admittedly, I've been a little busy on a different bill, but I haven't looked at our HJR. I haven't, the House bill, that's HJR. I haven't looked as closely as that, but I do understand, yeah, there's some changes obviously proposed around the initiative petition process. But yeah, no, I don't see how that's related to this.
Well, I guess maybe in a way that might make a little more sense is, what if down the road there's some rural issue that's trying to be addressed through initiative petition? How would you feel about the fact that St. Louis would be able to kill that initiative petition based on the IP bill?
I've said for a long time, I think it should be harder to amend our Constitution. I actually, frankly, I think the founders of the federal Constitution, the 1789 founders of the U.S. government, not Missouri, were wise enough that I think they made a conscious decision not to include initiative petition for the federal government. And so, it should be hard to change the Constitution. It should be a very,
and
very
I don't want to
high
get
bar.
into details about you testifying for that bill, but I just want to say I do think these are related more than it appears, that it continues to make it harder and harder to pass initiative petition, which you just admitted that is that you believe should be the case. I just have a statement in conclusion of this inquiry, and in general, this special session is simply about the efforts of a party in power to ensure their future power, both federally and at the state level, without true representation. Our Missourians are already upset about the overturning of what was passed by statewide vote in the last election. And now we're making sure that they won't be able to pass another initiative petition again and to manipulate the congressional lines so as to diminish their voice. Redistricting should not be about political gerrymandering. It should be about using current population data and consistent redistricting principles. You're the party that loves to reference the Constitution. I do not believe the framers of our Missouri Constitution or our U.S. Constitution had what is happening in mind when they wrote those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please keep the applause down. All right, are there any other members that wish to say anything? All right, let's see here. Representative Young.
Thank you. To inquire. Hello, Representative Deaton. I will agree. It's pretty odd to see you sitting there and not in the chair, as I have served on the Budget Committee with you. I have a couple of questions, or maybe a comment and a question. I've heard the Voting Rights Act in your conversation. And what I want to say, give a little background. I'm originally from a very small town in Northeast Texas. So my childhood home, I'm real aware, keenly aware of what Jim Crow laws did to my community and a lot of people in the Deep South. And what I also am keenly aware of is how the Voting Rights Act created and opened up opportunities for people to be able to vote and to protect their rights to vote. So what I hear from my constituents right now, and not just my constituents, but Missourians from all over, they are concerned that their very right to vote is being challenged, that this map that you all are entertaining, this map is going to diminish their power to vote for who they want as their representative. They are saying to me that these are not fair maps, and we always say fair maps equal the people, the power of the people, to vote for their representatives, and unfair maps are just the opposite of that. You know, where you have a legislative body, like in this instance, that will be somewhat determining who their representatives are. And so I say that to say this map is challenging the rights of Black and brown people like me and others, their right to vote. My question to you is, how do you justify the map? How do you justify the map in light of what the Voting Rights Act is all about? And I understand that the Voting Rights Act is being challenged federally, but Missouri is attempting to challenge the right and the power of the people, their voice, their vote, and the protection of their rights against discrimination, against rigging. And what they're saying is that these maps are rigged. They don't like it. I'm just going to be frank with you. They don't like it. Thousands and thousands of people are speaking against what you are attempting to do today. Where is the respect for that voice? All Missourians don't want 8 Republican congressional representatives. What's wrong with the map that we currently have? You already have the majority. And as one of our members said earlier, Missouri is more closely associated to having a 5-3 map as opposed to what we have now anyway. That's incredible to me, to think that your party should be the dominant voice in this state. It's not representative of this state. It's definitely not representative of Kansas City, who this will greatly impact. It will greatly impact Black and brown communities of Kansas City. The constituents sent me here to do the will, to make sure I'm protecting their interests, their needs, their concerns. And I want you to answer them in terms of how does this map, how do you justify what you're introducing today as it relates to their rights? Their rights to choose their own representatives. How would you answer that?
So, thank you for that, lady. Probably not surprising, certainly to you, is that, I see it a little bit differently. And certainly, as I've said, this meets every constitutional legal requirement, including comporting with the Voting Rights Act. And this does not take away anybody's ability to vote. This obviously changes no election law or how we vote or how our elections are conducted other than the makeup of the congressional districts. And people are still certainly entitled to vote for whoever they so choose. And if their current member of Congress, decides to run again, they can vote for them or someone else in the primary election to represent their party or in the general election. And ultimately, it is the voters of these districts, whether the current map or a new map, that will decide who gets to represent them in the Congress. And there is no constitutional requirement that someone's proportional representation of a vote in a state be realized in we have other states controlled by a different party than is dominant in Missouri that have Republicans getting 30-40% of the vote, have more congressional seats than Missouri, and there's no Republican members of Congress, and they've it would appear at least to this point, unless there just hasn't been a challenge that's filtered through to comport with the legal requirements, I suppose. So that's kind of interesting, but I think that it is important just to note again, and I want to reaffirm that this meets every constitutional legal requirement. And a lot of what's being talked about, I don't want to diminish and say that it's not a factor or shouldn't be a consideration, but so much of what people are talking about, and I think often, I'm not saying you were doing this, lady, but oftentimes people talk about what actually are preferences. And equating those to a constitutional requirement or a legal requirement.
But excuse me, is that not a tenet of why we do what we do? Because voters prefer a certain thing, because they want to have a voice and they want to exercise their right to be heard. Preferences, yes, but
I think
where do
it's
we
preferences
where do
and
we
are kind of synonymous, I think, with political considerations, and we're certainly to make those as political actors. And I think you're going to represent your constituents. I'm going to represent my constituents, which is going to be true of all of our colleagues, and that's how this process, should work. And this is the democratic process. We've been elected by the same number of people. Actually, we have a little bit more variance for state house districts and senate districts, which I'm not sure, even though it's in the Missouri Constitution, does that really comport with the 14th Amendment? Because we don't have equal population districts in the state house. So it's not one man, one woman, one vote for house districts. Kind of interesting, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. But more or less, we represent the same number of people, and that's what we're going to do when we vote. I think, and it is my view, I recognize it might not be your view.
It absolutely isn't.
It is my view that this is a better map. And so I'm not on the committee, but if it makes it to the floor, I'm going to vote for it. And I'm going to encourage my colleagues to vote for it. But if you feel that it's not a better map, then I would expect you would vote against it. And I understand that.
And yes, I absolutely disagree with you. The map is not representative of, what we call communities with special interests, special needs. My constituents don't like it at all, and I am absolutely opposed to it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith.
Good afternoon. So I want to go on record first by saying I want to clear up something that you said. Such districts may be altered from time to time as public convenience may require. That's Article 10, Section 10. I want to be clear that that only applies to state, house, and state districts. Article 3, Section 45 is what covers congressional redistricting, and it says nothing about alterations from time to time. Now, before I get into my questioning, I am looking and thinking about when Governor Kehoe called this special extraordinary session, he said that Missouri's current congressional district map may be vulnerable to legal challenges under the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment, right? And he said that was due to the lack of compactness of certain districts. So, which districts?
So, thank you for that. I disagree with what your view is of Section 10. And I'm happy to read it again for you and why I would disagree.
I don't need you to read that. I want to tell you that I want it on record that it's very clear that this is going to apply to State House and State Senate. Well, and so then my question was about
it's actually not clear at all because it says shall be used in apportioning representatives and determining the population of senatorial and representative districts.
Well, hop over to Article 3, Section 45.
Which also speaks to redistricting, and so you have to read them in harmony together. They both are true at the same time. So we have a difference of opinion.
We don't need a difference of opinion because one is about
it is very clear, I agree.
It's very clear that I want it on record that this, when from time to time, is for state. But let's go back to my question.
Yeah,
let's
I read
go back
it,
to my question.
So I think people can decide for themselves.
Because if he called the extraordinary session, because Missouri would be subjected to a legal challenge under the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment, which districts?
Well, I haven't, on that point, I haven't heard Governor Kehoe make those comments. I would be very surprised if he had.
Oh, don't be surprised, because he did.
And so I don't believe that to be true.
I'm waiting, and I would say that the committee would continue to wait for this demographic information, because I feel it's very important, especially being from Congressional District 1, where we have a majority-minority population,
that's right,
to know what the demographics is.
Congressional 1 didn't change, and it is held minority-majority under the Voting Rights Act.
So listen to my question. So Congressional District, I said I'm being from Congressional District 1, which is majority-minority. I would like to see the demographics that show that Black and brown people are not being adversely affected by these maps. And I believe we could all wait while someone brings us that data, because you mentioned that you had that. And the reason why I'm willing to wait is because you made this statement that in Missouri, all things have not been created equal. And I want to be very clear that Missouri has not always been created equal. In fact, when Missouri entered this union in 1820, they entered under the Missouri Compromise, and the first law passed was to ensure that Blacks could not live legally free in Missouri. So, as we are approaching this special session, I've been elected to ensure that the demographics on this new map cover all residents, especially those who do not have a voice. So I'm willing to wait. Are you able to produce that demographic information?
So, I'm not sure I have the exact information you seek, but what I do think is, I can tell you is that CD1 didn't change. My understanding is it is minority-majority. It is the only congressional district as such of our 8 congressional districts, and therefore covered under that provision of the Voting Rights Act. And so it continues, its status is unchanged under this new proposed map. And so long as it currently comports with the Voting Rights Act. That claim was never raised during that process in 2022. There's been no litigation resulting and surrounding that issue, and so as it is true that it comports and meets the legal requirements of the Voting Rights Act.
Are you aware,
and the new map will as well.
For the sake of time and for the chair who asked, I'm going to ask you to be more concise with your answers. Are you aware of anyone who has threatened to file a lawsuit challenging Missouri's current congressional map?
The current congressional map? Well, I mean, I don't know of any particular person.
So you don't know?
It seems like there's always threats of lawsuits.
Are you going to have a resource witness from the Attorney General's office explain any of these potential legal affirmities and what they may be?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? Am I going to have the Attorney General's office do something?
Are you going to have a resource witness from the attorneys? Because
it could have been me among those who have
there's a legal challenge, according to Governor Keogh, that we may be vulnerable to the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment. Are you going to have someone from the Attorney General's office who's going to mention about any of these lawsuits that have threatened and shown that we may possibly be subject to some kind of violation under the Voting Rights Amendment? Are you going to have someone?
I haven't specifically talked to the Attorney General's office, but they will defend the state in court as they're tasked to do under the Constitution. If there is litigation, I hope there's not litigation.
You got to tighten up your answers for me because I'm going to run out of time. Is there something objectionable about the racial composition of any of these existing districts?
Any of the existing districts
in the current map, not the proposed Missouri First. So I'll ask you again, and please be tight on these answers. Is there something objectionable about the racial composition of any of the existing districts?
I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but I think, as far as I know, the existing districts comport with the constitutional and legal requirements, but I don't know.
It would be hard to determine because we're yet waiting for those racial demographics. But I'm saying, is there something objectionable? And you said, again,
of the current map, I'm not aware of any claim that's been made.
Has the governor or anyone from the governor's staff told you anything about why the racial composition of any of the current districts should change?
No.
How would the compactness of any districts have an impact on whether the current map is vulnerable to challenge under the Voting Rights Act or the 14th Amendment?
I mean, the districts being more compact is a good thing, and I see no way in which it would come afoul of anything that you just mentioned.
Okay, so in Kansas City, the new map puts a thin sliver of territory between State Line Road and Troost Avenue into District 4 instead of District 5. Why was the map drawn this way?
Specifically, I mean, I think ultimately because of the population where it is and getting the districts in the composition they are, you know, you have to draw these lines to get the same number of people in
So it's a
8
people
congressional
thing.
districts.
All right, so are you familiar with the racial history of Kansas City?
I wouldn't say that I mean,
Do you know what the
I've
truth divide is? I got a map I could show you, but I can't.
I'm
Are
happy
you
to let
familiar
you
with it?
familiarize myself further with it.
Representative, can you hold your question for a second? The person in the back row that's holding up a sign or a note, please cease from doing that. I'm sorry, Representative, continue with your...
The Troost Avenue is a well-known racial dividing line in Kansas City, with black residents on the east and white residents to the west. So why is it drawn that way? Why is there that sliver?
Again, it's about getting the same number of people, which we're talking about 8 districts, you know, 800,000 people in them each, more or less. But you do have to have the same number of people in the districts. This is very, very difficult to do. And, you know, people live where they choose to live.
Do you have an answer? Because here's the thing. I don't have a lot of time.
My answer
and
is,
I need you to be able
it's
to answer
about the
these. If
population. I mean,
we're
I don't-
going to be, don't talk over me because this is my inquiry. If we're going to have to vote on this information, we don't have the demographics. You're telling me to trust you, but you don't even know about the racial divide on Troost Avenue. Help me understand in a very real way how this is not going to disenfranchise minority voters. Okay? Now, the proposed Missouri First map cuts out the northeast portion of Kansas City that is below the Missouri River and places it in Congressional District 6. What's the rationale for that?
Lady, it's the same answer, and I know you're not going to like it because you know, it's been clear. But it comes down to population, and you know, these lines are drawn. I think this map clearly prioritizes splitting fewer communities, fewer counties, which is what it does objectively, and you know, and it meets every constitutional and legal requirement. I understand there are, you know, are preferences that in some people's mind they would prefer a different map.
So
maybe
people,
the current map,
I heard your
maybe
answer,
even a
and
different
I'm
map.
sorry, I have to because I got to keep moving. Can you guarantee that black and brown communities won't lose influence on this new proposed map?
Everybody retains their vote and their ability.
Can you guarantee? Because I'm going to ask that again. Can you guarantee that black and brown communities won't lose influence on this current map?
Everybody retains their vote and their ability to vote for whoever they so choose. For
Will you personally take responsibility if the court strikes down this map as discriminatory?
There's no reason that it should, from everything that I know.
Can you
Again, it meets every
identify the
requirement,
elected
legal
leaders
and
of color who
constitutional.
signed off on this plan?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Let me ask you again. Can you identify the elected leaders of color who signed off on this plan? Who agreed with it? Who supported it?
I don't know everybody that supports the plan, or for that matter doesn't. I mean, I've seen various, messages and things, and I know there's some people that support it across this state, and there's clearly
Was there a leader of
others.
color? How many congressional members are there?
There's 8. I will say
No.
that
So let me say this again. How many U.S. congressional members are there?
in the whole of Congress,
Yep.
congressional leaders, as in
How many?
leadership,
How many?
535.
435. How many of
So
those?
the U.S. Senate, you don't want me to include that?
No, just the.
I mean, they're
just
in
the House,
Congress, so
just the
you said
House.
congressional.
Okay, so thank you.
I
So
wanted to-
there are 435 House members.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
And there's a few.
How many of those people are in the Congressional Black Caucus?
I have no idea the answer to that question.
Because it's 62. And so currently, with these new maps, because we are aware, you brought up some other states, the ultimate objective is to reduce that number, thereby reducing the power of the vote and the voice for black and brown people. So if we lose congressional members, we lose voice. You compose some maps without the voice of an elected leader of color who supported it. You have two people of color who are congressmen in the entire state of Missouri. You don't have demographic information that will show us how we're dividing up racially Missouri with this new map. And yet you want me, a person who has been elected, who has to speak for minorities, to make a determination on this great map that you love. How is that right? Governor Kehoe said that we are in a situation where we're vulnerable to legal challenges under the Voting Rights Act. My ancestors marched, died, struggled, so that they would have representation not only in this House, but in the U.S. Congress. And when you create a map that disenfranchises them, you eliminate their voice. We are not going back to the 1960s, and we don't like this map. I want it on record that this effectively undermines the political power of minority voters, and that Missouri is not exempt from the Federal Voting Rights Act, that these redistricting maps will inevitably cost taxpayers possibly millions because of lawsuits and court cases. I want to also bring up that in Jackson County, in this body, we have to hold an election that is going to cost Jackson County $2 million for one question on the ballot. That cost is too great for Jackson County residents. We wouldn't do this to Branson or Columbia in 2022. How dare we do it to Kansas City in 2025? You stood on this House floor and you said that, hold on, let me make sure I get the right phrase. Under the Biden administration, you said we shouldn't have bowed to the federal government because we are Missouri. So when does that moral belief come into play for you? Or is that based solely on who holds office? I'm going to end mine.
Are there any questions for the bill presenter? With that, Representative, thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry, Representative Sharp.
Sorry, I was lost in your peripheral, Mr. Chair. So it looks like I might be the last one, Representative. It's funny because this is our second special session. We were here earlier this summer for the
extraordinary session. Special as the legislature calls us in.
Okay, cool. We were here earlier this summer to vote on the Show Me Sports Investment Act. A lot of folks consider that to be a bill that we passed to help keep our professional sports teams in Kansas City. Do you mind if I ask you how you voted on that legislation?
That was you're speaking. So there were at least two pieces of legislation we passed. I think that was SB 3.
Okay, yeah. So the Show Me Sports Investment.
All both pieces of legislation that we passed into law. I believe I voted yes. I support it.
Cool. So to me, it's kind of odd that we're trying to look out for the city of Kansas City in one portion, and now we're here essentially tearing it apart. Would you agree with me that Kansas City is a financial hub to the state of Missouri?
I think certainly there's a lot of economic activity there, and I don't want to, I think our St. Louis friends, maybe they've clearly got the edge, I don't know, but, Kansas City certainly has a lot of economic activity and output. No
Okay,
question.
I didn't say we were better than St. Louis, I just said an economic hub. So earlier you mentioned how by the time we voted on the maps in 2022, off the 2020 census, some folks had probably relocated at that time, right? I think it's fair, and I hope that you can agree with me, that it's reasonable to assume that more folks have moved since 2022 to 2025. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, it's certainly possible, and I was just making the point that it's, from the beginning, it's what the courts, I believe, have called a legal fiction that is exactly equal when any given map's in place, just due to the virtue of people do move around.
Okay. I think the fundamental issue that most Kansas Cityans have, not all, but most, a very strong most, have, is that we are simply, and I think Representative Smith, Dr. Kim Smith, laid it out very well. With this new map, now I'm looking at it, I know we can't use props, but CD5 essentially is a very dense, as it's drawn now, a very dense map. This map splits it up, even that district and that city even more, and it spreads out the 5th all across mid-Missouri. And if I'm reading this correctly, I think where we're at currently would also be in CD5, which is almost hard to believe. So basically, folks in Kansas City, particularly black and brown voices, and not just black and brown voices. That's not it. It's not just black and brown voices. There are a lot of other folks in Kansas City that are really upset with this. The problem is we lose our voting power in that district. So let's say you get your way. You get your wish. You get an 8-1 representation in Missouri for 7-1 for Missouri. What encourages that representative who's elected, if they are Republican, to look out for the better interest of Kansas City, seeing how it's such an important city for the state of Missouri? Do you think that's really going to, our interests are going to be well represented that way?
Well, I do. I think you look at the new map, whoever would represent the 5th and the 6th and the 4th and all these districts, hopefully they'll represent all of their constituents. And if they don't, then, there's, especially in the House, and by the makeup, and that's by design, every 2 years the people can elect someone else. I think, and you're likely going to disagree with me, gentlemen, and I understand, but, there are different ways of looking at this. And, I think in some ways it could be a help to the Kansas City area that now, instead of having just one member of Congress for your city, you have 2. And it's just simple math. Oftentimes 2 is better than 1. So now you have 2 advocates instead of 1. Or maybe even 3 in the area who would be advocating for the interest of Kansas City. Maybe you have a member that's part of the majority party in the Congress and able to secure more advantages for their constituents. I think those are some of what the potential benefits
Sure.
could be.
And I wish we lived in that world. I really do. I'm not trying to cause anything, but I really do wish we lived in that world, Representative. To answer my own question, going back to my first inquiry, when did this change? I think it changed. It seems like the Freedom Caucus is now at the head of the Republican conference in Missouri now, which is fine, but it's going to hurt my city quite a bit. This new map draws me into the 4th district, which is very interesting. I'm not sure if that representative wants my district in his district, quite frankly. So I'll go ahead and wrap it up with this last question. You know how this goes. You're presenting a pretty large bill. It's 121 pages that we got, I think, yesterday. Normally, with a bill of this size, there is some leeway for amendment consideration. I think you know where I'm going with this. Typically, in committee, I think a lot of folks, Democrat or Republican, would agree with me that this is a good chance in committee to do actual committee work. And I'm not sure if, as I look around, I'm not sure if that's the intent of today's committee hearing. But would you be open to even some small changes, and I mean small, to your current proposal before we jump into executive session?
So I'll just preface my answer by saying it's not up to me. Certainly as it relates to this committee. I don't serve on this committee. It's the committee's prerogative.
Sure, but I'm asking, would you personally be all right with us offering and you considering looking at an amendment? I'm not going to get into it now because we're not at that point yet, but would you consider looking at it and potentially being supportive of it, even though you're not on this committee?
I appreciate the question. This map that I've introduced that's before you, House Bill 1, is the map requested by Governor Kehoe that he's produced, that he's introduced. I support this map, and I've not heard of any proposed changes, but I can't imagine myself at this point supporting any. Again, I think one of the great challenges you have, that you move one line, you maybe make one person happy, and then you got to move 7 other lines, and you've created 7 enemies. So I recognize it's very challenging. I think this is a very good result here. It's what the governor's called for. He's asked for us to pass. I appreciate the governor's leadership on this. This is the map I'm supporting. At this point, I would myself not support
the governor presents stuff all the time that we don't agree with.
That's right.
So I appreciate you.
And sometimes we take it exactly as proposed.
Okay.
But it is the prerogative of the General Assembly. I certainly recognize that. But you asked me.
I asked your personal opinion.
I feel about it, and I support this map as is.
Okay. Well, it's a shame that we are at this point that the General Assembly really doesn't want to consider doing actual legislative work. I understand you're presenting this bill, but committees are here for this purpose, not just to grill you for an hour, but to make changes and make some decent changes. And I think everyone in this committee knows that whenever I offer an amendment or a bill, it's not partisan. So I don't understand why you wouldn't consider it, even though the governor has proposed this message. I'll go ahead and stop there. You don't need to respond. Let's go ahead and wrap this up, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I have one short request. You have about 1 minute. Representative Gregg.
I just want to make a couple of observations real quick on the map. Where there may be, and this is more for the folks that are listening online and things like that and watching, where there may be 128 pages of this bill. Is that correct? 128?
It sounds about
yeah.
right.
Really, only 3 pages are verbiage. The rest of it is assessorees or folks that need, we're drawing out the map, correct?
That's right.
You're right. So sure, it's 128 pages, but it's a lot of surveyor language. It's basically saying what counties
parcels
are in.
Or districts and counties and things of that nature.
So the 128 pages is not as ominous as it does sound. And also another observation I'm looking at is back in 2018, if we're looking at District 5, I believe it is, it actually went as far as the city of Marshall in Saline County. So this is really kind of what was previous to this last census, if I'm not mistaken, quite a bit of it then. So I don't really, and there was no pushback on that map, I don't believe, for the folks in that general area. Just an observation that I've noticed. So I'm not seeing where that's more of an issue, but the cleanup that we're seeing on the other side of the state is really more, again, going back into the contiguous. So just some observations that I'm seeing. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, the chair would just like to make a brief comment that I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. my district in my county is one of those counties that's currently split up. It's going to make us whole.
Well, it's just unfair.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Yeah. You don't have to pay airfare. You have to pay for food.
Sorry. My county is one of those counties that's currently divided. My district and my county has made a clear indication that we want to go to a whole representative as well. I also like to make a mention, there's been a lot of mention about voters' rights being taken away, and I just don't see that happening here. It's actually, I do see in some parts of the districts, it actually makes them just a tad bit more competitive. If you look at the numbers that was talked about earlier about Democrat versus Republican districts and how they fare out. You can look at anybody's numbers many different ways, but I think it makes some of these districts actually a little bit more competitive. So having said that, Representative Deaton, thank you very much for your testimony today. We're going to move into public testimony. And again, I would like to remind the public that to please drop off your form. And when you step up to the mic, make it clear your name and who you are, and we'll go into the testimony. I ask that it be kept to 3 minutes or less. We will be pretty strict on that, and then the response from the committee members will be 5 minutes or less for each question.
If I may, briefly, Mr. Chairman, thank the committee for its time. And I would normally, and I might, it looks like we've got a full room, and so normally I would just sit here and listen to the testimony. I want to make sure and give preference to the public. So if I leave, and I might come back, but I'll be listening from my office if I'm not in here. But I just do appreciate the committee's time, and I appreciate everyone here to testify. And whether I'm in the room or not, I want to assure everyone I'll be listening very carefully and appreciate everyone's time and attention and consideration for this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. All right, at this time, we're going to move into public testimony, and we're going to start off with people in favor of House Bill 1. Go ahead and step up to the chair, announce who you are, drop your sheet in the box there, and you have 3 minutes.
Discharge and the guy was killed. We just charged someone with making a false statement in involuntary manslaughter. So it ain't the gun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Susan Klein, representing Missouri Right to Life, here to go on record in support of House Bill 1. We thank Representative Deaton for bringing this forward, and we also thank Governor Kehoe for calling this special session to address the issue. We like the Missouri First map. It's no secret that we testified in support of a map similar to this back in 2022. Missouri Right to Life's involvement in this is specifically because we work to pass pro-life legislation. That legislation protects women, children, and babies. And we work very hard at that. We've worked very hard over 50 years to make sure that Missouri is a pro-life state. In order to pass pro-life legislation, obviously we look at every legislator, whether it's in state or whether it's in Congress or the U.S. Senate. And we work to support pro-life legislators at the state and the federal levels. And we support the process that would increase those numbers in order for us to help protect women, children, and babies. So we strongly support the Missouri First map as it has been presented to you today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the witness? Having none, thank you, ma'am. All right, next up, we will take anyone who is in opposition to House Bill 1. Please step forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Denise Lieberman. I'm the Director and General Counsel of the Missouri Voter Protection Coalition, which is Missouri's nonpartisan, statewide voting rights table. We work to ensure that voting is free, fair, and accessible to all Missourians. I've been a voting rights attorney for over 25 years. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 1. I've submitted written testimony online, so I will focus my comments on addressing some of the misstatements legally that were made by the bill's sponsor today. First off, it is clear that redistricting mid-decade is, in fact, unconstitutional in the state of Missouri. That is covered by Article 3, Section 45 of our state constitution, which strictly limits any redistricting to only the period when the census data is provided to the governor. And this has actually been reinforced by the Missouri Supreme Court. The bill sponsor referenced another part of the Constitution saying that districts can be adjusted from time to time as public convenience may require. This is very important because that section, Article 3, Section 10, applies only to state-level redistricting, state rep and state senate seats. The fact that that language is not included in the single provision that governs congressional redistricting makes it even more clear under legal rules of statutory construction that that any map done now would be illegal under our state constitution. The bill sponsor suggested that this map is fair. Already, the current map is heavily gerrymandered, giving just 25% of representation for 40% of the state's population. This would cut that down to 20%. That is not fair. I think Representative Steinhoff, you asked earlier about whether this has ever been done before in Missouri. I did have the opportunity to review every challenge to a congressional redistricting before coming here today, and there was just one, and it was in the 1960s. The case was Kirkpatrick versus Pressler, and it went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. And that was, the map was found to violate the provisions of one person, one vote, and the court ordered the Missouri General Assembly to redraw the maps, which they did in 1967. And the Supreme Court actually again found that it was not contiguous enough. In fact, that rule is very, very strict, and we need to keep communities together. For these reasons, and because this map would dilute the voting strength of communities of color in violation of the Voting Rights Act, as Representative Smith said, the Missouri Voter Protection Coalition stands opposed to House Bill 1.
Thank you, lady. All right, next up we'll have anyone that's here for informational purposes only. Please step forward. Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. Lady, there may be some questions. Are there any questions of the witness? Lady, could you please step back up? Ms. Lieberman? My apologies on that. Representative Harwick?
To inquire, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
So the summation of Article or Section 45 is that it can only be, the districts can only be redrawn upon the census.
Correct.
And there's no exception in that section for any other circumstance.
That section is very clear. The language is very strict. It says when this occurs, and the courts have found that to carry the normal meaning of the word when, that only when this happens can the second
That's
thing
the
happen.
only time under the Missouri Constitution that we come as a legislature, we propose a bill, we could draw a map. That's the only time we're authorized to do that.
Unless a court strikes down a map and orders the legislature to redraw it as they did in the 1960s.
Like it did in 1967. But in that provision 45, it doesn't say unless a court remands the maps back to the legislature. There's no exception for the court sending it back to the state. So if we read the Section 45 that way, which I don't necessarily read it that way, then if the maps were struck down by a court, we would not have the power, the authority, the ability as a legislature to redraw the maps then, because our Constitution wouldn't authorize it. And our redrawing the map without that exception would be unconstitutional itself. Wouldn't that be the case?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, if the maps were challenged in court and found to violate either the state or federal constitution or laws, the court would send the map back to the legislature to redraw it. That has to be the remedy. It doesn't just, you don't just have no districts. So that Section 45 would allow for that if a court found the maps to be illegal or unconstitutional.
But if we read only after the census, Section 45 does not allow for that. It doesn't allow for the courts to strike down the map. It doesn't allow for the legislature to come back and say data was inappropriate. It doesn't allow for us to come back and make any correction. If we read it that way, that it's only after the census, then there's no other exception that the Section 45 allows for, if that's our interpretation of it.
That's not how the legal system works. The courts are allowed to make a legal determination about the sufficiency of the maps. And again, like the sponsor said, he said this is a political question, but that doesn't mean there aren't legal boundaries on the types of maps you can create. They have to fall within both state and federal law, and if they don't, a court can strike them down and order you to redo them based on that existing census data. So you would be redoing the very thing that happened when the maps were delivered. That is the only time, that is the only circumstance, if the court orders you to do so, which is the province of the court, since it can strike down measures of the legislative bodies if they violate the law, you would have to do the redo.
Well, that's not the point I made about what the court could do. My point is about, if you read that what the legislature can do that way, it creates an absurd outcome. How long after the census is certified does the legislature have to draw the maps? What's their time frame?
Oh, gosh. There is a time frame, and I don't remember.
So let's just
I
say
can get that to you, though.
that somebody thought it was a year after the census. What if there was a filibuster and we didn't pass a map that year? What would happen? What if a map weren't drawn the next year after the census? What would happen?
Well, you still have you would have to do your duty to draw the maps when the data was provided. In this case, in our circumstance governing House Bill 1, that has already occurred. You had your chance. You did it
I guess
back
that's not my question.
in
What if we didn't draw it for
2022.
5 years? What would happen? What would happen if we did? Let's say
You'd be
we couldn't
absconding
agree
your
on a
duty.
map. There was Senate. That's not my question. My question is, let's say the Senate gridlocked. What would happen? If 7 years went by and there weren't a new map drawn, what would happen? How would a court? So what would happen then? What would my question.
That's a ridiculous hypothetical, because that wouldn't happen, and you all wouldn't be in office if you gridlocked for 7 years and failed to do your constitutional duty to draw any congressional maps after the census data was provided to you.
I think you're missing the point that I'm making.
What I am telling you is that this body is confined by the Constitution, and the Constitution says you redraw the maps when the census data is certified to the governor based on the decennial census, and you have done that already. So in this case, you didn't abscond, you didn't wait, you did that. You passed the bill in 2022. In fact, I think there was a question about whether there were some challenges. There were 2 challenges to that congressional map, and both were dismissed and were found not to be valid. And so,
but they weren't based on the when. When is the when? There's a census. When happens? When is that?
The census happens every 10 years.
Right. So then when that happens, the legislature draws it.
So, for example, in the bill that we're talking about, which is the bill that is before you today, you received that census data in, I believe, April of 2021.
All right, Representative, your time has expired.
Well, that's too bad.
All right. Representative Smith, please.
Just for my clarity, are you aware of anyone who has threatened to file a lawsuit challenging Missouri's current congressional map?
I am not, but like I said, there were 2 lawsuits that were filed just after that map was passed, and both were quickly dismissed for failure to state a claim.
Any other questions of this witness? Seeing none, we will move on to informational purposes. Is anybody here to testify for informational purposes? Please step forward. All right, seeing none, we will move on to speaker or witnesses in favor of House Bill 1. Please step forward. All right, seeing none, we will go on to opposition to House Bill 1. Please step forward.
So what they did was the Army Marksmanship Unit, we do these terminal effects demonstrations frequently. What it does is it shows some of the capabilities.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, State Public Advocate. I filed my form online and also in person physically. This HB1 is a bunch of hogwash. I'm a Republican and a conservative, and we're in the middle of a census, and I am totally opposed to this HB1. It's unbelievable that right here is a bunch of numbers that you need a computer, and you need software to manage and to figure out what the census tracts are, or the VTLs, the track blocks, or the voting districts, the VTDs. It's just unbelievable that this map came from the White House in Washington, D.C. It makes no sense for Missouri when we just went through this exercise less than 2.5 years ago with the 2020 census. There are some technical issues with this hearing held today. I want to make a clear record. There are technical issues which the language and the information was not allowable under the Sunshine Law and the Open Meetings Act to read the language and the census tracts within 24 hours of this public hearing. The language of the bill was not accessible until last evening. There are possible Chapter 610 Open Meeting Act violations. The maps, not enough public disclosure, no transparency, and no scrutiny by the public. Fiscal note, no fiscal note. Jumped because you're embarrassed because it jumped from $8 million last year to $10 or $11 million this year to hold an election statewide. This has never been done by either party in our history as the state of Missouri, and it's been struck down within the courts. I'm highly opposed to this very illegal and extremely unconstitutional redrawing of the state's 8 congressional districts. This is wrong and a bad move for our state and a bad move for my Republican Party in the middle of our 10-year census. I am in favor of having 2 congressional districts representing 437,000 residents of St. Charles County, my home county, for greater voice, for more representation, for more power and response from Washington, D.C. representatives. I am bucking my own party here this afternoon on this issue, and am standing firm to defeat this bill in the second extraordinary session of the 2025 General Assembly. We are Missourians, and unfortunately, we're taking orders from Washington, D.C. This is the show me state, and the sniff test says that HR1
Sir, your time
smells.
has expired.
I'm sorry, HB1 smells. That's a sniff test. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. All right, a quick ask again. Are there any informational purposes? Are there any in favor of HB1? Then we will move on to opposition to HB1.
Can you all hear me? Oh, it's actually activated this time. That's nice. My name is May Hall. I'm a resident of Columbia, but I grew up in St. Louis. I've been lobbying various hearings here in the Capitol for around 2.5 years now, and I'm here in opposition to HB1. I think calling this a normal function of government is laughable, frankly. We're in Jefferson City, 4 months after the session ended? So to call this normal and efficient, I think, is laughable at best. But the thing I want to address is we've heard over and over again, legal, constitutional, it meets the rules, it meets the rules. But in law, it's not the wording or the language specifically and only that matters in consideration. There are ethical considerations. For instance, if I were to run for Congress in my hometown of Columbia, I would have to campaign in St. Charles 2 hours away and not in Ashland 15 minutes away. If you want to know about the demographics, you can look. I tried to run for city council in Columbia. I moved to District 3 knowing what the demographics were. I knew it was a mostly black area, I knew it was a mostly poor area, and I knew that the union held strong. So what did I do? I asked the constituents what they wanted. So it's not hard to get that data. It's not hard to understand. We know what North St. Louis looks like. We know what East Kansas City looks like. We know about the Del Mar Divide. We know about what was mentioned in Kansas City earlier. Let's not pretend these are hidden, subtle subjects. And additionally, we're acting as if the law spells out the ethical limitations of things. We're acting as if the law can never be outdated. The law can never act in a way that is malfeasant towards the constituents. But I want to remind you of things that have been legal in the past and things that are legal now. Slavery, legal. Under German law, the Holocaust, legal. Under current law, free labor from private prisons with no pay, legal. These are not the limitations of what can or these are the legal limitations of what can be done, not what should be done. I have seen the nature of the Republican Party in this building. I've been doing this a long time. I have heard all sorts of derogatory statements about just about every marginalized group you can see. I have seen, for instance, proposed bills from Representative Gregg saying that if a teacher uses the preferred pronouns of a student, they should be labeled a sex offender. Yeah, that's ethical. I think that makes sense. That'll help out with the education of this state. And similarly, I look at this map. I see the two-county boundary between Kansas and Kansas City in one of these districts. And I ask if you really think we should be taking you seriously right now. Because while you say it's constitutional, you say it's ethical, we can't remove this from the context of the broader situation. Texas is doing it, but it's Missouri first.
Your time has expired. Please come to a conclusion.
All I think I should say is, if we remove this from the context and act like this is just business as usual, I think those who vote yes on this map and continue the current path of things, when the Republic falls, and it will if you do this, you will be remembered amongst the ripe and the clan.
Please step down. Thank you. Wait, just a second. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Are we moving? Is this moving?
All right. Again, are there any in favor of HB1? Any informational purposes? Then we will resume with opposition to HB1.
Oh, you're in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. In favor of?
My name is James Figueroa Robinette Jr. I'm representing the state of Missouri NAACP. One, I'd like to say first and foremost, we would support the previous testimony of Ms. Lieberman and also the previous testimony of the state public advocate in opposing House Bill number 1.
Excuse me, sir. Did you say you were for or against?
In opposition.
In opposition. Okay.
Sorry.
So go ahead and proceed. We'll accept this as an opposition.
In opposition. Sorry. Let me read my statement then. The state of Missouri should follow the usual process of redistricting following each 10-year sentence. For instance, Osage County should not be in the same district as the Kansas City area for a congressional district. Based on the and 3 Democratic congressional districts, not 6 and 2, respectively. However, our position is that the current districts should be maintained, and therefore we feel that they should be maintained in the interests of minority and Democratic voters of the current 5th District, Congressional District, and of the state. So that is our position, and we are opposed to House Bill 1.
So thank you for your testimony. Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Just go ahead.
Thank you all.
Make sure you leave your witness form there. Thank you. All right, we'll start with the in opposition to HB1 this time. Please step forward. Opposition.
My name is Sarah Starnes. I've lived in Congressional District 5 for 50 years. If the governor passes this into law, if his bill gets passed into law, for the first time in my life, I'll be a rural voter. Even though I've lived in the house I've owned in the heart of Kansas City, Missouri, and Jackson County for almost 30 years, and I have not moved in the last several days. I love my rural neighbors who live very distant from me, but I couldn't tell you much at all about, for example, the cost of soybeans or farm subsidies or about pollution of the land. by concentrated animal feeding operations. Despite our common values and universal goals such as love of family, good jobs, education, healthcare, and the preservation of our individual freedoms, our communities have some significantly different concerns. I'm not a demographer or statistician. I'm just going to make some plain and common sense observations about the proposed redrawing of the districts, especially my own. On the governor's proposed Kansas City metro area maps, I don't even see the words Kansas City on the map. It's like we've been disappeared. I put some notations in my own handwriting on the Kansas City map and the state map to show that the strip of Kansas City I'm about to describe is so narrow it can barely be seen on the state map and is surrounded by the 5th district, even though previously it's always been firmly in the 5th. Connected to this strip seems to be the downtown Kansas City, running at a 45-degree angle to the strip, and is a densely populated Democratic voting area. If you refer to the Kansas City map, you'll see a thin strip of Kansas City from State Line Road to 70 Highway, south of what we call the river, which is the Missouri River. I did my best to put an X by where my house is located. Voters in what is commonly called the State Line Corridor are probably the most prolific Democratic voters in the metro area. It's located within this strip. They turn out in large numbers every election. It seems very obvious that be put in the 4th district that goes south to just 2 counties from Arkansas to separate these voters from their neighbors who share common interests and public policy priorities. Also of extreme concern is that 71 Highway would be the vertical line dividing the 4th and 5th. 71 Highway, which is called the Bruce R. Watkins Freeway in honor of the late iconic black leader, is Bruce R. Watkins, is emblematic of how the black Kansas City community has been divided and harmed over the decades through public policy that did not include their voices. The construction of the highway required that the raising of 2,000 homes and the literal physical division of neighborhoods by the highway going straight through it. It took many years for construction to be completed, and here we are, dividing the black community not only physically with a highway, but also politically with an illegal gerrymander to split up black voters. Jackson County is a Democratic Party stronghold. Almost all of Jackson County is in the 5th district. With the new map, Jackson County would be divided into essentially 2 parts, with the northern part being the only urban area in the 5th, and the southern part, plus the little strip I just mentioned, and downtown, would be in the 4th.
Lady, you have reached your time limit.
Okay. The vast majority would be rural and outstate counties, stretching east of Jackson County all the way east to just a few counties from St. Louis, and I urge you to vote no on House Bill 1.
Thank you. Ma'am, I believe there's a question for you. Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Starnes. It was asked earlier, and you sort of spoke to it just a second ago. We only have 3 minutes, so I'll be quick. Can you briefly go into some more detail about why the State Line War Parkway corridor was carved out of 5th District?
Well, because there's a lot of Democrats. Like I said, that is the highest Democratic turnout in every election in the area. So they want to get the Democrats on that State Line corridor from State Line that separates Kansas and Missouri to 71 Highway and that little part of downtown into the 4th District to dilute the voices of the Democrats who share common values and put it in a very rural district. That's why I said I'm a rural voter now. I haven't moved, but I'm in a district that goes down to almost to Arkansas. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, and I just want to, again, thank you. It's highly concerning that stronghold for us is being zapped out of that district. So that's, I just want to thank you for saying that.
Thank you. I believe Representative Smith has a question.
I just have a quick question. I'm not from Kansas City. I'm from St. Louis. So can you just tell me, how do you know about these demographics?
How do I know about them? Well, I've been involved in many elections, and people who want to win elections actually really do look at who their voters are. I hope that answers your question.
I think it does, because it's safe to assume someone probably looked at demographics somewhere before they drew these lines.
And I'm also a social worker who's been worked in Kansas City since the 1970s. I'm very involved and very with that whole community in Jackson County. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, lady. All right. Any in favor of HB 1? Any for informational purposes? We will move on to opposition of HB 1.
Hello, my name is Jessie Clark. Thank you for taking time to see me. I am not representing anyone other than just a private individual, myself, and members of my community who I share common values with. Don't think I can add much more than most of the incredibly intelligent and involved people who have spoken here today have said, but I would remind each and every one of you that legislative seats have no term limit. President Trump has an 8-year term limit. Governor Kehoe also serves under an 8-year term limit. You will be held accountable to Missouri voters. People talk. And if you're convinced on pressing an issue that is not Missouri first, it is not voter-centric, it is deeply, deeply partisan and deepens divides that are already present within our communities, I think you will see the fallout of that in time. I urge you to self-preserve to an extent, because you will be held accountable next midterm election, or possibly the midterm election after that. The gentleman who presented all of this bill and then did not stay to hear our comments said he ran unopposed. I would doubt that that happens again. So you won't have to call me on my time. I don't have much more to say outside of that, other than to reference back to the Missouri Constitution itself. And I'm going to read sort of directly out of that the areas that you guys have been talking about, I think, regarding redistricting. Under Article 3, Section 3, Legislative Redistricting, Section 2, my apologies. Districts shall be established in a manner so as to comply with all requirements of the United States Constitution and applicable federal laws, including but not limited to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The following principles shall take precedence over any other part of this Constitution. No district shall be drawn in a manner which results in the denial or abridgment of the right of any citizen of the United States to vote on account of race or color. And no district shall be drawn such that members of any community of citizens protected by the preceding clause have less opportunity than other members of the electorate to participate in the political process and to elect representatives of their choice. When you are dividing people from their communities, they are no longer having a voice in their areas. I don't even remember what the last word I said was. An agency and the electorate of their area. It's a different area. So that will conclude all I have to say.
You made it right at the time. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, lady.
All right, have a good day.
All right, I'll ask again, any for informational purposes? Any in favor of HB 1? Then we will proceed to the next up for the opposition to HB 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Anastasia Size. I come before the House of Representatives submitting this formal request as a business owner and a constituent of the state of Missouri to express grave concerns regarding asking for your opposition based on the redistricting that the President of the United States is putting pressure on our governor to do, based on constitutional protections against gerrymandering and our voter registration rights. Multiple constitutions and amendments establish the foundation for fair voting and prohibit discriminatory practices inherent in gerrymandering and voter suppression. The First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, in the 14th Amendment, Shaw versus Reno, 1993, the 15th Amendment, the 19th Amendment, the 24th Amendment, the 26th Amendment, which brings specific concerns regarding current proposals of initiative petition rights and redistricting voters in the First Amendment clause and contracts of the democratic principles embedded in that Constitution. Redistricting without jurification, redistricting lacks constitutional basis as it is not driven by population, change documents through official census, and in March 15th of 2022, when it was done, this didn't go through, and we have 10 years before the next census of 2030. So I don't understand the portion as to why it's such a hurry to do it at the midterm elections, which looks and seems unfair. This seems like partisan gerrymandering motivation. And constitutional scholars note that gerrymandering again gives some voters, gives some parties dominance over the other, which is also not fair. And when you took these positions, there is moral and constitutional impairments. As elected leaders, many of you understand that we are called to act with integrity and justice. The purpose measures appears designed to gain partisan political advantages rather than serve legitimate needs of Missouri citizens. These actions undermine both our constitutional framework and the moral principles that should guide public service, such as measures destroy Missouri's constitutional framework by protecting every citizen's fundamental right to equal representation and democratic participation. The Missouri State Capitol Rotunda has many holy scriptures over it. And I say to you today, Micah 6:8 says, He has shown you the moral acts of which you should stand by, that which is good, that which is just, and that which is merciful. And
thank you, lady. Your time has expired.
To be in this office, I ask that you would be fair to all citizens and to refer this back to committee with proper instructions on how it be redistricted. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. I will ask if there's any in favor or any here for informational purposes in opposition of HB 1.
Hello, my name is Joshua Welker. I'm from Columbia, Boone County. I lived in St. Louis for 10 years, and I was born in Missouri, raised in Missouri. I'm going to be short and sweet, but I oppose this illegal and undemocratic proposal to gerrymander congressional maps and silence voters. Our Missouri Constitution already has a process in place for redistricting when we have new census data every decade. As a Missouri voter, I believe that politicians shouldn't be picking their voters. We should be picking our politicians, and that's how we hold politicians accountable. In closing, I respectfully request that you vote no and stand up in closing, I respectfully request that you vote no, stand up, and protect the rights of Missouri voters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of this? Make sure you submit your form up. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you.
You may step down. All right, any in favor? Any for informational purposes? The next up for opposition, please. Please state your name clearly and deposit your slip in the box.
Already deposited. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Meredith Sumonick. I am part of South County in St. Louis, and I am here in opposition to HD1. First off, because it's anti-democratic. Currently, there are 4 vacant seats in the House districts. I am participating in one of those, which is the 95th. We have been completely without any representation since the first day that this session opened. The fact that you feel empowered to move forward with this discussion without fully representing 4 districts in your state is appalling. That is anti-democratic, anti what our government stands for, and anti what our country stands for. Furthermore, it is disgusting that you are following the lead of the federal government. That is not what the United States means. We are 50 confederated states and various territories. We are not beholden to the federal government. You are working yourselves out of a job. And you are doing it because you are too scared to get your job honestly. You know that your policies are not popular. You know that what you are doing is illegal. You don't care because right now, this week, here today, before the next midterm, you have power. I'm here to tell you, people are sick of your garbage. and we will not stand for it. You need to represent the people that you were voted here to represent. You are not gods. You are not all-powerful people. You are people just like us. You get up every day, you put your pants on, and you go to work. You're probably more wealthy than most of us are because most people can't afford to be in your seats. $40,000 a year does not a great career make in the state of Missouri. You need to stand up and for once in your gosh darn lives do the right thing because you are not doing it today. Following a president who is doddering towards dementia and doing stupidity because he knows he can't win honestly and supporting a party that is here turning us all into slaves and serfs is not the way forward for this country. We've been here before in the Civil War. I don't want to be here again. But you keep pushing. You go do it. Drive yourselves out of a job, take all your money and run to some foreign country, and we'll be here and we'll clean it up. So I am opposed to this. It is disgusting, and you darn well better have a special election for those 4 empty and potentially 5th.
Thank you, lady. Are there any questions of this witness? Representative, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, to inquire. Those are 4 deeply Republican seats. Are you encouraging that we should reinforce the Republican supermajority?
Democracy is democracy, however you get it.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, lady. Anybody here for informational purposes? Anybody here? The next person in opposition to HB1.
Hi.
I promise we're going to get to everybody. Thank you to the audience for keeping this moving along. Sir, go ahead.
Hi. I'm from Columbia. My name's Dewey Wells. I'm an independent voter.
Could you repeat your name again, sir?
Dewey Wells.
Thank you.
I'm disabled and in poverty. I'm in a lot of pain right now, so that's why I really wanted to get through here. I find it funny that the guy just left that presented his bill, and some of you guys are, I feel like, not really paying attention, but hopefully you pay attention to me. So I'm in opposition. I have heard a lot of substance from the Democratic side here. The Republican side, I heard a lot of grandstanding, and I just think that I think that we shouldn't be listening to the federal government. We hear a lot from Republicans about, federal overreach. We hear a lot about that we are a republic, but a republic is still a representative democracy. Listening to a president who is very corrupt, is doing so many illegal things, is literally best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Why are we listening to this man? Why are we listening to a governor who has vetoed our vote to further dilute our votes? I know that I feel like you guys don't really care. You guys get paid to put on like a lot of poker faces. And I just want to be able to vote with my city and not with a landmass. This state entirely, we vote 40-60, 40% Democratic, 60% Republican, and we're already gerrymandered. I live in Columbia. I literally am represented by Bob Onder. I vote with highways as opposed to my city, and I would like to have my values represented. And not have our election process corrupted even further by even further gerrymandering, because we know that Democrats are going to just keep gerrymandering back and forth, and it's just going to keep diluting democracy. And I've also heard that this is, in the public interest, that this is, if it was in the public interest, and if it was constitutional, why are you getting sued by the NAACP? Yeah.
All right, sir, thank you. You've reached your time limit. I believe
That's
there is
my question, so I
believe
would
there is
love
a
an answer.
question. Representative Sharp, please.
Just to comment and maybe ask a question. Thank you for being here. It sounds like you might be in some pain right now, so we appreciate you. I feel the same way. I think many of us on this side of the aisle, and maybe even more across the aisle that we just haven't had a chance to hear from, would like to keep things the way they are and maybe keep some cities and voting packages kept together. It is unfortunate that we are debating this today. And again, I just wanted to thank you for sharing your thoughts.
I just want to be able to help people and stop representing corporations and special ideologies and religions when there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. That's fascism. Why are we not listening to people? It's the bare minimum kind of stuff that we're asking of people, and it's gonna just hurt your guys' jobs. It's gonna make people hate you. Everyone's terrified. We're watching ICE kidnapping American citizens just because they look brown and they think they're immigrants. People are terrified. It's crazy. Can we just return to some normalcy? Why are we listening to Trump? Why do we care what he thinks? He's an asshole.
Sir, that is out of decorum, so we're going to end this discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. Any here for informational purposes? Any here for in favor? Okay, the next person up for opposition, please.
Good afternoon, representatives. Thank you for coming here for this extraordinary session that some of you wanted, I think. I'm here representing, my name is Joshua Dunn.
Thank you.
And I am the chair of the Rural Caucus.
I'm sorry, could you restate your name? I kind of
Joshua Dunn.
Thank you.
I'm here representing the voters of rural Missouri, and we are outraged by this entire process. Keogh's push to redraw Missouri's congressional maps is a calculated attempt to consolidate power and silence the voices of all Missourians, simply to satisfy corrupt federal politicians. The fact is, just 3 years ago, 89% of House Republicans voted for the current map, with 4 of the 5 Republican members sitting on this committee that were in office, including you, Chair, and the Vice Chair who couldn't stay. Nothing has changed except one man's desire to rig the rules. This so-called Missouri First map is a fraud. It may claim to be compact and connected, but we see it as engineered by corrupt politicians to take our communities, carve them up, ignore them, and leave them behind. When you rid districts to favor politicians over people, you strip voters of our ability to fight for our schools, our roads, our hospitals, and our livelihoods. We don't get representation, we get erased. Redistricting should reflect all of Missouri, not flatten it to fit DC's political agenda. We are farmers, ranchers, teachers, small business owners, and working families. We show up and we contribute, and we deserve maps that reflect our reality, not ones that bury it. Keogh's map does everything but put Missouri first, and we urge this committee and the Missouri General Assembly to honor the oath they took on the first day and put the welfare of the people they represent in Missouri first, instead of helping corrupt DC officials cover up for a criminal and a pedophile. Rural Missourians do not want this. No Missourian wants this. We want honest government, not political gains. We want rights of citizens to shape, we want the right of the citizens to shape our own future. This isn't leadership, it's sabotage. Missouri deserves representation rooted in community, not a crusade to silence it.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude, or before we continue on, I'll just inform you that I voted against the 6-2 maps. I was in favor of the 7-1 maps.
Not according to the vote online, so I apologize if I got that information wrong.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this? Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative.
So you're here representing rural Missouri?
The Rural Caucus of Missouri, yes.
The Rural Caucus of Missouri. So can you just tell me, you only have three minutes, so if you can just tell me a little bit about that as quickly as you can.
Yeah, the Rural Caucus Missouri represents the outstate areas, as we so often call them. So 105 counties in Missouri are considered rural, 110 if you could count counties like Cole and Boone that are urban city centers, and then rural out counties.
So is this a nonpartisan organization?
No. I'm a Missouri Democratic Party Rural Caucus.
Okay.
My apologies on that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
We are the only rural caucus in Missouri. The Republicans don't seem to care about rural voters ever.
Any other questions of this witness? Yes, lady.
I'm just curious, do you have any, like, totals? How many people do you regularly have meetings?
Yeah, we meet usually once a month. We just helped with the state fair. Representative Lily Fuchs and Representative Ashleyani, Carrie Ingold, they all came. We also have monthly meetings, and at this moment we have, I believe, 112 paid due members. Okay. We are the largest caucus by dues-paying members in the state of Missouri.
Any other questions of this witness? Representative Mayhew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification. I happen to be a member of the Rural Caucus right here in the Capitol, so not sure what you're talking about when we don't care about rural areas.
I'm sorry, for private citizens, not for politicians. If you look on the Missouri Ethics Report, if you type in Rural Caucus, we are the representative.
Okay, so you're a separate organization, but
yes.
Yeah, we have a very thriving Rural Caucus here
Sir,
that includes Democrats and Republicans.
Sir, if I may, this is the first time that y'all have
thank you, gentlemen, for your
rural.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may answer his question, if that's acceptable, Chair.
There was no question.
If I may respond to his comment, then.
No, sir. You can go ahead and step it up. Thank you.
Okay.
We do have another question over here. I'm sorry. Representative.
Thank you. To comment, I just wanted to thank you for coming and sharing, because I think a lot of people assume when you say rural, it's only the Republican Party. And what I found out is there are a lot of black and brown representation in Missouri's rural communities as well. And so just kind of thank you for sharing that. And if you wanted to expand on your earlier comment.
Yes, ma'am. To that point, there's not a single county in Missouri that does not have hundreds of Democratic voters. And demographic data shows because of fears and because of stuff that, and we can't have to take the blame for that too. We haven't always been showing up. But because of fears and part of this, there's probably hundreds more that don't vote because they're afraid their neighbors and they don't know we're there. And one of our goals is to make sure that democratic representation and everybody's voice is heard. To expand upon my earlier point, this is not the first time that the Republican supermajority has tried to disenfranchise rural voters. The first time was when they went to the presidential caucus, which showed gross turnout from a statewide primary and limited rural voters. I know plenty of farmers, and presidential primaries during calving season, and you farmers, you can't leave a cow that has a breech birth to go vote and yell at somebody about who should be president. You just can't.
And so from your perspective, you are seeing a lot of the rural communities who are opposed to this.
It's not just my perspective. Governor Keough's office was full of voters from as far south and as far rural as around Branson, Stone County, and Taney County, Missouri, saying we don't want this.
They don't want it.
Nobody wants this. The only person who wants this is Washington, D.C., because they don't want to be held accountable for their actions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
All right. Are there any for informational purposes? Anyone here in favor? We will take the next opposition to HB 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Ellis Johnson. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, and I live in the small sliver between State Line and Troost. But I'm here today, not on behalf of anyone other than myself. I'm an attorney in Kansas City. This is a little bit out of my league normally, so I feel a little unprepared because I'm just speaking personally. But I also brought my daughter. She's here. My husband is here. I have a lot of friends. We started a charter school in Midtown Kansas City where black and brown kids go to school with my kids. And I don't stand here today purporting to speak on their behalf or understand fully their experience, and I just want to thank the members here today who spoke to that experience very eloquently with lots of information. But I also just want to lend my voice as a support for those people who will be disenfranchised by passing this map and this change that you do not have to make and that is illegal to do. I want to thank the Democratic representatives here today. They set such a great example for my daughter to see women in leadership and people of color in leadership asking tough questions, requiring you to be accountable for information. And the person sitting in this chair acted like he didn't even know. He didn't have the information. He didn't know how to get it. He gaslit. He lied. He sat here and said things that you just had to trust him because he likes the map. Well, I don't like the map. And Kansas Cityans don't like the map because it divides us. Just like you said, you don't want your district to be, your city to be divided anymore. Kansas City does not want to be divided. We deserve representation and a voice. And this is the sign. I'm sorry I was holding it up. I didn't know that that wasn't allowed, but Kansas City urban voters deserve an actual voice in DC. And this illegal gerrymandering solely for the purpose of taking a historically blue seat and turning it red would take away that voice. You are dividing the urban dwelling, liberal-leaning population to purposefully change those votes, just like the president has asked you to do. It's why this map is in front of you, and it's unnecessary. This whole demeanor of, unfortunately, you know, we have to redraw the lines. No, you don't. You already did in 2022. Even if you represent the more rural districts and you're sitting here just blah, 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 this woman from the city came here to, you know, whine at us, you are accountable to us. As the Representative Sharp mentioned, Kansas City is an economic hub. We contribute taxes to support what is going on here in Jefferson City. I drove 2.5 hours to be here. We contribute with our dollars, we contribute with our taxes. You are accountable to us. You are also our last line of defense against a federal power grab. So I know it's hard to stand up to bullies. I saw these women, I saw these men do it today, and I ask you to vote no on the redistricting. It's just the right thing to do, standing up to a bully.
Are there any questions of this witness? I'll just let you know, I grew up in St. Louis City. I too was disenfranchised at one time. I don't feel that I had the representation down there. I understand your pain, but I do believe these maps are better for Missouri in a whole. Thank you.
We disagree.
I understand. All right, with that, sorry? Thank you. With that, are there any informational purposes? Anybody in favor of House Bill 1? We will take the next person in opposition to House Bill 1. Thank you, sir. Could you please state your name clearly in the mic?
Thank you. My name is Carl Trey. I'm from Columbia, Missouri. I've lived in Missouri all my life. My mom lived in Missouri all her life, and her father, who was a farmer down in Callaway County, lived all his life in Missouri. I don't plan on leaving Missouri, but Missouri's getting really, really crazy as far as what's going on in the world. Our federal government is just crazy with their authoritarian leanings. I don't want a king. I don't want this gerrymandering to go through either. I don't think it's fair. There are people who honestly know that it's not fair. And there are people that are trying to help us too. I'm going to keep coming up here whenever something is going on that I don't think is right and I don't think should pass. And I'm going to encourage everyone I know to do the same thing. We don't need to go down Donald Trump's path. That is not a good path. That's not a good place to be. history will bear me out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none, sir, thank you for being involved in the process.
Thank you.
All right, anybody here for informational purposes? In favor? The next person in opposition to House Bill 1, please step forward. First, could you have a seat? Please put your form in the box, and then cozy up to the microphone there so we can hear you, and then you can start.
Before I start, I have a big ask. You have asked that we respect you and give you our full attention. I would like to have the same in return. Like I said, a big ask. I'm Abby Herndon. I'm in Senate District 23 and House District 104, which is St. Peter's. I come to you as a politically active tax-paying constituent. HB 1 is a massive political overreach by our legislative branch here in Missouri and then the federal government executive branch. In less than 10 years, the next census happens, and you can redraw the maps then like it's always been done. I'm an election judge supervisor. This is not my first trip to the Capitol, and it certainly won't be my last. I vote in every election that I can, not just the big ones, but the small ones like school board. This is illegal gerrymandering, plain and simple. HB 1's bill summary is 2 sentences and 1 full page. Its bill text is 128 pages, but if you put them all together, at most is 1 page of actual wording that isn't just Roman numerals. I absolutely oppose this bill, and I'm asking that you do as well. I would love to know what data this is being drawn from, since there's no public data available. I've looked everywhere. I'm very familiar with the government website where the show me state. Please show me the data, the criteria, the algorithms. This is based on demographics. What is this based on? Why is this happening now? Other than convicted felon President Donald Trump has asked Governor Kehoe to do this. Why can't we just wait for the appropriate times to improve the Missouri First map? Because this is not acting, you are not acting as if Missouri is first. All I'm asking is you respect the will of the people, respect the power of the people. Stop trying to take our power away. Stop trying to diminish our power and willfully ignoring parts of our own Constitution. I know what our Constitution is. I've read it. I have the articles. I know what I'm saying. Please respect this. I have 3 minutes on the clock. My time's up.
Your time has expired. Are there any questions of this witness? Representative?
Not a,
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Schmidt. I'm sorry.
is it Abby? Did you say your name is Abby?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Nice to meet you. I really don't have a question for you. You did a very good job presenting. Really just wanted to make a statement, just thanking you for coming. We may or may not agree on this issue, but I value that you sacrificed your time to come. I value that you sacrificed your time as an election judge. We don't have a lot of those, and so thank you so much for doing that. It's important to me that the young generation in this room and across this state know that there are strong, intelligent, gracious women on both sides of the aisle. So I want to make sure to take time just to tell you, thank you for coming. We appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
Representative Smith. One more question, lady. Representative Smith.
And it's Abby, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Abby. I want to ask you about your question, about your occupation as an election judge. Do you think that this new map will affect your job in any way?
So as soon as the announcement was made, we got letters, all election judges got letters from the election authority saying, no, we're not having a special election, and we don't know if down the line this is going to affect voting as an election judge. Are we going to do more? Are we going to do less? But we'll keep you informed. But they knew this was coming and they prepared us for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please make sure you leave your form in the box, please. If there are no further questions, we will move on to any for informational purposes. Any in favor? We will move on to opposition of House Bill 1.
Hello. My name is Natalie, and I am originally from St. Louis, and I am here today for a pretty...
Natalie, could you state your last name, please?
Hosto.
You can continue, I'm sorry.
I am here today for a pretty straightforward reason, and that is I have a calculator on my phone. So I ran some numbers, and I am now going to share them. Currently, Republicans in the House hold a supermajority of 75%, which alone is already starkly disproportionate to the estimated number of Republican constituents. This redistricting will raise that number to 87.5, which exceeds the percent of even our country states with the highest Republican voter registration rates. In no state would this number accurately represent its constituents, and Missouri is no exception. As at least one of you here is a fan of simple math, I find it hard to believe that these numbers, which can be crunched by anyone with a calculator, or past 6th grade math for that matter, went unnoticed during the creation of this bill. The simple answer is that they couldn't have. Either that, or we have an entirely new crisis on our hands regarding the rudimentary education of our lawmakers. Of course, as previously stated, as reasoning for the legitimacy of this bill, other states are doing it without legal repercussions, so therefore we as a state should have the right to as well. Frankly, the reasoning that we as a state should undermine the true reflection of the opinion of the people in the state of Missouri due to the notion that other states are doing it to their own people sends the message that our representatives prioritize their own power over policy over ensuring our people are accurately represented in the lawmaking process. When it comes down to it, regardless of pressing for personal beliefs, our Constitution was built on the foundation that it would be representative of the people. Any reasoning of its alleged legality or personal preference actively goes against our state's constitutional values. Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Are there any questions of this witness? Representative Smith.
I don't want to ask two questions, so I got to combine it. I think I heard you say you were from St. Louis, and if so, how does the new map impact you?
It impacts everyone in Missouri. It doesn't have to be specified specifically to St. Louis because these laws are for our entire state. It doesn't matter where you're from, it will impact all of us.
Any further questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, lady. I will ask if there's any here for informational purposes. Any here in favor? All right, next person up for opposition to HB 1.
Hello, my name is Perrin Dowse, and I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 1. I am from York, Missouri, which is a deeply rural town about an hour southeast of Kansas City. My home community and countless others like it in Missouri have never had to worry if their collective majority interests would be represented in our Congress. Missouri's urban and suburban communities also deserve to have that certainty, not to be split and diluted into rural communities with contrary majority interests. The interests and needs of my community are undeniably different from that of Kansas City. These differences between communities have been understood and respected in our country since the Constitutional Convention and the Great Compromise. Let's not throw away that precedent just because it's legal too. I encourage all of you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this witness?
It's a little bit of a
Seeing none, thank you.
home. I mean, I only did 4 months here. So many other people did so much.
Did you leave your form up? Yeah, I should.
But
I'm
to just
sorry.
see the buildings.
All right.
See myself,
Any for informational purposes?
here,
Any for in favor of?
reminds you that you're
So the next person for opposition to House Bill 1.
but yet President Trump talks about. Thank you.
I live in Berry County, Missouri. This bill's going to pass. Let's not kid ourselves. So I'm not here to try and persuade you. I'm here to offer a warning. Washington wrote about the dangers of partisan allegiance, saying that it would subvert the common interest. And we are seeing that play out today in this room. I'm here to ask you, Republicans, if the Democrats were in the supermajority doing this, I'd be asking them. But it's Republicans in the supermajority, so I'm here to ask you.
Hold on 1 second, please. Who's the owner of the camera? I'm sorry, sir. You're not losing any time on this, I assure you.
I appreciate it. I'm here to ask you, in the supermajority, is your allegiance to the party or is your allegiance to the people? Your witness said he wants to see all Republicans elected, even though 40% of voters are Democrats. In Berry County, over half of registered voters didn't vote in 2024. So again, are you here to represent the interests of the party or here to represent the interests of the people? In China, they have one party. In Iran, they have one party. In North Korea, they have one party. I grew up during the Cold War. In the Soviet Union, they had one party. And when I took civics class, which I don't know is even required anymore, I was taught that what made America great was the free exchange of ideas, the free debate, and not loyalty to a party, but loyalty to the Constitution and loyalty to the people. So when I heard this extraordinary special session was happening at the request of the President of the United States, it occurred to me that this bill, this HB 1, is loyalty to the party. And my warning to each of you in the supermajority is that you will win. You will redistrict. And someday, you may even have total control over this whole country. And I want to warn you that when that happens, you will start fighting each other and turning on each other. George Orwell wrote 1984 about the dangers of one-party rule. So my warning to you is you're going to get what you want. But be careful what you wish for, because it is not going to work out the way you intend or imagine it will today. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. I believe we have a question for you, Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More of a comment than a question. Some of your comments reminded me of something that happened, I think, in 2022, maybe 23, maybe before that. There was a former representative named Don Roan that gave a very impactful speech, probably the most memorable speech that I've heard in the House chamber. I think this was after the Senate had just effectively killed all of our bills in the House and went home for the year. And he told the chamber that you can vote your party, you can vote your district, or you can vote your heart. I think me and you are on the same page in asking the supermajority. Some of this won't apply to everyone, but to those it does apply to, please vote your heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness? Representative?
Mr. Chair, to comment and then to inquire.
Proceed.
I think the point is well taken that majorities don't last forever in America, neither do issue-based coalitions. I spent some time looking at all the maps from the 1970s on in Missouri, and some of those were drawn to say we have majority Democrats representing Missouri, and then they would flip and change. So I think that's the case too. There's a lot of fluidity in the way people have the ability to change their mind and vote how they want to. But I want to ask you about that issue, because I've been thinking about it. The issue of whether or not I'm voting by conscience or just my party. So my first question is, if there was somebody who genuinely believed that President Trump was an authoritarian and a threat to democracy and would subvert the Constitution, do you think they would have a moral duty to do what they could non-violently to prevent him from keeping power?
Absolutely.
All right, so say hypothetically there was somebody who sincerely believed that the Democrats were authoritarian and would trample upon the Constitution, and that they would undermine our principles of the Republic, and they would usher in Orwellian policies. Would they have a duty to prevent them from taking power?
Absolutely.
Well, so that seems like there's a little bit of a stalemate and moral impetus there. And I think that may be a more fair way to read the situation, but that's just a thought.
Thank you. Representative Smith?
So, moral consciousness. How would removing Reverend Emmanuel Cleaver be morally conscious and really make one party greater than the other?
To be honest, I am not familiar with the Reverend, but I will say that from a moral and ethical point of view, the closer our representatives are to the population, the more representative the outcomes will be. And so I've heard about, I got to get my math right, a 5-3 distribution seems like a better direction to go than a 7-1 distribution in terms of that representative democracy.
Representative Bonnie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a quick statement and then ask my question. As someone from Berry County who holds these positions, I would like very much to talk about Missourians and how we vote. One of the reasons I am so proud to be a Missourian is that I genuinely believe that for so long, Missouri has been something of a bellwether state. I believe that Missourians have the capacity to understand the nuances of the things that are being asked of us as at the ballot box. And I think that we can see what that has looked like in our state just in the last 20 years, right? We have gained a Republican supermajority while continuing to pass progressive policies at the ballot box. That tells me that people have nuanced political views. In my district, for instance, I represent a pretty purple area. And I have voters who vote for me, who vote for Donald Trump, who vote for Republican statewide electeds, who may vote for another Democrat down ballot. because they are voting on the issues and on the people and on the person who best represents them. And I think that Missourians are capable of that. My question to you is, what does that look like in your part of the state? And how could you speak a little bit to that, of your experience, of the nuances that Missourians see in these policies and these questions at the ballot?
Yeah, I actually can. My church is a Pentecostal church. It's a bilingual church. It's led by Hispanic speakers originally from Puerto Rico. And I have neighbors who don't vote. I have neighbors who are Republican. I'm not too far away from the Branch Davidian compound in southwest Missouri. I guess what I'm getting at is that the majority of people in my county didn't feel represented by either Democrats or Republicans. To get to your point, that if Joe Biden is overreaching, then there is a moral obligation to stand up to him. But to flip the coin and support Trump's overreaching is not morally justified. When I grew up and attended Vacation Bible School, I was taught that two wrongs don't make a right. But when I listen to national politics, whether it's in the media or I'm watching C-SPAN or I'm watching the Missouri legislature, I hear two wrongs don't make, or they did it too. And so therefore it must be okay for us to do it because we have the majority now. And that's just morally not how I was raised. I attended Vacation Bible School every summer, First Baptist Church in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And I grew up believing in the Jesus that I was taught about in that Vacation Bible School, the one who loves all the little children, who loves everybody from all around the world, the one who taught us that if we want to get to heaven, we need to go and do the same as the Good Samaritan. It was later in life that I learned that today we call Samaritans by the name Palestinian. And I don't believe Jesus made that by mistake. I know that biblically the Samaritans were the enemies of the person who asked him, how do I gain eternal life? And I really do believe that when someone puts their loyalty to the party, they are going astray. And if you guys were in the majority, I'd be saying the same thing to you.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, just for being here and sharing those thoughts. I think it's important to just highlight the nuances of Missouri voters and understand that not everyone feels represented by a single party. I think that the conversation we're having today is morally reprehensible, and the suggestion that we should take out a reverend for a pedophile is absurd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Are there any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, sir, thank you. All right, are there any here for informational purposes in favor of the next up for opposition to House Bill 1, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. Appreciate it. My name is Dan Schaefer from Jefferson County. I actually ran for the Missouri House of Representatives, District 97 last time. Mr. David Castillo. I'll probably run again in 2026. I've been listening to this conversation today, and I just wanted to sort of comment on a few things. First of all, we talk about 60-40, 60% Republican, 40% Democrat. That's kind of a number that's been bandied around here. Just want to point out also that only about 64% of the people voted in the last election. So if you multiply these two numbers out, you come up with about 38% of the people voted Republican. So right away, that tells me we're not getting a good enough representation in the state the way it is. So I don't think that we have a mandate really to push a lopsided representation in Missouri. Second thing I'd like to point out is running as a Democrat, I have had quite a few experiences, and I also go to a lot of the Republican meetings. I also read Newsmax. I don't know if you guys know what News Talk STL is. It's a very Republican talking point radio station in St. Louis. They've had me on there twice already because they like to beat up on Democrats, and but their surprise is that I actually stand up and fight them and go 15 rounds with them. And so what I get from listening to all these Republicans is they say, and let's be honest about this, they say, let's go for the 7-1 map. Let's go for the 8-1 map. That's what they're saying, as if it is an entitlement of theirs. And that's what we're really talking about here. Now, we listened earlier before when Representative Deaton, I believe his name was, couldn't answer a lot of questions in a straightforward manner. But we heard a lot of excuses. We heard things like, well, it's going to maintain better members, or it's going to maintain more representation or more fair representation. It's going to provide a better district spread for people. In other words, it's just going to do everything except what he really is talking about. What he's really talking about here is a power grab. And that's really what it is. And I talk to Republicans, I know that that's true. Now, this bill is probably going to pass, and it's probably going to change the map. Whether it ends up being 7-1, we'll have to see in 2026. But let's stop lying to ourselves about this. What's really taking place here is a power grab. And that's just the way it is. So the last thing I want to say here is I want to ask one question to everybody here. Who among you has the courage to stand up and fight for Missouri? We all know you have the courage to stand up and fight for the Republican Party. You got a president backing you up on that, but who has the courage to stand up and fight for Missouri? Thank you.
Are there any questions of this witness?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody here for informational purposes? To speak in favor of? The next person for opposition to House Bill 1, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Carolyn Neiswanger. I'm here representing the Sierra Club and our 11,000 members statewide. First, I'd like to thank the committee for their time today and for allowing us for all to speak and talk about this piece of legislation. I'll keep this short and sweet, as I know that I have a lot of people behind me that would also like to speak, and I'm also going to mirror a lot of what the opposition has to say. So that being said, the Sierra Club does oppose HB 1, and we urge the committee to do the same. Put incredibly simply, environmental concerns are often regional. The Missouri First Map splits up communities and weakens their collective voice and makes it harder for concerns to be addressed. Additionally, the Sierra Club is fervently in support of free and fair elections and accurate representation. This map is not conducive to that. Voters should be allowed to choose their electeds, not the other way around. For these reasons, and for a plethora of others, the Sierra Club opposes HB 1, and we urge the committee to do the same. Thank you so much for your time.
Lady, thank you for keeping it brief. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you leave your slip there in the box. Is there anyone here for informational purposes in favor of? The next person for opposition to House Bill 1, please.
Hi, my name is Karen Pasley. I'm from Columbia, Boone County. Since we're here in Jefferson City, it seemed appropriate to remind us of something that founder Thomas Jefferson said. He said, governments are instituted among men, and hopefully women now, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And I'm not really seeing a lot of consent of the governed in the current political situation. I'm seeing troops on the streets of cities that don't want them there, cities being threatened with troops that don't want them there. And Governor Kehoe, in bringing this bill before us, said he wanted Missouri's conservative common sense values to be truly represented at all levels of government. But the thing is, it's not Governor Kehoe's place, and it's not your place to tell voters what their values are, or even how they best express them. When I go canvassing, I've met plenty of Republicans who say they're voting for Democrats until sense returns to their party. We can't, 40%, we've heard this statistic, 40% of Missourians vote for Democrats, voted for Harris, and we don't know why they did that. Maybe there were conservatives among them who said, I don't really want to vote for for Putin's lapdog. Maybe I don't want troops in the streets of America because that's un-American. As previous speakers have said, you'll pass this anyway, but it's un-American, and I think we should be thinking about returning to representative democracy that does respect the consent of the people who live here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, lady. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none. The next up for opposition, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for letting me testify today. My name is Jen Bernstein, and I'm here on behalf of National Council of Jewish Women St. Louis. We represent 5,000 members, supporters, and volunteers around the whole state of Missouri, and we are here in opposition of this bill. I won't be long. I won't rehash what everyone said about the illegality, the unconstitutionality of this, but I thought it was really interesting that the one person who came here to testify in support from the whole state of Missouri kind of made our point for us. Susan Klein, was here because she wants more pro-life legislators in Congress, and that is why she supports this bill. And so I think it's patently obvious why she's in support of that. So I will just leave my paperwork here, and thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, lady. I believe we have a question.
Sure.
Representative Smith.
Do you live in Congressional District 1?
No, I'm sorry. I live in Congressional District 2.
Has your district changed?
It's going to be changing a little bit, I believe.
And in what way?
It's splitting up part of I don't want to say it in these terms, but I live in an area called Chesterfield, which is a little more purple. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be moving that out, but I'm not 100%.
The proposed map changes it from sort of a purple area to a red
more red
area.
Correct.
And as a resident of CD2, how do you feel about that?
I don't think it's representative of the entire district.
Because it's going to take in more rural?
Correct.
Is Chesterfield already rural?
No, Chesterfield's a suburb.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, lady. Anyone here for informational purposes? Anyone here in favor? We'll move on to the next opposition to House Bill 1, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Weston Marks. I am from St. Louis, Kirkwood specifically, but I'm currently attending the University of Missouri in Columbia for finance and accounting. I want to point out how many people here from all sorts of demographics, all sorts of different areas, all sorts of different party affiliations and accents and cultures across the state of Missouri are in opposition to this bill. Statistically, you're getting a pretty good sample of the population of Missouri, and all of them do not want this to happen. From my understanding, you've only had one person come up here in support. Now, I'm in St. Louis. My vote will still count. I'll still have a Democratic representative. But I have friends in Kansas City, Columbia, Jefferson City. I had a friend in Buchanan County, and there are thousands of others that I don't know that haven't even had the chance to vote yet, like I haven't. I turned 18 just after this past election. And I would like them to have the chance to vote and to have their votes counted. Voting is such a fundamental part of our democracy. And if your vote doesn't count based off of political shenanigans, let's face it, this is a power grab. This is blatantly political. There is nothing in this that is beneficial for the people. This is blatantly political dictator. And if your vote doesn't matter because a small group of people say it shouldn't, you might as well not have a right to vote at all. And the right to vote is so fundamental to our democracy. The right to vote for someone to represent you is so fundamental to our democracy that, frankly, I am ashamed that these are the people that represent me and my friends and my family members. That this is the legislature of the great state of Missouri bowing to a king who has committed crimes, violated the Constitution, destroyed the rule of law, and devalued our country in the international perspective.
Sir, let's keep the decorum down, please.
It really sickens me that this is even being taken into equation. It really is a blatant power grab, and I hope that today you see how many people are sickened by this, are sickened by these actions.
Thank you, sir. You've reached your time limit. Are there any questions of this witness? Representative?
Yes, to inquire, please. You familiar with the concept of sample bias?
Sample bias?
Mm-hmm. You just made reference to a broad sampling of Missouris. Are you familiar with what sample bias is?
I am familiar with what sample bias is.
What is sample bias?
Sample bias is that sometimes there can be statistical errors based off of who you take your sample from.
The sample isn't actually properly and fully broad, correct? So can you name two groups that, practically speaking, could not be here and could not be represented today? Very important groups.
I cannot.
The working man and working woman and the stay-at-home parent. These people are not represented here either because they're too busy actually making Missouri better. So please, if you're going to quote sample bias, if you're going to quote samples, my gosh, be honest about it. Thank you.
Representative Harbuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Proceed.
If someone is outvoted, how does their vote no longer count?
Because they do not have a representative. They might as well not have voted at all because their vote does not. I mean, we've seen a large amount of young people who don't vote anymore because they just don't feel like their votes are being counted because of redistricting, because their demographics are being lumped in with other demographics that outweigh them in terms of majorities, which is blatantly what is happening here. You're removing the voting power of heavily Democratic Kansas City.
But if a majority vote wasn't counted, would that be the same as their vote not counting anymore if the majority didn't prevail?
Can you rephrase the question?
So the political minority, their vote doesn't count if they're outvoted by the majority. But then the alternative would be to not let the majority vote prevail. Would that mean the majority's vote didn't count then?
It would mean, but I would counter that doesn't exactly apply here because the district in question, the city of Kansas City, historically is incredibly Democratic. The majority of voters there are Democratic. And so to break up that district by lumping them into Republican majority districts is disenfranchising the voters of Kansas City who deserve to have a representative that represents their demographic and their locality.
Well, I've been thinking about the word democracy. I think it's part of our system. But one reason why I don't use the word democracy as the only word we use for the constitutional republic, representative democracy, representative republic, is because of what the word democracy itself means. Do you know what the Greek etymology of the word democracy means?
I'm not terribly familiar with the subject, but I believe it has something to do with the people.
Democracy comes from the word for rule. It means you're ruled by. Demos means many. So in a democracy, you're ruled by whoever outnumbers you. That's why I don't like to use the word, because I think that there should be a respect for minority rights, political minority rights, and that's a hallmark of a constitutional republic. But if you're saying we want to save democracy, democracy in itself means you got outvoted and you lost, and you're ruled by whoever outvoted you. So it's kind of an ironic turn of phrase, I think, because democracy means you're just ruled by, there are more people around you, they get to be your rulers. That's why I don't use that phrase, but that's why I think there's an irony in saying we lost the political power vote, and therefore that's killing democracy. That's actually a direct effect of what a democracy would do, is that a majority would outvote you and they would impose their political will upon you. It's just a thought, too.
Thank you, Representative Devani.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to be clear that it is incredibly disingenuous to just talk about these maps and this witness's testimony as simply being outvoted. What happens when you're outvoted? Oh, you lose. Okay. Thank you for being on your moral high horse, but what's important to acknowledge is that the fix is in, and that's the point. When districts are gerrymandered, when lawmakers choose their voters rather than allowing voters to choose them, there is an unfair advantage of the majority. I want to be clear about that.
It directly subverts the heart of democracy. It destroys the soul of democracy because the people can no longer choose who is in charge, because who is in charge is choosing who is in charge.
Exactly.
And that is not what democracy is. I would like to counter Representative Hardwick's point that the Democrats already have a minority.
Super minority.
Exactly, precisely. And it does no good to reduce that. We are already disenfranchised enough as it is. Columbia and Jefferson City, heavily blue cities, already are disenfranchised. Kansas City, one of the major economic and population centers of the state, should have its own district to represent its interests. It is one of the founding documents of our country, Federalist 51, by James Madison, of all people, warned against the tyranny of the majority. It states that a founding principle of our nation is that there is an opposition party, that there is a force to oppose a sweeping agenda by a majority, and you are eliminating that. And it does no good to anyone to do that except to yourselves. And that sickens me.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you through?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. All right, anybody here for informational purposes? In favor? The next in opposition to House Bill 1, please.
Good afternoon. I'm skipping class for this, so I hope that you all listen and it's worth it. Because I will not be getting those attendance points back. But my name is Christian Kasten. I live in Columbia, Missouri. I believe now, since I've moved, I'm in Representative Steinhoff's district, so thank you for your work. And I just want to not rehash what we've already talked about, but very importantly, make two distinctions. One, Representative Hardwick, I noticed that you talked a lot about democracy and specifically linguistics, and you talked about the Greek. Specifically now, I want to talk about the Latin. When you look at the seal on the state of Missouri, do you know what you see?
Yeah. We'll have a question later. Go ahead and continue with your statement.
I believe it says, salus populi supremum lex esto. The majority, or the people, are the supreme law of the land. And I find it fascinating that when we are talking about democracy, that this map is extremely unpopular among all Missourians. Yet, this is what we are claiming is democracy as the majority. The most unpopular things are being touted as the thing that is supposed to defend democracy here, and I think that's important. And as a former intern of the House, I watched all of you throughout floor debate tout two things. One, you talked about the radical left, and you talked about all of these crazy changes that might happen. And I want us to note that the only thing crazy happening this session and during this special session is by Republicans. It is completely unprecedented to draw a map mid-decade. That is completely unprecedented. And so for y'all to claim these points about how we have to do things as they've always done, that is another thing, and y'all are deeply valued in tradition. Let's continue with the tradition of keeping our districts drawn at every decade rather than mid. I think it is these two important points that I frankly don't understand the Republican position in this debate. Because if y'all are so steeped in tradition, so worried about conserving, as the conservative party is, about conserving things, then why are we breaking precedent in an unfathomable way with HB 01? And for those reasons, I stand for questioning, and I appreciate the time of the chair.
Thank you, sir. Questions for this witness? Yolanda, or I'm sorry, Representative.
Okay. To inquire, well, really to comment. Thank you for being here, and if I can do any good with your professor, and we can ask if you can maybe get 10 points extra credit for being here and skipping class. Maybe I'm good for that. But I just wanted to thank you for sharing that. I had a constituent just before I walked into committee that mentioned to me when he grew up, he had civics class and he had to learn the motto, the welfare of the people is supreme. And he said, we're not following that anymore. He said, we're following the motto of his words, a wannabe dictator. So I just kind of wanted to mention that and hope he's listening in, that I did bring it up, that, that motto is important. It's something that Missouri has valued and should continue valuing. And this map is not a demonstration of that. So thank you.
Yeah, my professor is actually of law right now. I believe it's Dr. Carolina Wisniewska, and she hopefully is watching this. So, anyhow.
Representative Hardwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Proceed.
First, I think it's great that you're here too, skipping class. This is a good education, and even if we don't agree on things, I think that it's important that you're able to express yourself and tell me where you think I'm wrong, and I think I should consider that. So I appreciate your perspective being here. I'm not a traditionalist. I think we should reform government, but I want to address the issue of this is not traditional in democracy. James Madison, the Federalist 51, was brought up. Do you know who James Madison's vice president was? Or one of his vice presidents?
I don't see how that's pertinent to why we are completely redistricting. So if that is important to the conversation, I think that we should have that, but I don't see why that's important at the current moment.
Well, it's the idea that this is typical of a democracy. It was Eldridge Gerry, who was governor of Massachusetts at the time the term gerrymandering was coined, and he was also a signer of the Declaration of Independence. And then the party so do you know which political party started gerrymandering?
I'm sorry?
Which political party started gerrymandering?
I do not know.
It's the Jeffersonian Republicans, which are the Democratic Republicans. And so Jefferson was quoted too. So I'm not saying that we should gerrymander, we shouldn't. I'm asking those questions to disavow ourselves of the notion that gerrymandering has not been, partisan congressional redistricting and legislative redistricting, not a part of the republic and part of the democracy since the very beginning of the founding of it. Because Eldridge Gerry himself, even though I guess he was critical of the maps, there was no problem in the way the Constitution was structured to draw those maps to favor the Jeffersonian Republicans at the time. So that's a point, too, that maybe would be worth making. But I appreciate your dialogue and you being here. And I really am grateful even for people who disagree with me, because I like to always question if I'm right or wrong about things. Thank you.
Thank you. May I respond? Chair?
Please.
Thank you. And Representative Hardwick, I appreciate your consistency on this matter. I do think it's important to note that this is why I brought up the seal of Missouri. When you want to look at principles and you want to look at founding, what I see is every time when I walked into the State House for work, this past session, I saw that the welfare of the people is the supreme law of the land. And I think that what we have to ask ourselves, if we're going to look back at founding, is this map actually for the welfare of the people? And I really struggle to find that evidence in not only the testimony of Representative Deaton, where he says that it is legal. That is his claim, is that it's purely legal. He never tells you why it is good. We need to ask ourselves why this map is good or bad, not just if it can pass or won't pass.
I think you have another question, Representative Miller.
Hi, Representative.
Hello. To inquire, Mr. Chair. So you talked about, well, you made the point, you know, I can't quote the Latin, I'm not a Latin expert, but you made the point the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Gotcha. Welfare of the people. So one of the things that really sticks out to me is that if you're going to focus on the welfare of the people, right, and you made the illusion at least, not illusion, that the Republicans themselves aren't concerned about the welfare of the people. I would consider, and I'm going to ask you this, do you believe that keeping crime levels down, keeping violent crime, property crimes down?
Scott, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Well, you're fine. Just keep on.
Right. So, long story short, welfare of the people, all right? So how is, we're talking about representation, right? Where do you find the highest crime levels in Missouri?
So, Representative, I think it's very important to note that if we're going to talk about crime, we have
I'm just asking you where they're at. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Representative, I am not aware, but I think it's important to note that this is very off the scope of today's
Don't
debate.
agree, but if you don't know or if you're not aware, that's fine. Thank you.
Questions of the witness? Representative Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. To answer that question, the highest crime rates come from the state-controlled police departments in Kansas City and in St. Louis. That's the answer to the question. So my comment with you, gentlemen, is you're a student. I'm not going to ask where. It's not important. But with other young folks that are interested in this topic, can you speak to how this is being received among young people?
Absolutely. Thank you for your question, Representative Sharp. I think that it is massively unpopular among my friends and all throughout my university. When I have talked about this, I was actually tabling for a club that I'm on the executive board for. And when I was telling people that I was going to testify today and skip class later, that they were like, oh my gosh, this is something that is completely outlandish. They were so surprised. And I was tabling actually next to another political organization that I don't necessarily agree with. And when I was talking to the representative of this organization about this, even that person was like, oh, this is not, I didn't know that was going on. They seemed surprised about the fact that the Republican Party in this instance was doing and acting in this manner, especially not keeping with the tradition of doing gerrymandering at every decade. So thank you.
Any other questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Make sure you leave your slip up there in the box, please. We'll take the next person in opposition.
Hello, my name is Joshua Heater from Columbia. I'm really glad I let both of those young men go in front of me because they're going to be much more articulate than I am. Just wanted to hit a point that wasn't part of what I tried to prepare about, asking us as witnesses where you can find all this data, where you can find out, how many years a census is allowed to take and at what level. Oh, sorry. That's all on the Missouri Legislature website. I found it through the Office of Administrative Division of Budget and Planning and spent hours last night going over that to prepare a statement that included facts and statutes and everything else. And then woke up this morning and realized, no, they should have all that. They're our representatives. They have staff that can prepare all that for them. They wouldn't expect the people to be able to present that to them. I just wanted to make that point. But I'm here as a concerned citizen, and I'm here as someone who's often lumped into a specific group simply for the color of my skin. It would not surprise me if there's a number of people who were surprised to hear my voice and how I speak when I come up here, because I get that every day as a working father, skipping work and time to be here today. I can't tell you how many rural Missourians, through my job at the University of Missouri healthcare system, are surprised to meet me and see me for who I am. Why do I bring that up? Because it was specifically noted that there are groups that cannot be represented here today. Working men and women, stay-at-home parents, and I've been both. And I think it falls to every Missourian to realize what's important and what you need to sacrifice for what is going on here today. Mike Kehoe had a brief moment where he could have privately informed President Trump that the redistricting that is being considered here today would run afoul of our Missouri Constitution. Even better, he could have done it publicly and stood up for Missouri Republicans as a group, and you all have that same chance to show that the people of Missouri, not Trump in Washington, D.C., is what needs to be represented in this legislative house. This committee has the chance to do the same thing by making the right choice in refusing to review redistricting until the next census occurs for 2030. However, the theme of this extraordinary session, I think I learned that term today, I thought it was just a second special session, seems to be limiting the will of Missouri citizens and pitting the citizens against our elected officials. Disenfranchisement is the unstated goal of a committee meeting for this reason. Missouri is the show me state, and I ask that the committee show us, the people of Missouri, that you will not side with these powers that seek to divide us. I talked earlier about being judged just for how I look. Most people probably wouldn't peg me.
Sir, your time has expired.
Okay,
Close
I'll wrap it
quickly.
up. Would not peg me as a true purple Missourian with nuance. That purple has become increasingly blue over the past 2 decades. The 2 young men in front of me, they're still early on and have the hope and nativity that I had at that age.
Okay, sir, thank you. We're going to go into questions now. Are there any questions for this witness? Representative?
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. It sounds like you and I were in the same rabbit hole last night on the internet fighting to find out information about redistricting. And I stumbled upon the same thing, the OA's projections of census changes along the way. And I know that I'm guessing you saw that graphic, right? And so did you glance through some of that? Did you notice whether certain counties were changing in their, projected to change in their populations?
Yes, although I could not tell you. I have a terrible memory as my coworker.
It's all right, but you could see it wasn't just, I believe it went by 5 years is the projection amounts.
Correct.
So, but you could tell that it wasn't just the same number repeated. Like whatever the census was for a county in 2020,
Correct.
Most of the time it was different in 2025 and then different in 2030.
Correct.
Right.
But as the Missouri Constitution puts, this should only follow the census.
Right. But, you know, when I was questioning earlier the bill handler, I wish I had read that part of the Constitution a little closer. While I've been sitting up here, I've read it closer. The census, according to the Constitution, is what tells us how many representatives we get. It doesn't clearly say that the census is necessarily the thing used for the population numbers. Now, should that matter normally? No, because we always do it right around the census. So, of course, we're using the census numbers. It's updated data. Does it make sense to you that if we are going to do this at this time, that we should be using data that's 5 years old?
No.
Do you think that that would change the way this map looked like, even if it was just small changes?
I would imagine so, being from Columbia, split down the middle, and knowing that Columbia has grown the way it has.
And do you think that even though it would be small changes, the people that live on one or other side of that line, that it would matter to them?
I would imagine if everyone realized what was going on here, they would probably be a lot more mad.
I agree. Thank you. Thanks for coming down today.
Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. You mentioned earlier about about Governor Kehoe possibly having a private conversation or maybe even a public conversation with President Trump to inform him that this is outside of Missouri's values. All of us in this committee have had to tell somebody at some point no. All of us. In fact, we probably have told more folks no than we have yes at a lot of times. So we're used to saying no to people, which is why I find it really ironic that we can't say no to someone telling us how to run our own state. That to me is that's why I say I don't recognize this body anymore. I'm not sure how long you've been following Missouri politics, but for a long time, it was, let's small government, small government, small government, small government. This is not small government.
No, and to answer that question, third grade.
Well,
I've always been a bit of a nerd.
So, there's been a lot of test questions asked to our witnesses today, and, instead of deflecting, I would much rather you just take it on the chin and admit you're wrong and move forward. Thank you.
Any further questions for this witness? Representative Ani?
Just a brief comment. I just want to thank you so much for taking time out of your day to be here. I am so disappointed that members of this committee would insult the general public and talk about how so few people had the ability to come because of the work that they do, and it's so noble. Well, a lot of people have work to do, and a lot of people thought that this was more important today to be here to lift their voices and participate in democracy. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for following along. And so sorry we're currently disappointing you.
It's no problem. The thing that would have made it easier was more paid time off.
Thank you. Any further questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Anybody here for informational purposes? Anybody here in favor? The next person up in opposition to House Bill 1.
My name is Brian Kaler, and I'm a Baptist minister here in Jefferson City. And so, yes, with the new map, I would somehow be in the same congressional district as the heart of Kansas City. And that doesn't seem to pass that ambiguous eye test we heard about earlier. I've always thought about my house a couple miles from here. It's just like downtown Kansas City. But it doesn't seem to make sense there as well. And we've talked a lot about things about this violates the state constitution. It violates basic math. Suggesting the 7-1 map somehow represents a 60-40 state. But I also want to highlight the fact that this just goes against that basic, simple moral ethic that we work hard to teach toddlers. But apparently we also need to work on here as well. And that is treat others how you want to be treated. And I don't care if Texas and California and Illinois jump off a bridge. It doesn't mean we have to jump off a bridge too. Sorry if I sound a little too much like a dad here, but my son's just a few years past that point where every day is, hey, treat others how you want to be treated. Right? There's right and wrong, and we know this is wrong. We know this doesn't represent where the state is. We know that this doesn't represent, and we know why it's being done, even if the sponsor of the bill won't openly say it. Let's put aside the lying, the cheating, and the stealing. But if we are going to go ahead and lie and steal and cheat with this bill, I would request as a minister that we at least not try to claim that this is somehow our Christian faith, as the governor did, as the top Republican in the Senate has suggested. We need more Christian representation. 62% of Missourians are Christians. 100% of our congressional delegations are Christians, so we're not persecuted and unrepresented there. And you can't claim to be working to increase Christian representation by trying to gerrymander out of office a United Methodist minister who is one of only 3 pastors in all of the U.S. House of Representatives. So for God's sake, leave Christianity out of it. We all know who this map is really bowing down before. This is a profane power grab. And again, I would prefer us just to not do the lying, cheating, stealing, but if we're going to do it, let's just at least admit what this is all about. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. All right, next up for opposition. Good afternoon, lady.
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Placer. I'm from Columbia. I am at the point of looking at my notes and thinking they should go in the shredder, but there are a few gems left. But some observations first. I represent Jobs with Justice. We have been a part of many of the initiative petitions. I've pounded the pavement many, many times to bring things to the voters, only to have this body throw them in the wastebasket, going back many years. So this is another example. We had the constitutionally provided process of redistricting. Now, because somebody doesn't like the result of that, and because they're under pressure, that has to also go in the wastebasket. So this is a pattern that's just becoming very obvious to us. The other pattern is denial, or an attempt to, somebody used the term gaslight, maybe that's too trendy, but the idea that you could just say, oh, the map just needed to be fixed. It just needed to be reformed. It wasn't political. It wasn't partisan. It wasn't about race. It's just about numbers. And I don't have the numbers, but I know it was fair, and it was just about the numbers. And it wasn't about political pressure from Washington. It's called Missouri First. The governor called it Missouri First. It has nothing to do with just needing one more seat. The news people have caught on. They're saying Missouri's just falling in line. Just falling in line behind Texas. It's too obvious. You're too transparent. You're just, the terms that have been used over and over, power grab, illegal gerrymandering, all my notes go over that. The only other thing I have to add is the cost. And the cost is both financial and political and psychological. There's the cost of this special session that all of us taxpayers are paying. There's the cost of the legal battles that are probably coming up, inevitably coming up. We're all going to have to pay for that. And I predict this will not stand.
Lady, you have reached the end of your time limit. I'm sorry.
Okay, I just have one more point.
Make it quick, please.
The cost to the communities that are going to be carved up by this map, the cost of their representation, and the loss of respect for this body. Okay, fine.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Steinmeier.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying and coming down today. As I've heard many people talk about that kind of being disenfranchised when your community is cut up, and I think that's your last comment you made, right, was about the idea of cutting up our community. You said you were from Columbia area, is that correct? I wondered if you could speak to how it felt to be in Boone County before our last state Senate lines were redrawn, when we were grouped in with some other counties. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What was your sense from the community about that?
Well, we felt it was pretty obvious what was going on. I mean, and Columbia is, one of those communities that's with a line right down the middle. How much more blatant can you be?
Well, and I'm talking about our state senator. We used to have other counties in the state Senate lines, and so we were not treated as a county by ourselves. And do you remember when that changed? What was your perception about how, like, your neighbors felt about finally having a Boone County vote in the Missouri Senate?
Well, that did matter. And I get your point now.
Sorry.
I mean, that did matter. To feel that we could stand up and make a difference when we go to the ballot box.
And so I agree with you that it is upsetting to think that those lines are going to be drawn in some counties that haven't had that before. Now, you mentioned the current congressional line going right through the middle of Boone County, kind of a horizontal line, which of course goes right through Columbia, north and south. My daughter lives a mile from my house, and she has a different congressperson than I do. This new map, I believe there was some effort to make sure municipalities were not divided.
Yes.
And have you noticed that now Columbia's supposed to be in one?
Yes. Although I can't justify the harm to Kansas City because I'm so self-interested. I like what's happening to Columbia.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
I just
and I think that. I find it interesting that in the proposed map, Boone County is in either District 3 or District 5. And if there was this strong effort to put all municipalities into one congressional district, how could they not have figured out a way to move 6,000 people from one district to the other district to balance it out? It wasn't, I mean, people might say, oh, it created a domino effect. It's not going to create a domino effect. But they still did not get Columbia, at least, in one congressional district.
Yeah, that could have been fixed. And again, if it's supposed to be on a rational basis, based on the numbers, which we haven't seen yet, what could explain that? The 6,000, it doesn't make any sense.
Right, and we don't have any information for us to understand it any better. So that makes us just suppose that there was ill intent.
Yeah, and I'll probably run into somebody who says, oh, sorry, I can't vote on that, or I can't sign on that, or I can't do that because I'm one of those 6,000 people in your town who don't belong to you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This is just plain silly.
Thinking about our county clerk and all of the special ballots that have to be created.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, lady. All right, anybody here for informational purposes? Anybody here in favor to speak in favor of? Then we'll take the next for the opposition to House Bill 1.
Good afternoon. Luckily, we're not yet in evening. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
We'll need your name, please.
Yes, my name is Marilyn McLeod. I'm from Columbia, Missouri. I'm here testifying as a citizen because I am really concerned about this. I think this is such an important change that is being proposed that deciding in a day or two on something like this is just wrong. It really requires lots of thought. I don't understand why this is even being taken up. The census was done, the legislature, some of you were probably involved in the redistricting that occurred. At that time, we thought it would be better that the state be a 5-3, 5 Republican, 3 Democrat, based on the more or less 60-40 votes, statewide votes that were happening. However, it went to a 6-2. This proposal for 7-1 seems to defy even that logic about how are the people voting and what do they really care about. The governor says it represents the people's values. The people have voted on various measures, initiative petitions, that the legislature has reversed. And so it negates the people's values. And so what values is he talking about? In fact, just a week or so ago, forgive me, I may have the wrong timing, he signed the negative of what was Proposition A, sick leave for the people. So almost 58% of the people voted for it, and which indicated it was not just by party, it was by the people's point of view. So why does this 7-1 map matter? It changes the probable election of members to the Congress. And the question is, why is this necessary at this time in the middle of the decade? It just came out of nowhere, I think. So was the Republican Party thinking all along that maybe we would change the districts? I think this just sort of happened maybe about a month or two ago when it was proposed that various states do whatever they could to increase the numbers from one party to U.S. Congress. That's not a reason for Missouri to do this. We have our own Constitution, we should observe it, and I think that should have been the first statement that the governor would have said is, our Constitution says we do our redistricting once every decade. So at this point, I'll say I hope that you will reject this House bill. And thank you for your time.
That was perfect, like 3 minutes on the dot. Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Ma'am, thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take the next up in opposition, please.
Mr. Chairman, Shannon Cooper today representing the fine city of Kansas City, and I bring you greetings from Mayor Lucas as well as all members of the City Council. What a strange building we operate in here, and maybe that's what's kept me coming back for 26 years. But 90 days ago, I was here before the House advocating on behalf of the city for an economic development plan that we greatly appreciate both chambers and the governor endorsing to make sure that we have the ability to compete with our neighboring states and keep professional sports in Kansas City, which helps our community thrive and grow. And now I find myself here today staunchly opposing a proposition that chops our region into three different pieces. For decades, Kansas City has been represented by a single voice in Washington, D.C., and that voice has been strong and powerful and has served our community well. And if you doubt that, you can look at the number of federal jobs we have, 30,000 plus IRS employees, Social Security Administration, Department of Agriculture, Veterans Affairs. A sole voice for Kansas City has been great for our region. The business community as well as the city appreciates that, and they have supported that for decades. And now we're here today facing a map that dissects our region. And as Representative Sharp pointed out, and I will welcome you to the 4th District if after the smoke clears and settles, that small sliver of Kansas City, which has nothing in common with Henry or Bates or St. Clair or Polk County. All I can tell you is if you want to fence your backyard in, I'll bring you a calf up there so you can feel like you're in the rural area. But this is just wrong for our community. And I have gone through 3 redistricting processes in my time here. And what is sorely lacking in this is the amount of public input and the time where in the past the committees have traveled across the state and gone into communities and taken the local input from citizens, businesses, as well as elected local officials to see what they care about and how they want to be put into those districts. And we're going to do this in 6 or 8 hours in the House and vote her out tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday. The city feels that it's wrong. That's why Nancy and I are here today. We hope you all reconsider the path you're going down. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Any questions for this witness? Representative Ani.
Thank you. To inquire. Hi, Shannon.
How are you?
I'm doing quite okay. I want to talk about the current map that exists in our state, which already breaks Kansas City up, right, into 2 different districts. And speaking as somebody who currently lives in the 6th Congressional District, also lives in Kansas City, I think that I have seen firsthand what it does to a region to have 2 legislators in Congress representing the area. Now, I will say that what I have seen is that the current Congress people, Sam Graves and Reverend Cleaver, they work well together. They get along well. They do a good job of working together and bringing priorities to the Kansas City area. And I want to be clear about why I think that is, and I would like your opinion, having worked in the area and seen what you've seen. But I think that works precisely for the reason we actually heard earlier in this committee. The idea that, okay, maybe there would be someone in the majority, maybe someone in the minority, they could help them out. Absolutely. As someone in the super minority, I can tell you, partnering with someone in the majority is quite useful when you have a shared priority. My fear is that if we lose a Kansas City-based congressperson, which we likely are going to do with this map for the 5th Congressional District, that we will have folks who live in rural Missouri and mostly represent rural Missourians attempting to cobble together some sort of effort around the needs of Kansas City. Could you speak a little bit to that, about how it currently works and what the dangers are of splitting it into 3 and what it takes to get 3 congresspeople on the same page in the year of our Lord 2025?
I think the first thing I'd say is anytime you dilute things more, and now there's 3 of us, you have the propensity to believe the other individual is taking care of that issue, and then that issue never gets solved. And in the past, as you pointed out, with Congressman Graves and Congressman Cleaver, regardless of who the majority party is, both of those individuals have been able to work well together and share the needs and the goals of the Kansas City region. I would believe the concern that you have is very valid, that if suddenly Kansas City being split into 3 different regions, all of those represented by individuals who have a larger rural constituency, you know how things work, and sometimes there's just not enough to go around. And if that's a small part of your district, you're not always going to be well taken care of. And I think the fact that Representative Cleaver and those that have preceded him who have come from the Kansas City region and have gone to Washington, D.C., regardless of which party was in control, have done a good job on focusing on the priorities of the Kansas City region, because we all know what the folks in downtown Kansas City need is definitely different than what the folks in rural Henry County need out of our friends in Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To briefly comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to briefly add to the record that Kansas City currently has 3 Congress people currently. Mark Alford currently represents the very small portion of Kansas City that dips into Cass County, which I am also proud to represent. So that would not be changing that in that regard. Would you agree with that statement?
Representative, it's odd that you represent that area. I used to represent that area also years and years ago. But Congressman Alford represents a sliver of the southern tip of the Kansas City region. He does not represent Kansas City proper.
It's technically part of Kansas City city limits, but it's a very small portion. But well, thank you.
I'm well aware of that. I used to always take credit for every good thing that happened in the Kansas City region, although I represented the southern townships in Cass County. I think the same ones you have today.
Any further questions? Representative Smith.
As someone who is from Kansas City, I want to get your thoughts on this, because there have been so many people here in this committee who've said that they like this new map. This may take some imagination on your part. So let's say you know nothing about Congressman Cleaver, and maybe you heard that he doesn't do a good job at his job. Whose job is it to fire him?
It would be the voters.
It would be, wouldn't it? And so how does this map then put Congressman Cleaver, who is an elected official by a body and has been continuously elected, how does this change then impact him? Why are we so concerned about Congressman Cleaver potentially losing his job?
If you look at the new map and what limited numbers I have seen on the percentages of how the district is, it makes it much more difficult for the congressman to retain this seat, just because the percentages are changed.
So demographically, I'll just say I identify as a black woman, and it looks like Congressman Cleaver may identify as a black man. Would you say that there will be people who in Missouri kind of don't agree and wouldn't want a black person to represent them? I mean, I know that that's a stretch and it takes some imagination.
Well, Representative, if the chairman will give me some leeway, I'll tell a story because that's what I'm good at. But somebody, I think Representative Gregg pointed out back in 18 about how Kansas City, how that district stretched over to Marshall.
I think we're operating outside of the purview here, so let's reel that back in.
You don't want me to talk about Representative Cleaver?
No, no, sir.
You know what? Thank you for entertaining and going there in terms of our imagination. We know that demographically there is a switch and that this threatens the representation of a black man in this state. And to have only two and then one taken away because of a map change and not because of the voters disenfranchises voters. So thank you.
Any further questions of this witness? Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Shannon.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to go back to the year 2022. I can't get these numbers out of my head for some reason. 69% of Republicans voted in favor of a 6-2 map that year. 78% of Republicans in the House voted in favor of a 6-2 map as well. You've been involved for a while. You've been representing the city of Kansas City and a lot of their interests for a while. Can you talk to me about what you've seen change over the last few years?
Well, if you want to go back and talk about what happened on that in 22, we had the issue in the Senate where there was a push for the 7-1 map without a doubt, and the Senate bogged down for several weeks fighting over that. But ultimately, when everybody had the opportunity to vote, we came out with the 6-2 map, and that's what we've had. I don't know that the political climate has definitely changed. But if you look at the numbers on Democrats and Republicans who are elected, that 60-40 number appears to be pretty consistent throughout the last 10 years. And we're here today to try and, obviously change that for a different outcome.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone here for informational purposes? Anyone here for...
Here we go. Hello, my name is Timothy Fitzpatrick. I am a resident of St. Louis, Missouri. I live in the 2nd Congressional District. I live in the 85th State District Representative. Personally, I'm a student at the University of Missouri. Lately, I've been getting very involved with my government. Yesterday, I tried calling my representative and senator for the state House Representatives and Senate. Both of them went to voicemail. It kind of sucked, but when it comes to, I wanted to voice to them that I'm against this bill, and so I decided to come here in person to voice my concern about this bill. Personally, I think that as a St. Louisian, my district is already pretty gerrymandered hard. I share the same district with places like Franklin County and Washington, which isn't that bad, but then we're now extending to Crawford County, which is pretty crazy. But I think that I think it's also too early to redistrict. It's only been like a few years since the last census came to redistrict our state. It's very unprecedented. I've seen it's very unprecedented, and seeing this and seeing what my state is doing just seems like it's not comforting as a young person who has to grow up in this kind of environment. And I want my voice to be heard properly from my representatives, and for all the ones I called yesterday, no one picked up. Except for Governor Kehoe's office, who actually had someone working for him who picked up and took my response, which I thought was very thankful of them. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody that has any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you for your time.
All right, I'm going to call for anyone here in favor. Anyone here for informational purposes? Okay, next in opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Donita Patterson Brown. I'm a retiree, I'm a grandparent, and I am also a member of the MOVE PC and a member of the state Missouri NAACP. I'm the secretary. I am here in opposition, and I'm addressing the Redistricting Committee. I urge the committee to reject the HB 1 and so-called Missouri First Map, an illegal and anti-democratic proposal designed to silence voters by rigging the congressional district maps solely for political leverage in advance of the 2026 elections. I am here as a concerned citizen of Missouri, compelled by both conscience and the shared responsibility we bear for the future of our state. Recent discussions and developments surrounding the drawing of electoral district boundaries have raised significant concerns, particularly regarding the negative impact such redistricting may have on minority citizens within our community. Given the importance of fair and equitable representation, I hope you will consider the following perspectives and evidence with seriousness they deserve. Redistricting, the process of redrawing the boundaries of electoral districts, is fundamental aspects of our democracy. It is intended to ensure that each citizen's vote carries equal weight and the communities are represented and fairly in government. However, history has shown that redistricting can be manipulated, sometimes intentionally, sometimes inadvertently, in ways that disadvantage minority populations. In Missouri, as in many other states, minority citizens have long faced structural barriers to political participation, often stemming from the way districts are drawn. The concept of one person, one vote is undermined when districts are constructed to dilute the influence of minority voters, a practice commonly referred to as gerrymandering. This can be accomplished through two primary tactics: cracking, which splits minority communities across several districts, reducing their collective voting power, and packing, which concentrates minority voters into a single district, minimizing their influence elsewhere.
Lady, I need you to close. You've reached your time limit.
I submitted my testimony, what I wrote online, but I just wanted to really say that a lot of people here before me have submitted great testimonies. I am from the East Coast originally. I have been in Missouri for over 2 decades. And to sit here and listen to a lot of this, what you're trying to do to the communities here in Missouri, I just think is appalling.
right, we thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, lady. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Smith.
Can you speculate just for a moment? What do you think some of these unintended consequences are with the passing of this map?
There's already a problem with the voting. I've seen this past year alone in our area in Pulaski County, how many voters that didn't come to the polls in this last election. They literally stayed home. More than, we only had 1,000, a little over 1,000 people out of over 10,000 voters that were registered Democrats that actually showed up.
Are you saying they may feel like their vote doesn't count?
Doesn't count. Their votes don't count. So they stayed home. And I thought that was just ridiculous. Out of the 2 townships that I, as a poll watcher, to make sure things don't occur within the district, to literally watch people not show up to the polls because they think that their votes don't count anymore. It was just shameful to see how people just didn't want to come to the polls, didn't want to vote, stayed home.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Hardwick.
To inquire, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you for being up here. Thank you for being up here from Pulaski County. Always appreciate it when anyone from Pulaski County comes to testify, to express their opinion. So I super appreciate that, what you had to say. I want to pinpoint one point that's been made: illegal maps, illegal gerrymandering. In your estimation, what's the reason why this map is illegal?
When we actually take a group of people and it's like drawing lines because of the place that I chose. When you have groups of people that choose to live in an area because that's the only place that they are able to live due to their income or because of the how do you want to put it? Living in a larger city because landlords only permit them to live in certain areas because of transportation, lack of transportation, due to basically due to their income, due to trying to stay within their because they have, I heard someone mention earlier, because of not getting this, the pay that the pay increase. When you're limited on, if I have to keep 2 jobs just to make it ends meet, to be able to live, I'm going to have to live within a certain district. I'm going to have to live within a certain area to be able to make it. My kids are going to have to go to a certain school. So that means within that school district, within that certain housing area or home, even if I don't own property, but I have to live and rent within a certain area. So that means I have to live within a certain district. Myself, I'm a retiree, but for years I rented in a certain area because that's what my income allowed me to do. I deal with, as an NAACP member, I deal with people that are restricted and have issues with tenants in their building and have problems with their landlords and other tenants in their building because of the color of their skin. We're in 2025. People shouldn't be dealing with people they shouldn't have issues with their landlords about the color of their skin. They should be able to live where they want to live. But we're still having these issues.
Thank you. I appreciate your work with NAACP in Pulaski County. Thank you for being up here. And I'd hope whether you're represented by a Democrat or Republican, that person would try to help all the people in their district and represent all of them. So thank you for your testimony being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more question. Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the legality of this is yet to be determined, right? So we're going to see how that plays out. But can you just talk to me a little bit about how this feels? Whether it ends up being legal or not, does it feel legal?
No, that's part of what I wrote here. I mean, there's so many other things that have in this map. The legality of it, when you start dealing with health care, when you don't have a representative that represents you as an individual and can care less about you as an individual, you're going to have these individuals that are lost in the system. And because you don't have anybody that really gives two toots about you as an individual, because you're not going to have anybody that's going to go to bat for you, for your home, your health care, for your housing, for different things that you have to go to your representative for if you're having these problems with your health care and with your housing.
And that's where I want to jump in. The current representative we have now, we don't have to go find him to make the asks. He knows. He knows what we need. So you win and get some freshman congressman who has no idea what he's doing. He's going to help Kansas City.
But this is happening all over.
It's bullcrap.
Any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, lady.
It's not just happening in Pulaski County. It's happening all over.
Ma'am, you can go ahead and step down. We're done with questioning. Before we go further, I'd like to have a show of hands of how many people are still here to testify. Not 12. All righty, thank you. Anybody here for informational purposes? Anybody here to speak in favor of? All right, the next in opposition, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Wilberding. I moved to Columbia, Missouri from Chicago just about a month ago for school. I am represented by Federal House District 3 and State House District 45, which Representative Steinhoff represents me. And I am here in opposition of this redistricting law. When moving to Missouri, a lot of things drew me in. You can see around the walls the wonderful nature our state has, the hospitable people. What did not draw me in was this power grab. This redistricting law is a clear violation of voters' rights, something that I firmly believe in. I remember the feeling when I was able to vote first. I turned 18 shortly before the presidential election in 2024. And I remember that feeling when I got my voter card and I realized that I had a chance to affect this country's politics, me as an individual person. What what angers me is the fact that the rights of voters in this state that I just moved to are being diluted. This is not something that I wanted to arrive to. And this is really sort of galvanizing my belief in voters' rights. I won't act oblivious as well. There is gerrymandering in Illinois as well. There's gerrymandering in favor of the Democratic Party. But gerrymandering anywhere is wrong. And what's happening with this redistricting bill is very clearly gerrymandering. There's no real sugarcoating it. The proposed bill, the only goal of it is to create another Republican seat out of thin air and to destroy a Democratic one by splitting Kansas City, as our previous witness testified, through cracking. I disagree with Representative West's assertion that the redistricting bill would make the state more competitive. That was said a few hours ago. Because all of this map serves to do is actually increase the proportion of Republican senators, essentially increasing the supermajority that's already there. That is anything but making the state more competitive. I already live in a district that has been split to neutralize Democratic voting power. So Columbia, Missouri is split across 2 different congressional districts. There is no sense to these district borders. They aren't based off of a specific community. They're not based off of geographical area or population. The only thing they are based on is the most net benefit to the GOP. Mid-decade redistricting is not the norm in Missouri, but in many other states as well.
Sorry, you've reached your time limit. Could you please close?
Okay, yes. All I would like to say is that I urge the committee to vote against this gerrymandering bill, which is in clear violation of the Missouri Constitution, and to protect the voting rights of me and protect the voting rights of all Missourians. Regardless of your political party affiliation, you should at least be in favor, as a representative of this state,
Thank you.
in
Will there be
favor
any
of
questions for this
democracy
witness?
and of representation. Thank you.
Will there be any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll take the next person in opposition, please.
Good afternoon. My name is John Stanball. A lot of you all have seen me around, and we've talked at length. I'd just like to say I'm in opposition to this. It's pretty sad that what I consider, and I use this phrase a lot up here, the religious zealotry of the Republican Party running over the will of the people. Mr. Deaton was in here earlier talking about how people's votes count. Well, is that a matter of fact? If I remember in our last election cycle, we had Amendment 3, Prop A, and then back to the gas tax that the will of the people decided, and the religious zealotry of the Republican Party says, nah, you all got it wrong. So we're going to do a do-over. It's pretty sad. And to me, and I have voted Republican the vast majority of my life. Okay, but I didn't vote for the individual. I voted against the other guy. There's only one man that I've ever voted for in my life, voted for. It was in 1992 and 1996, Ross Perot. And people try to make a mockery out of him, and everything that man said was going to happen came to fruition. And a lot of what the Republican Party is doing now, in my opinion, reminds me a lot of Nazi Germany. With what you all are doing, the way you're trying to take control, the way you're trying to set up your Gestapo, it's sad what you all are doing. And just remember, in the days that come when you're lying on a slab and people are lined up, are they going to be lined up to sing your praises or urinate on your grave? Because I know which line I'm in.
Let's keep a little decorum, sir. Are there any questions for
this witness? Are you against the First Amendment of the United States, sir?
Are there any questions for this witness?
Excuse me, are you against the First Amendment of the United States?
Your testimony is over. I'm asking if there's any questions of the witness. Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, anybody here for informational purposes? Ma'am, I'm guessing you're here for?
I'm opposing. Sorry, my phone is about to die. What I have to say is on my phone.
I understand. We'll go ahead and take your testimony. And for you're here for opposition?
Opposition. My name is Carrie Clark. I am from New Bloomfield in Callaway County. I'm a soil scientist and a farmer. I am missing work to be here today. I cannot believe that my state is considering redistricting in violation of everything that I learned in my 8th grade civics and government classes. We elect politicians to represent us and do what is best for the people of the state. I have never been involved in politics before, but you all are pushing us too far. And by us, I mean all citizens of Missouri who think that real problems are not being addressed. We are hurting. Jobs are scarce. People can't afford medical care. Rural hospitals are closing. It takes 6 months to see a medical specialist. Rural communities are nothing but boarded up shops. Nobody has a safety net anymore, and we are heading to a huge population of older people without enough money to survive. So why are we messing with this? This is ridiculous. You all need to move on to real issues and quit politicking. You guys have stood up here and said that these maps are not drawn on political parties and past voting trends, but nobody believes that. We all saw the news where President Trump requested this, and Missouri and Texas both jumped to be first. The people of Missouri are more than our political affiliations. We are not a monolith of anything, and our numbers show we are not a Republican monolith in Missouri. Currently, we're a 60-40 split, so we should have a 5-3 split in our 8 congressional districts. To do anything else is a violation of the idea of fair representation. It undermines public trust, it is unethical, and it is a very slippery slope because the tactics you take can always be turned against you. And look what we're seeing already. Texas did it, California does it, Missouri does it, Illinois is going to do it. When is this going to end? We can stop it here. Our representation should reflect the will of the people, and that is most definitely not a 7-1 split. If you can only win by violating the trust of the people of Missouri, that shows your character, your ethics, and your morality. And please don't kid yourself that doing a mid-decade redistrict is anything besides undermining the rules of our Constitution and all the lessons that we learned growing up. Many people in the U.S. are getting pushed too far. We can't take any more violation of our voting rights. Your jobs are all in peril now because what you have proven to us that you don't care about the citizens of Missouri. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. So before you step up, are there any folks here in favor of HB 1? Anybody here for informational purposes? We will now hear the next person in opposition of House Bill 1.
Hello, I live here in Jefferson City. My name is Susan Gibson, and I do not want to be addressed as lady or ma'am. As one of the 40% of voters who voted for decency and honesty last November, I am already cheated out of fair representation in Congress by your current gerrymandered map. What is proposed by the authoritarian regime in D.C. that barks orders at our submissive governor robs voters like me further. I know that you know that it's cheating. The eyes of the whole world are upon this body as you make your deliberations. You may find that exciting, but I am here to tell you that those watching, people around the world who have simultaneous rallies supporting our rallies against this regime, are aghast at your and our governor's willingness to embarrass and debase yourselves to appease a deranged, geriatric, lifelong con man in order to make a desperate power grab because you don't have the intent to do work that would benefit the very deserving people of this state. You are taking advantage of this delusional, infantile, desperately insecure man in the Oval Office to grab for power you haven't earned and don't deserve. It is not too late for you to turn this ship around. You can rise above those above the expectations of those in Washington, D.C., who expect you to be their lapdogs and compromise the principles that you must know in your heart are right. I implore you to be courageous and strong rather than meek and submissive, if for no better reason than that this shame will leave a stench that will stain you for the rest of your life.
Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you, lady. You may step down. All right, I will ask if there's any folks here for informational purposes. Anyone here in favor? Are you here in favor, sir? Well, I didn't call opposition yet, but you may have a seat if you're here for opposition.
Sir. Okay, I put the
Thank
form
you.
in when I first came in the office here.
Sure, thank you.
And I have copies of my presentation if anyone wants them, okay?
You can submit those online, sir.
Which I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can also put those in the bin there. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Larry Bradley. Larry R., as a matter of fact. I'm a retired U.S. Army infantry officer and a native of Missouri. I'm involved with several organizations trying to make elections better. 250 years ago, we fought a revolution in this country based on the thought of no more kings and queens and all the things that went with them, such as feudalism, serfdom, and theocracy. What the advocates of this proposal are doing, wittingly or unwittingly, is trying desperately to bring those things back with themselves as a royalty and priests and the rest of us as serfs. One of the favorite sayings of one of my battalion commanders was, "No guts, no glory." This proposal to illegally redistrict voters is a no-guts proposal. Having now revealed their true intentions for what they will do with the power of elected office and finding intense opposition to their policies and actions, these advocates fear that they will no longer be able to win elections on a level playing field. To maintain power, they must instead tilt the field to their advantage. Catherine Stewart, in her book, Money Lies God, on page 19, foreshadows this behavior. She writes, with a couple of little edits from me, the reality is that the groups involved are consciously helping to lay the foundations for an anti-democratic future. The desired end states of these groups today is neither to win a majority nor to secure a seat at the table in a pluralistic democracy, but to entrench minority rule under the facade of democracy. This redistricting proposal validates Stewart's assessment of what's going on. My first political science textbook was entitled The Consent of the Governed. The title is an extract of one of the key phrases from the Declaration of Independence. Indeed, how do you have the consent of the governed to represent them when you did not win either your nomination or your general election with a majority of the vote, 50% plus one or better, in a legitimately structured contest? I continue to be amazed that we keep on accepting processes and procedures in our elections that would be totally unacceptable in our athletic contests to determine winners, losers, and champions. Instead of having the guts to accept more competition in our election, we continue to suffer proposals to strive for less. The Greek root of the word competition is to conspire together, and conspiring together, people strive for excellence. Lessening competition means a race to the bottom for mediocrity or worse. I see I'm about out of town. If you read my proposal, I have a way out of gerrymandering to go to proportional representation, but I'll end there. What are your questions, please? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for this witness? Representative Ani.
Thank you so much. I'm genuinely curious what your solution is to gerrymandering.
The solution is to re-establish, say we'll have to do some constitutional things and everything else, but divide the state into two districts, one with 3/8 of the population and 3 seats, the other with 5/8 of the population and 5 seats. So if you're in the 3-district, the 3-seat district, you get to vote for 3 seats. And if you're in the 5-seat district, you get to vote for 5 seats, okay? And the outcome of that is determined on the percentage of the vote that the candidates get. And you can find out more about it at fairvote.org. They'll tell you all about it.
Thank you.
Representative Young.
Yes, to inquire. Well, good afternoon. It's still afternoon. Thank you for your patience today. I just wanted to comment, one, that the bill sponsor, I don't know if you were here when the bill sponsor brought forth the proposal, at least in my perspective, and according to his words, has no intention of altering the map, no intention of accepting an amendment. And most of my colleagues on this committee, those that have spoken, seems to concur with that. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are around that. It's, no alterations, no amendments. It's like a done deal here. And the Democrats on this committee that opposes it, obviously we are in the minority. So what are your thoughts around that, sir?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think it's a validation of what I'm saying here is that we have people that think that they are royalty, that they are kings, and that their opinions are not to be questioned as far as that goes. One of the problems we have as a society, in Larry's humble opinion, and of course I'm, trained militarily and also I have an MBA and that sort of thing, is that it used to be, Democrats or Republicans, you would come in here and you would ask a question on a question like this. What is the problem? Let's define the problem, okay? And once we've defined the problem, then what are the potential solutions to that problem? And we go through a process to evaluate those solutions, and we find what we think is the best. And that's where there's going to come in an up or down vote, right? Someplace. Somebody's going to come up with a final solution, and you can do an up or down vote on the solution to the problem. Well, what is the problem here? The problem is that you have someone trying to dictate to you, like a king would, that they need more votes in order to remain in power. My thought for you all today is, show some gumption, show some guts. Don't let this thing even out of committee. Tell them, nah. You want to see the ratio of people who voted in favor of this versus the people who voted against it? Okay? So why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Let me hit a thing. That's the main thing. You got to show some guts.
Thank you for your response.
Are there any further questions for this witness? Thank you. Seeing none, thank you, sir. All right, is anyone here in favor? Anyone here for informational purposes? We will take the next opposition to House Bill 1.
Hello, I'm Arcel. I'm sorry, it's my first time testifying, so. But yeah, so I came from Branson, but I'm studying Columbia University.
Sir, could we get your full name, please?
Sorry, Arcel Chowdhury.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
So yes, I came from. I grew up in Branson, but now I'm in Columbia studying in University of Missouri. So in high school, sorry. So in high school, I took a civics class, and there was a subject about gerrymandering, and pretty much I learned about how that works, and I thought that we would never repeat that, but I guess to my dismay, that has happened. It's happening like right now. I guess there's a bill and everything, and I just want to say I'm really disappointed that we have come to those terms, like considering that. And yeah, it's like I just believe that these things these things are contributing to America losing its democracy and eventually just leading to somewhat of like a totalitarian dictatorship, which I really hope that doesn't happen under Trump. I believe all of you are really good people, really smart people, and I really hope that you can overturn this bill and not vote for it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say welcome. It's a hard thing to get up there for the first time. It gets easier as it goes on. Stay involved in your government is very important. Are there any questions for this witness? Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to inquire. Just actually really a comment. I apologize. One, thank you for being here. Thanks for driving over from Columbia. Hopefully we see you some more during the next session. With gerrymandering, we've heard the word so much today because I think that word truly applies to this House Bill 1. When you're an elected official, you hear that term pretty often, and sometimes I think the problem is we use a term so loosely and so often it loses its bite. Going back to something that Representative Hardwick mentioned earlier, gerrymandering and redrawing of lines happens all the time, right? But this one in particular stands out. It stands out like a sore thumb. This is unprecedented. It's egregious. And what I'm having a tough time wrapping my head around is what it must be like to sit on the other side of this committee and hear these dozens and dozens, and I'm not sure how many witnesses we're up to now that have testified in opposition, and how you can still be strongly supportive of it. As a member of the super minority, I remember working with then Speaker of the House, Rob Vescovo, and we would meet with him regularly, and he would tell us, I know you can't vote with us on everything, but row with us where you can. And that always stuck out to me, row with us where you can. And as I look at the amendment that I filed just before this committee met, and I haven't had a chance to meet with other committee members, those who know me know that I would have came by your office if I would have had time. I did not have time today. I didn't even have time to make phone calls. I barely had a chance to talk to the chair before the committee started. This is not how we normally do things. And there have been a lot of what some folks would say egregious bills. There has always been an opportunity to make some small changes or adjustments. So I am just completely baffled at the fact that we can't make even some small changes. So again, just thank you for being here. Sorry to vent to you.
Any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. There's a box right up there. Yep, right there. Yes, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next in opposition of House Bill 1. Please step forward.
My legs are going numb. My legs are numb from sitting there so long. I don't know how you guys are doing.
Can I get you to put your slip in the box there?
Yes, sir.
And then clearly tell us who you are.
Sure thing. My name is Jenny Loomis. I've been living in Jefferson City for the last 2 years. I grew up an Army brat, so I've lived around the country and the world with my father serving 30 years in the National Guard, and I am the mother of 5. I homeschooled several of them for a long time, and 3 of them are adopted. I think that most of what I want to say here today has been repeated ad nauseum, but I would like to just express my strong objection to this redistricting effort and this extraordinary session. Just, as the representative said, is unprecedented and doesn't seem to be coming from Missouri or from the people of Missouri, but from someone at the White House who has a plan and feels entitled to a certain number of votes in the 2026 election. I think that redistricting is a poor representation of the values of the people that I've met so far living in Missouri, and it would deliberately undermine and dilute the vote of the people in Kansas City. As somebody who lives in Cole County, I find it extraordinary that I would be in the same district as my neighbors 2.5 hours away who have a very different demographic and very different needs than what we have here in Jefferson City. and you know all these things. What I've noticed most of all is that the people who showed up here, as disheartened as many of them seem, came with hope. They came because they believed it might matter to you what they had to say. They came because, despite how it might feel, I think most of us are still trying to assume the best of one another. I know as a mother, I teach my children to assume the best of others, if they're offended, to think what might I have done wrong, or could I have misunderstood what's going on, and to try and think of somebody else's perspective and view it with some graciousness. I've been participating actively in Missouri politics since I got here a couple years ago, and I've called my representatives. I have every representative's number in my phone. I call them all the time, both state and nationwide. I care a lot about what's happening here. And I knew that I wasn't being well represented. I knew that I wasn't being particularly listened to, but it wasn't until attending these hearings today, and I popped in on the other meeting about the initiative process, that I realized the high degree of disdain that my Republican representatives seem to have for the population of Missouri. I've been shocked by the sort of language that a consensus would represent mob rule, or that for the representatives to somehow relate to the political affiliations of the populace, that would be less just than a gerrymandered district. It's been really surprising to me. I was personally affronted when the representative earlier today suggested that the only people who could make it today were people who didn't have jobs or children to care for. As a stay-at-home mom of 5 children, I disagree. I came here not because I had nothing else to do, but because I didn't think there was anything more important than sticking up for the fundamental principles of democracy in the state where I live. And it's a thing that I care a lot about teaching my children. I care a lot about showing them how to stand up for what's right, whether it's convenient or fun. So I would just urge
Lady,
you.
have you reached your
Yes, sir.
time?
I just urge you to lean on your better natures, to assume the best of your voters instead of assuming you know more than them, and to respect their voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Representative Sharp.
Thank you.
You do
Mr.
have
Chair.
one question.
I didn't hear where you were from again.
I live in Jefferson City, 6 minutes from here.
Okay. Have you? I'm not sure how active you are on like social media or anything, but have you noticed any large meetings of people to be in opposition to a 7-1 map?
Yes, hugely. I'm not on social media a ton, but I am pretty dialed in on local politics, which is the only reason I knew this was happening. And we talked about sample bias earlier, and I think if you don't want to have sample bias, it might serve you well to give this some time and go from district to district and see how they feel, and maybe give people more than a day's notice to show up. And you might have had more people here on your side if you had been interested in hearing from them.
I also want to ask, since you are from this area, I am friends with some Republicans on social media, and I do see some things, but I haven't seen any rallies or showing of strong support from Republican districts for pushing for a 7-1 map. Have you noticed anything like that?
No, in fact, I've got knowledge of multiple rallies coming up on the 10th in opposition to this, one at 9:30 with the Black Democratic Caucus, and then another one with the Missouri Voters Coalition at noon, and we're going to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Mayhew.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for participating. It's absolutely essential that we do. That's the whole way representative democracy works. So I got a question for you. You were talking about now if this map were to pass, that your congressperson would be from Kansas City, and you're from Cole County, I believe it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's what I have right now. My congressperson is from southern metropolitan Kansas City, and I'm at the far southeast corner of the district. And so what do I have in common with someone who represents me who's from there? Well, not much. So prior to that, it was the exact same thing. My congressperson was from Harrisonville, and while you might not think Harrisonville's a big town compared to Crocker, where I'm from, it's a pretty darn big town, and her family was row crop farmers, and we are cow country. So where there was a lot of differences between us. Prior to that, it was a Democrat by the name of Ike Skelton, which, by the way, several good Republicans, quote unquote, in my county voted for him religiously every time his name came up. So I guess I'm not seeing how you won't get represented by the person who gets elected, whoever that may be. So how's that work?
I guess my concern is that when you spread two different or multiple different demographics across such a large geographical area, then how can we meet the needs of both rural people, suburban people, and people in urban populations? And I just think we're diluting that. And it's not to say I understand Representative Hardwick has indicated that he would assume that somebody who is a representative of a different party would still strive to represent the interests of the people in their district. And I appreciate that optimism, and that would be my hope as well, but it has not been my experience so far.
Yeah, okay, so that may be your experience. I can tell you as a state representative that I have constituent issues from both sides of the aisle, and I treat all of those people identically the same. They get the same service out of me that the other side of the aisle gets. But my point was that regardless of who that person was or is, that I'm not seeing how you're less represented simply if and only if that person happens to be a different party than you. How's your representation decrease if they are a different party? And it still remains to be seen whether or not a Democrat or a Republican is going to get elected in that district. We're making assumptions on the basis of facts, not in evidence here. So what would make you think that you're not going to be represented if someone in the opposite party was representing you?
I would say that I'm not actually concerned about myself being represented. I think that from my observations, white people get a lot of representation, particularly conservative white people in Missouri get a lot of representation. I'm a lot more concerned about the majority populations in our city centers, who we're happy to take out, giving them the opportunity to do what's right for them in their unique areas. So I think I'll be represented. I'm just not sure that my neighbors to the west will.
But those are all things that benefited the city of Kansas City. That entire list of things you mentioned all benefited and that a majority Republican legislature voted for that stuff.
I guess then I would ask you, why do you think that the minority and primarily black and brown populations are so concerned about this if you think they're going to be fairly represented?
I would agree that they have concerns, but maybe some of them are unfounded. It remains to be seen. We'll see, I suppose.
I guess we'll see, but I'm curious why we felt the need to redistrict if nobody had any idea what might happen when those maps got redrawn.
Good point. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? All right. Anyone here in favor? Anyone here for informational purposes? We'll take the next in opposition, please.
Hello. My name is Rebecca Kroll. I'm here in opposition of H.R. 1. I am a resident here in Cole County. I've been a resident here my entire life. I have seen many of you come and many of you go. I worked at a grocery store for years, and I knew who bought the vodka and who didn't. Hearing the laughs, you know some of them were you. All right. As a Central Missourian, I'm trying to stand up for my neighbors and fair representation of people that I don't know. I am a Missouri worker who took off today from work because I have personal time I accrued as a full-time worker to be here with you today. I also work as an election judge, 3 or 4 times a year sometimes just once a year, and I do that because that's my civic duty. My community is not defined by St. Louis or Kansas City. I have more in common with the people in Columbia, the people in Mexico, the people in Ashland, the people at the Lake of the Ozarks. It's not that I don't enjoy a good day trip to the corners of our state. It's that I know where my people are. My neighbors are farmers, they're factory workers, they're state employees, they're retail clerks, they're blue-collar workers, and they all work hard. They all work hard to be represented. Some of them vote, some of them don't. And when I hear the ones that don't vote, I get really mad because I am actually the only second generation in my family with the right to vote. My grandmother was born in 1905. Would be the first generation born with the right to vote. I'm looking at the map that you guys have proposed, and I'm seeing Kansas City, a place I don't go very often because I don't like the Royals. I actually don't like baseball at all. I'm sorry, but I don't go there. And frankly, carving them up into 3 pieces is not representative of them. They are a vast group with huge amounts of population I can't begin to understand, and now you're asking me to help them vote for a representative, and I just don't think that's fair. Now, if you guys do this, and I'm pretty sure you will because you don't listen, I will go knock doors for whichever candidate wins the primary for the simple reason that I can, and I will work the next election because I can, and I will, until you take my right to vote away. And as it currently stands, I think that that's coming too. Because and yours say, why not just repeal it? So leave the maps alone. They're not fair as they are, and to redraw them now just screams that you're just lap boys. Let's face it. We're in the middle of a decade outside the census process, and it's an abuse of power.
You're at the end of your time. Can you please wrap it up?
I absolutely will.
Thank you.
Let's just skip to the end. We deserve honesty. We deserve representatives that represent us, that have our ideas in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the witness? Representative Smith?
Under the current map, how many town halls have you been invited to by your current U.S. Congressman?
Oh, let me tell you about lovely Bob Onder. He had 2 that I know of that he attended virtually. He gave us about 30 minutes notice for the first one, and I think even less than that for the second one, so that he could dig in to you guys overturning our will on Prop A and the abortion amendment, Amendment 3. Furthermore, he is an interesting fellow who doesn't like children's books that might depict somebody different. So he definitely doesn't align with most people I know, because I know people that are in the LGBT community, people in wheelchairs, people who are disabled. And he's picking out words in those books that he says are in there, and if you didn't bother to buy Pride Puppy, you wouldn't know what he knows, which is that the word underwear and the word panties are not the same.
When under the proposal for the new map, how far does it go? How does it change your district?
So I am currently in Onder's district, which puts me up towards St. Louis, which is Congressional District 3. And it will now put me in Congressional District 5, which from what I can see on the maps, because they are super exact, is that it's going to go basically from Kansas City to very close to St. Louis, which in the realm of that kind of distance. So while it may be proportional, it may not necessarily be fair.
So if I heard you correctly...
Representative, we're going to stick to the one question rule, please.
Now you will.
Any other questions for this witness? Representative Steinhoff.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. You started off, you piggybacked really great off the last testimony.
Well, I know Jenny. She's fantastic.
Yeah. Being from Central Missouri, like you, I agree 100% with the statement that you made about how you have more in common with the people from Ashland, the people from Columbia. It isn't just about whether you're rural represented by somebody urban or urban represented by somebody rural. It's about kind of the area of the state that we live in. I am from a very democratic city, but and I know that St. Louis and Kansas City has very democratic populations, but it doesn't make sense to me that I would be grouped with them by somebody who's representing me in Washington, D.C. I think it does make more sense. And I feel like all of us in here could treat this as a coloring book exercise if we really were just wanting to look at how to find 8 districts, if we truly didn't want them to be partisan, and if we truly were just trying to get it right mid-cycle. And those were 2 things that we were told at the beginning of this testimony. Do you think if that was your exercise, like you were assigned to do that, to just be nonpartisan and to get it right?
I'm going to tell you how I see a lot of things. I'm very much a literalist. If you want to carve the state up into 8 pieces, do it like a pie. Cut it in half again, cut it into quarters. It's not hard. And granted, that still wouldn't be fair because it wouldn't meet the criteria of putting like people or like groups together, being rural, urban, or suburban. But at least knowing that it's 8 pieces, and whether it's a pie shape or boxes, at least then it's not gerrymandered based on politics. It's gerrymandered simply on geography.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for this witness? All right, thank you, lady.
Thank you.
Anybody for informational purposes, anybody in favor of? We'll take the next speaker in opposition to House Bill 1, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Jeff Jolly, I'm a resident in Kansas City, District 19. Fall is one of my favorite times of the year, not just because the cooler weather means that my daughters have returned to school, although that certainly helps, but it's the start of an annual tradition. Tomorrow evening, across our great state, in small towns and big cities, individuals and families will come together to cheer on their local high school football team. And I suspect a good many of us will be cheering on our favorite NFL football team as well. These ecstatic crowds are hoping their best players can assemble a game plan and execute it flawlessly, positioning them to defeat another school's best players and their respective efforts. So why am I here talking about football? We teach our children to try their very best, and some days that's enough to win, and some days it isn't. But the most important thing is you put your best foot forward. No parent, student, or fan will be hoping that their team wins only by rigging the game. Putting our foot on the scale to ensure a particular outcome has never been a Missouri value, and I don't believe it is one today. While I sit here before you as a Kansas City resident, my roots stretch across this entire state. I've got family members in Cuba and Nevada. Moberly is where my father was born. My mom in Springfield. They moved to Kansas City only to be equal distance from the sets of in-laws, just so neither one was hampered too much. All of my family members went to Mizzou at one time or another for their educational experience. I had the honor of serving as the district director and general counsel for Congressman Emanuel Cleaver for 13 years, from 2005 to 2018. And although I'm here as an individual, I have dozens of memories of strong bipartisan cooperation and collaboration that would make all Missourians proud. From when Kit Bond honored him with the welcome reception to when President George Bush called him out at a VFW convention and said, and I quote, "No finer man, no more decent a fellow than Emanuel Cleaver." Those are the Missouri values that I remember. I remember Congressman Blaine Luetkemeyer in 2016 working with Emanuel Cleaver on a bipartisan housing reform bill that passed unanimously. The largest historical change to housing in 20 years passed unanimously because members of Congress saw Missourians working together for a common solution. I sit here today as a resident of the historic Northeast, where my district is being divided, my neighborhood is being divided into 3 districts. My daughter's school, less than a block and a half away, is in a different congressional district than my house. My place of employment, less than 10 minutes away, is in a 3rd congressional district. I can now see 3 congressional districts from my house. That is not the community that I am used to. If you believe
your time is up, could you draw to a close, please?
Yes. If you believe in Missouri's values and want to teach our children to be better versions of themselves, then live up to that standard. Oppose HB 1 and remind the United States that we are the show-me state and we don't need to and we aren't going to rig the game for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take the next in opposition to House 1. Did you have a form filled out?
I did,
Okay,
and I
thank you.
turned it in earlier.
Thank you.
I'm Suzanne Luther. I am from Jefferson City. I'm a retired teacher, and I am also running for a House seat. I won't take long because everything has been said. I will reiterate that I do believe it's unconstitutional, and I do believe the bill is unfair. And earlier, well, he's not here now, but the sponsor was talking about how unfair was subjective. And I think in this case, unfair is not only objective, but it's nonpartisan. And I will say, as much as I don't want this to pass, if it does pass, I think it will actually help me, because the Republicans that I have talked to in this area have been upset over the same things that the independents and the Democrats have been upset over in Cole County, and that's not being represented in fair ways. Unfair bills, the things that we have voted for that have been repealed have not just upset Democrats. They've upset constituents who think they're voting for something and then it's repealed. And I think this is just another grand example of that. And so also I'd like to add, selfishly, if this passes, the idea of having Cleaver as my representative instead of Onder is pretty exciting. But putting that aside, I still hope that this doesn't pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Representative?
Just a really quick question. So someone running for office, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
In my district, I was elected with 77% of the vote. And my folks are overwhelmingly, barring one or two folks, are in favor of this. How would you think I should vote?
It's a very good question. I think you should vote for it if the majority of people in your area support that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, lady. All right, anyone here for informational purposes? Anyone here in favor? Seeing none, next up in opposition to House Bill 1.
Good afternoon, Chairman West, Vice Chairman Hardwick, Ranking Member Sharp, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Phil Scaglia. I'm appearing today on behalf of Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver, representing Missouri's 5th District. He sends his greetings along with a written testimony submitted for the record. Congressman Cleaver wishes he could be here in person to address the questions. Unfortunately, today is a day that they vote in Washington, D.C., so he's there representing all of his constituents, precluding his attendance. The Congressman greatly appreciates all of your work on behalf of our state and our collective constituents, and the colleagues in the Senate, which will be hearing this matter next week. When I was driving down here Tuesday night, I was reflecting upon 50-plus years of experiences in the state capitol, from my father's service as a House member of the General Assembly to working in the House and Senate floor leaders' offices, respectively, to helping draw the congressional maps in 2000, 2010, and the delayed census map from 2020 that we completed in 2022. There are three commonalities that I found throughout all these experiences. First, elected leaders of our state heeded the call to service. Second, they stood for election in their respective communities And third, once elected, they came to our state capitol to represent their constituents. Critical foundations of our democracy. The congressman has a few thoughts regarding the proposed map. As drawn, this map would maximize disruption to your constituents and to Missourians. It fails to be compact. It divides communities of interest. It also thwarts natural boundaries and barriers. It is not contiguous, specifically given the way Kansas City is chopped up into 3 separate congressional districts. Most importantly, the map, as proposed, violates the one person, one vote principle based on our Constitution for census data required to draw a new map. The congressman has a suggestion. Simply draw Kansas City south of the river back into the 5th. Now, that would still accomplish the partisan shift, which we're told, no one factually has said it, but we've been told, is the impetus behind this new proposed 7-1 map. Like your predecessors, you have a difficult task to ensure compactness, communities of interest, natural boundaries, contiguous balancing for population. As the process moves forward, Congressman Cleaver wants to be a resource for you and your colleagues. Please feel free to contact me for any assistance which he or his team can provide. We thank you for your service to our state. The Congressman applauds your daily commitment to the betterment of your constituents and the state of Missouri. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Let's start off with Representative Young, please.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing all the good work that Congressman Cleaver has done. I go back with Congressman Cleaver a long way. I knew him as mayor. I knew him as the Rev, we call him in Kansas City, and now congressman. So he brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the role that he's in right now. One of the things I wanted to bring up again, as I brought up earlier in an exchange with the witness, is the bill sponsor is not open to any amendments. The ranking member, Representative Sharp, attempted to offer an amendment for a small change, and it was pretty clear that he wasn't open for any alterations to the proposed map or the bill. And it also appears that our Republican colleagues are in sync with that. So what are your thoughts around that?
Well, Representative, thank you for the question. As indicated in the testimony, the congressman's suggestion would be a reasonable and appropriate modification would be to put Kansas City south of the river back in. Still achieve a partisan, I'll say, advantage for the majority party, but it would, reflect compactness, contiguous. It would maintain communities of interest. And, it just candidly, overall, it at face value would look better and be a better map. I can tell you anecdotally, the inquiries are not only from around the country. We're getting inquiries for the congressman to interview international media outlets. This has drawn the attention of a lot of folks.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. I just think we're really going to have to fight to get some alterations done to the current proposal. But I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ani.
Thank you to inquire. Thank you so much for being here. I am very grateful for your testimony and for Reverend Cleaver offering his thoughts up to the committee. You were in the room earlier when I was talking with a witness about sort of the bipartisan nature of our Kansas City's current congressional delegation. One of the things that was brought up is that, it's useful when there's a member of the majority and a member of the minority, because there's someone with maybe a little bit more pull in that partnership, right, to make sure that we're delivering everything we can for a region. So, and that's all well and good. And I agree. I think that diversity of thought, diversity of representation is important for our state. My question to you is, in your experience, having worked in this world, having seen that bipartisanship, having seen the relationships that that Reverend Cleaver has already, built and his long-standing relationships in Congress, what happens to Kansas City then under this map when all three Congress people are in the minority? Because that will happen someday.
So, Leader Ani, thank you for your question. During Congressman Cleaver's tenure, he has been both in the minority and the majority, which means that Congressman Graves, his immediate congressional partner to the north, when Congresswoman Hartzler was there to the south, now Congressman Alford, when Congressman Skelton was there, south and east. All have experienced both minority and majority. All have collectively worked together for the betterment of the region because you had a base member of Congress representing the preponderance of the Kansas City area. Now, with the math, and I can say the word math, but I don't do math, okay? With the math, you couldn't put all of Kansas City into one seat and balance. As the sponsor of the bill said, you move one line and now you're adjusting other lines. But the goal, reflecting one person, one vote, you need census data in order to do that. When you divide the Kansas City region into three, you essentially have taken your coffee in the morning and added cream, dump some of it out, added more cream, dump some of it out, added more cream, dump some of it out. You get to the point where you've diluted your coffee so much you can't even taste the coffee anymore. And what happens when you have, not just bifurcated, but trifurcated representation is everyone's priorities get pushed down. I'll give you an example, and Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. In 2000, when we were working on the map, Congressional 4, 5, and 6 came together in Blue Springs. At the time, it was Mr. Skelton, Mr. Graves, Ms. McCarthy. Blue Springs was adamant. They had to be one member of Congress because they weren't getting any attention by being divided up by three. Former member Carson Ross sat on this committee. He agreed, this is the compromise, we'll move forward. And when it came to the floor, he decided he preferred not to keep his commitment. Well, when you go back on a commitment, that causes problems. So when the map went over to the Senate, guess what happened? And remember, I don't have a vote in the Missouri House or Senate, but Blue Springs got divided back up into three. Same thing is reflected here on the proposed map. You divide Kansas City into three, you will dilute everyone's ability to impact the largest city in the state.
Thank you. Representative Mayhew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Tunkor. So I don't think I'm hearing it correctly, or I'm not understanding what you're saying. I think earlier you had indicated that having the three congressmen represent the Kansas City area was a benefit to Kansas City. Is that not what you said, or am I misquoting you?
What I said, sir, was if you have three members of Congress that are collectively working together in a bipartisan manner, that benefits the region.
And so in this new district, but also in the new District 4 and including the new District 6, because they all kind of converge right there. The predominant population for all of those three districts is in the Kansas City metro area. So wouldn't it be in the interest of whoever gets elected there to make sure that they take care of Kansas City, as you had suggested with the three congressmen that you had mentioned earlier?
That's presuming that the three members elected from that region hail from that region. If they hail from, for instance,
okay, so let's stay right there. You heard earlier whenever I mentioned that my congressman for 26 years
yes, sir,
was a Democrat and was from Lexington, Missouri, and I live in Pulaski County, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
So we were as far apart as you could possibly get, and yet my county, for all them 26 years, voted in favor of Ike Skelton,
yes,
who was
sir,
a Democrat. And so he, I felt, did a fairly good job of representing my area too, even though not strictly on the fact that we were different parties, but he was so far away. He was almost 4 hours away from my house to where he lived, as is the case with my current congressperson, Alford. He's 4 hours away from my house, and you couldn't ask for a bigger difference in just about every metric that you can come up with. And so I guess me personally, I would kind of like it if I had three U.S. congressmen who represented me, because then they would have a vested interest into looking out for my area, I would think. And I think that was kind of your point earlier.
So, respectfully, Representative, the difference is communities of interest. Congressman Skelton, truly a statesman in the United States House of Representatives by anyone's standard. A exceptional member of Congress. He focused on serving his district, as vast as it was, including both the military bases, but it was a community of interest. It was mostly rural, ex-urban folks. You start carving Kansas City up as proposed, and now you have urban, suburban, ex-urban, and rural all in one. And that's the distinction I would submit. I would hope, and maybe I'm too Pollyannish about this, that whoever would be elected as a member of Congress, as I believe the vice chair said, would serve their constituents.
Well, that's
the goal.
But that's exactly my situation I'm in right now.
Yes, sir.
My Representative Alford, without a doubt, comes from a very urban area compared to where I live.
Yes, sir.
Right? That is night and day. And if you want to count the rural portions of his district up where he lives, that's all corn and soybean country.
It's a lot
and I'm
different.
cow country.
Yes, sir.
And so we're talking about essentially the same thing. But are you suggesting that Representative Cleaver wouldn't be able to represent those folks effectively in, let's say, Cole County?
Representative, let's
no, sir, not at all. In
keep
fact,
the one question rule after this, please.
Oh, okay. I apologize for that. You don't have to answer that
no,
question.
I would be happy to answer, Representative. Not at all. In fact, after the 2010 census, Ray, Lafayette, and Saline counties were added to the 5th Congressional District, and as was a larger portion in Clay County. And so Ray, Lafayette, and Saline were like, we've heard of this guy. He was mayor, but do we know him? And Congressman Cleaver did the following. He brought the U.S. Department of Agriculture Secretary to the Congressional District. He brought the EPA Administrator to the Congressional District. Never had it occurred where local folks had the ability to talk to an Ag Secretary, an EPA Administrator. He established an Ag Advisory Council. Why? Because of the Vice Chair's point. He wants to represent the constituents. Let me be perfectly clear. Should Congressman Cleaver be successful in November of 2026, he will represent all 13 of those counties in this proposed map.
And I agree that he would. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your
Thank you,
testimony.
Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate you coming all the way up. All right, any further testimony against House Bill 1? Any further? Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Thank you for hearing us. A special thanks to those who are listening and considering the perspective of the minority, the disenfranchised by the proposed redistricting map. My name is Paul Francis Brennan.
Could I get your last name again? I'm sorry.
Brennan.
Brennan, thank you.
I'm here as an individual. There's a lot to say on this. I think I will begin with the constitutionality, which seems to be cited as the anchor for the proposed redistricting. Without deviating too much, sure, it's constitutional. Does that equate to just? Can we get past step one? It's constitutional. Yeah, I've heard that many times. I'd ask certain members of the committee here, when the United States Constitution was conceived, ma'am, was the Constitution correct regarding the rights of women's voting capabilities? There's a few members that I'd like to inquire. Until roughly, some time ago, it was constitutional. Slavery was constitutional. Did that make it correct? I'm curious to know also his position, the representative of the proposal, who said they'd like to make it more difficult to adjust the Constitution, the state Constitution, in regards to, what's next door? The initiative hearing that's occurring, correct? I'd be curious to get that person's perspective. Last year, when ranked voting was made unconstitutional, with, I believe the term is a sugar pill, making it unconstitutional for non-citizens to vote, that was already unlawful for the record, right? We just wanted to enshrine the Constitution along with, anyway, that's neither here nor there. A gentleman cited the constitutionality of the Holocaust by Germany's laws, and yeah, that's to emphasize the fact that just because something is constitutional does not make it just. We should all be capable of getting past square one with fundamental logic. I don't think that's asking too much as a citizen of the United States in the great state of Missouri. There's a few quotes that have come up recently. Government will do unto you as it does to others. I'm curious to know if the roles were reversed, if the political parties were on the contrary. I can imagine tyranny being thrown out as a term. But anyway, there was also something about facts and evidence. Basic mathematics. 1/8 of the districts are going to equate to representing 37.5%. That's fractions. Your elementary school children can do this for you. Okay, I don't know how much more time I have, sir.
Got about 10 seconds.
Okay. There's something that's come across recently, intelligence versus wisdom. Intelligence will tell us this is constitutional. Wisdom will tell this committee that this is wrong.
Let's go and wrap it up.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Is there any further testimony in the audience for? Any testimony in the audience for informational purposes? Any testimony in the audience opposed? Okay, we have one more opposed. Ma'am, before you get started, is there anybody else here to testify? Thank you. All right, ma'am.
It's supper time, and it's cold in here. My name is Glenda Bainbridge. I live in Odessa, Missouri, out in the country. I got a cornfield in my backyard. I got my neighbor's horses in my garden all the time. However, I've worked in Jackson County in Kansas City for close to 30 years in the juvenile justice system. And I can tell you there's a huge difference in the way we live from where I live to where folks live in Kansas City. And granted, when I started back in 1974, it took me a little while. Coming from the country, understanding how city folk live. Representation is very important. I submitted something in writing, and I would ask that you please read it. I do want to say, Representative Vernetta and Miller, appreciate getting an email back that you received my correspondence. We as citizens do appreciate that, even if it is, something you send to everybody. At least we get that recognition. I decided to come here today. I've been down here several times watching things go on. When I worked at the court system, I couldn't get involved in politics. But politics impacted what I did. What goes on in Washington, D.C. when it comes to housing, when it comes to infrastructure projects and things like that in the city is very important. What I worry about is when I'm going to get gravel on my road, or when it's going to rain to put the dust down. So there are differences. People in Kansas City don't need to be divided up anymore. I would ask that you do read it, but I think I just want to end to say that I appreciate the fact that you all are really kind of doing this, because what's happening and what I'm hearing, I've got grandkids, they're teenagers, some of them just now starting to vote, some of them still in high school. Most kids, when I taught school, which I did teach social studies for about 5 years, they didn't care less about civics. They didn't care who the president was or anything else unless I taught a law class. But they're noticing. They're coming to me and saying, what is going on in Jefferson City? Why are they doing this? Why are we jumping and changing representation in this state at the behest of the president? And it's not just my grandkids, it's their friends. It's young people that I've seen in the town fairs. It's on TikTok, and yeah, I get on TikTok. I got to watch what my grandkids are doing, okay?
Lady, I appreciate the final testimony, but we need to wrap it up.
All right.
Thank
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate actually y'all even staying, because I've been in a lot of committee meetings where not everybody stays. So I appreciate it. I am opposed to this. I hope to God, and I really do pray that some of you change your mind.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Representative Oni.
Thank you to inquire. Good evening.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm tired and cold.
Yeah, same. Thanks for being here, though.
Yeah.
So, Glenda, you and I have had conversations about redistricting. We've had several conversations about this. Mm-hmm. And one of the early conversations we had really kind of stuck out to me, and it was at an event that the Lafayette County Dems hosted. And you talked about how when Lafayette County was in the 5th Congressional District, mm-hmm. represented by Reverend Cleaver, that there were conversations in Lafayette County about whether or not that's what y'all wanted. Can you talk a little bit about that and share with the group kind of what the feedback you heard from folks in your county?
Well, first of all, I felt, they really liked having Emmanuel come to our pie auction. But they didn't, they had a hard time relating, I think, to him because he did come from the city. And, I'll be honest, there's a lot of people out where I live having, and please don't be offended, a black man representing them out in the country when everybody's white out where I live. It was uncomfortable. And they learned to appreciate him, but when it changed back, they were okay with that. One last thing I will say is that I was at a town hall with Mark Alford, and he was asked about this redistricting that has been discussed. He said that both he and Sam Graves were not in favor of it. which really surprised me, but that's what he said. So it's not just Democrats.
Thank you. Representative Sharp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment, a brief comment. I can surely understand why the Congressman Alford would not be in favor. It takes a huge chunk of the state line War Parkway corridor, which is strongly Democrat, and puts it in his district, so that makes sense. Thank you.
Any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, lady, thank you for coming to our committee hearing this afternoon and being the last one. It's been a long wait, so thank you.
Yeah.
All right, last call. Anybody in the audience here to testify on behalf, opposed, or for informational purposes? Seeing none, the committee will adjourn the committee will stand at ease. Woo! The committee will stand at ease for 10 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, before everyone runs out of here, I was hoping that I could please request that you, considering we've been here for 5.5 hours just in this one committee room, I would ask if we can postpone the executive session. There is still some material that this committee has not been given. Demographic data, voting age, population, race, political data, as well as the city-county splits. We don't have any of that information. It seems like it would be a bit out of order to rush a vote without that information. I would respectfully ask that you consider that and give us till next week to make this vote.
Your point is well made, Representative. But at this time, we're going to go. We're going to go and take a break, and we are going to come back for an executive vote. Thank you. We're going to be standing at ease for 10 minutes. The cameras will remain on. Their microphones. Make sure microphones are off.
Start taking photos and yeah, I know, it's a lot more. Well, it's a national holiday. Far different scenarios.
But I got in close to check.
That inadvertently led to me. Walking to the only other person there that was. I ended up getting a story.
Weren't mad the dogs came out. Not mad enough to do it.
No, I just like, I don't know, it just felt like, compared to writing, I was just able to pick it up. Oh yeah, she said it was completely. I don't know what was so I can't speak that. For Columbia.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
All my acronyms, that's how they get people in on board.
Every time I hear somebody say, I'm like, this is California. Just this year. Documentary about like I worked together with her. I can the documentary program now. Project and it's like it was making it more complicated to go around. Like there was some conflicts with national geographic because has to get permission to go around it, so we didn't want to do it. I was going to all these different filmmakers. So I ended up, originally I was going to do Holy. They didn't like, originally they didn't want
The Special Committee on Redistricting will now go into executive session. Do I say quorum is present? Or I move that House Bill 1, sponsored by Representative Deaton, be voted do pass. Is there any discussion? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Closing in on hour 6 here, so I'll be brief. I have an amendment ending in .02H. It's been distributed, and I move for its adoption. My amendment, you should have your 121-page stack there somewhere near you, and a little yellow map. If you can one, and if you can just try to follow along with me on that small sliver on the Congressional District 5, I want to essentially take that long sliver down a little bit further to try to keep some of the South Kansas City region where I represent, in particular the Hickman Mills and Ruskin School District. This is an attempt to try to keep that small community together. If you look at the map I've distributed and the map with House Bill 1, you'll see, you might not even recognize the change because it's so small. So we're talking about a change that would take 12,000 and put back into 12,000 people and put back into a CD5, and then we would lose the 12,000 to make it even back in the Grain Valley portion of CD5. So we did our best, Mr. Chair, with the time that we provided. It took about 45 minutes to an hour to get this done, so we didn't have a lot of time to play around with it as much as we wanted to. But I think that this is a very, very small change in the big scheme of things. And Mr. Chair, if I may, if your conference's if your goal is to pass this out by next week, you could technically accept this amendment and still meet that deadline. I'm not saying that I would be in support of the overall bill. There are plenty of times when members of the superminority make a small change and are still in opposition to the bill. So I am asking this committee, right now, I understand that this is Representative Deaton's bill, but right now it's in our possession. This is our chance to make small changes or big changes, and I guess that wouldn't, my guess is that wouldn't go over well, but this is a very small change, and I tried to keep that change as small as I could so that I could present this amendment here today. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any discussion? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To inquire?
Proceed.
Is there an image distributed of this change?
I'm sorry?
Is there a visualization of what this change would look like?
Yeah. You should have one.
Is that okay?
They were distributed, I'm pretty sure.
So the way you described it was this would be coming down?
Yeah, so we're making that long sliver just a little bit longer. So it goes down to capture more of South Kansas City in the Ruskin Hickman Mills area, which is, you know, I wouldn't call it the richest area, but it is a part of my district, and I think it would be fair Yeah, go ahead.
This is the one you're proposing?
Yep. It's nearly identical to HB1.
I would need to. All right, I'll try to look at both of them side by side and try to decipher the differences. All right, thank you.
Of course.
Representative Gregg.
To continue what Representative Davis was saying, what you're requesting was at the bottom of that sliver, correct?
Yeah, towards the bottom. So we're just going. I'm taking that sliver down just a little further south. That's it. So that state line Ward Parkway corridor that we've talked about today, that essentially would stay the same. It just literally picks up just a little bit of South Kansas City to try to keep that community intact.
And then I'm also noticing that you have basically squared off the southern portion of that.
Yeah, we did our best to try to go down to Grandview, Missouri. We're just maybe about a block away from Grandview, Missouri. So that's why I tried to flatten that out to just try to capture more of that bottom left-hand corner, which is South Kansas City.
So again, real quick, now that I understand that, tell me the reason why you want to do that.
Well, yeah, no, that's a district that I'm very familiar with. I think that this is something that would still keep the original House Bill 1 map that Governor Kehoe has proposed. It keeps it essentially intact with just a very, what I would consider a minor change. And I was just hoping that the body, or this committee could consider supporting a very minute change like that.
Okay, also on this map that you've provided over on the far right side, it does a bunch of gobbledygook. I don't know what to call it. Right underneath where it says 50%, right underneath there, it looks like a straight line shot to the east. That does not reflect what the Representative Deaton's map shows, and I know it's a little more difficult to see on his because it's smaller, but I don't see where yours continues on, and I'd like to see that.
Okay, hold on. Because it is pretty small, so I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, his does not have that straight line where
Well,
it
yeah,
shoots
okay,
straight east.
I see it now.
I don't know
Representative.
what highway that is.
Yeah, so where mine, and I apologize, this was 121 pages, so we didn't have a lot of time to get this printed off. But where that line on the right side of the page cuts off, if you look closely at the map that we had for House Bill 1, you see that it goes over just a little bit further east and it drops back down going along the Johnson County county line. So even though it cuts off on what I've provided, that part stays. That part is the let's see, because on this, if you can look, this map doesn't have all the county names, but in that far top right-hand corner of CD5, there's Grain Valley, and that's where we give back or even it out as far as the number of voters with the 12,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative, looking at the map in the detail where Representative Gregg was looking, I'm not seeing the same thing that you're seeing there. I'm seeing quite a bit of difference under. Unfortunately, I don't know the lay of the land there, but right where yours cuts off on the right-hand side there of the map, and this map, the map with the yellow outline. You got the little jut up, then you go over a little bit, and then it comes straight down. And then I see a straight flat line, and I do not see that on the Missouri First map.
I do think that we're looking at this differently. It looks like the map that we were originally given for the committee is so small, it's tough to see, and I hope that you can bear with me on this. The only change that is made literally is dropping this line down further along the state line corridor. That's the only change of any substance. So I'm not sure if you're what the
Representative Mayhew.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Gentlemen, did you consider in there perhaps doing did you try a different combination whereby let's say Marys, Miller, and perhaps Osage, or Marys, Miller, and Morgan County would have come into the 4th as an exchange for that?
I would have loved to, Representative, I would have loved to play around with it more. It took so long to try to, once we identified what we wanted to change for CD5, we had to find a decent spot to make the adjustment. And with the time that we had, I literally just had to make an executive decision. I would have loved Representative Mayhew to come by your office and maybe get some other suggestions.
Yeah, I understand the time constraints there, but that would certainly help me at least consider the change.
Well, I appreciate that, Representative. I mean, I didn't even think that I would get that much, so I appreciate that. If the chair and if this committee were willing to row with me on this one, I would be more than happy to make that kind of change, Representative.
Are there any further questions? The chair's stance on this is I cannot recommend this change at this time. There's several differences that I'm noting that just are too far out of my purview at this point in time. Representative Steinmeier.
I just want to comment, trying to follow along is hard when we're looking at two different maps, but this is not unlike the information we have about the original bill. I don't know where that line is in Boone County that's dividing it. I don't know where those 6,000 people I keep talking about are. I feel like, at least looking at this map, I understand where the sliver that we're talking about that you're trying to address here. So I think it's just frustrating that any of us have to make such a large decision with so little information. Even the information we got today, which I thought was really helpful, about the measures of compactness report, this is fantastic. But I don't know what our current map is, so I don't know if this is more compact or not. I mean, we don't have any information. I can't believe we're being asked to make this decision today. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Sharp.
Mr. Chair, this is very difficult for me. I think many of us. I am doing my best to work with you all and try to make a small improvement. I know that this map I tried to zoom it in as much as I could because the other map is so zoomed out, it's tough to see. If this is something that me and perhaps the representative can maybe discuss more before we head into next Monday, perhaps this is something that we can talk about more on the floor. And
I do believe that would be acceptable.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. So now I renew my motion to do pass House Bill 1. Is there any further discussion? Madam Chair, can you please call the roll?
Chair West.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hardwick. Aye. Representative Sharp. Cook. Aye. Davis. Gregg.
Aye.
Mayhew.
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Schmidt.
Aye.
Smith. No. Steinhoff. No. Vernetti.
Aye.
Warwick.
Aye.
Young.
No.
By your vote of 10 yes and 4 no, the motion passes. Having no further business before the committee, this committee stands adjourned.